can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Howdy, y'all, and welcome back. Another day of Dota is upon you, and upon us is a solid matchup here on the D stream between Sonics and Fnatic SM. It's the mixture of Fnatic and TSM, but Sonics, the artist formerly known as Quincy Crew, are going to be taking on Fnatic, and it should be close. But look at the fresh jerseys, Black. Look at the new look.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I've been looking for a sponsor for a while, right? Finally found it. And they're also the first team to take a map of LGD. So they're definitely very capable of playing with Dota. Because, of course, LGD unbeaten until they face them. Not bad at all.
So what do you think is the new sponsor momentum? You got to prove yourself, right? First event,
yeah.
New sponsor, prove that they made the right deal. They signed on the dotted line and won't regret it.
Yeah, there's always some
right?
like additional pressure for sure, right? But on the other hand, we have Fnatic, who obviously have three stand-ins. So TSM, Fnatic, we are always not sure, what to call them. Let's stick with Fnatic for now. But yeah, they have the work cut out for them. They haven't actually been doing too bad at all, considering that they have three stand-ins. Probably much better than most people would have thought they would be able to. But yeah, there's definitely some glaring weaknesses sometimes in the draft, in the team cohesiveness, as you would expect. Like 3 stand-ins is not an easy hurdle to overcome.
Yeah, so right now Fnatic actually sit at 6-6, while Sonics are at 4-8. So theoretically, if Sonics take the 2-0, they would be tied with Fnatic. Things are definitely still very close. Every team is still very much in it in Group A. And you kind of wonder, as we get into this fourth day, what the mindsets are for these teams. Sonics and Fnatic both playing multiple matchups today. So or actually, no, Sonics is only playing one, Fnatic's playing two. So this is everything right now for Sonics in today's day. And then they get to play against outsiders on the last day. Like, that's going to be stressful. I think this is almost feeling like a must-win for them, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that, because Liquid still has a couple of games as well, and it's probably going to be between them and Liquid and Fnatic outsiders, like between the whoever makes it to like the lower bracket, who gets eliminated, right? So a 2-0 here is very, very important for sure. And again, I'm very surprised Fnatic is actually sitting at 6-6, because 3 stand-ins. How are they actually doing so well? They're currently sitting 3rd. Who knows what kind of special sauce they have?
It's 3rd with a lot of splits. Split with Thunder Awaken, split with OG, split with Outsiders, RNG as well. They lost to LGD, but so has everybody, and they beat Liquid, which was the big one. And we'll see if they're able to beat Sonics here. We'll go into the draft as
Quincy
get
Crew's
underway.
turn to ban.
It's certainly been close. It's definitely interesting to see like the top of the group where like LGD is 9-1, and then it's 7-5, and then it's 6-6. So it's like really good Dota at the top, and then RNG's kind of just above 50-50, and then it's 50-50 or less
Fnatic's
basically the whole way
turn to
down.
pick.
So really only the 2 teams are at the top are having consistent play.
Yeah, which is, I guess, sort of expected perhaps from like a snowball meta like this. Because again, I called this the best major or the best patch to have stand-ins on, right? Because you win a
10
laning phase, you
seconds
snowball after
remaining.
laning phase. It has been a very recurring theme throughout this entire event.
5
On this
seconds
patch, like
remaining.
not even just this event, like the past events as well. So having stand-ins that are really highly individually skilled might actually be, you know, a benefit.
Quincy
Because
Crew's
like,
turn
who knows
to
how
pick.
Fnatic would have actually performed with the full roster. I don't want to say that anyone is better or worse, but this could be an X factor that people don't expect. You know, suddenly there's a different draft, different players, different synergies between all of them, and it's definitely something people wouldn't expect from Fnatic at all.
Yeah, we'll see what Fnatic can do,
10
kind of
seconds
continuing on this
remaining.
trend as they'll go and pick themselves
5
a
seconds
first pick
remaining.
puck.
Yep. Has to be the most
Quincy
broken mid hero
Crew's
right now,
turn
though.
to
So
pick.
it makes sense to pick it. Answered by Winter plus what? Winter Wyvern is a decent answer to Puck, but they kind of counter each other out as well. Because Winter likes to play the back line. If Puck ever reaches you with a silence, it can really disrupt your team fight. Availability.
Maybe Dazzle shows up. I feel like we've
10
seen a lot of.
seconds remaining.
We've seen a couple Wyvern Dazzles, right?
Yeah, it's a nice combo because you got double
5
saves.
seconds
So it's
remaining.
very tough to actually initiate on anyone. Wyvern saves the Dazzle, Dazzle saves the Wyvern.
Fnatic's
Can
turn
get very,
to
very
pick.
difficult to play against.
Admiral
We've
Kunkka.
got Kunkka instead. Okay, so Kunkka against the Puck matchup. Pretty Kunkka favored, especially early on.
Fnatic's
And the biggest
turn to
weakness of
ban.
Puck is that it doesn't have a lot of burst damage, right? So the boat, like the Ghost Ship, really helps in mitigating all the damage that Puck deals, which is already not super high until he gets items. And Death
Interesting now they go to the
Prophet,
Death Prophet. 2 cores in that first pick, unless they want to go to the Death Prophet doing something else, which
10 seconds remaining.
we've seen a lot of off-lane Death Prophet in China. We've seen Death Prophet in a
5
couple of different
seconds
positions
remaining.
during the entirety of this event. So we'll
Yeah.
see what the decision is for Fnatic.
Probably going to be that offlane DP with the mid Puck because they synergize so well together as well. You coil a bunch of heroes, you run in with Exorcism and a Spirit Siphon, and they can't really do much at all. Double Silence as well.
Quincy Crew's turn
And it's a very
to
strong
ban.
answer to Kunkka, of course, who's sitting at a very high health pool most of the time. And that's really how you beat Kunkka. It's like through sustained damage output, right? Which Death Prophet has plenty of.
Fnatic's
I wouldn't even call
turn to
Kunkka like
ban.
amazing against Puck come mid-late game, to be honest. Because, yeah, the damage mitigation is nice. But again, they're not really burst reliant right now on Fnatic at all. It's very sustained damage output.
There's that Dazzle ban, so making sure that they can avoid going up against the
10
Dazzle that has
seconds
been
remaining.
very, very, very strong in this entire event.
5 seconds
If
remaining.
you're playing support and you're trying to gain some MMR and you know you can click Shallow Grave consistently on your cores that need it, I would suggest playing Dazzle because he is so good right now.
Yeah. Top 3 MMR supporters for me right now, at
Quincy
least.
Crew's
Dazzle,
turn to ban.
Winter Wyvern, and
Zeus.
I mean, if you want to play Zeus as support, sure. But I'm more of a core Zeus player. I actually think Crystal Maid is insanely strong.
You do.
Yeah.
Was it because of how Seb played it in the show match?
No.
10 seconds
If you play it like
remaining.
that, it looks really bad. But
5 seconds
just
A
remaining.
little
kidding,
shots fired.
guys. Just kidding. Hey, hey.
Fnatic's turn to
Don't be like
ban.
that. Remember when Sepp and I talked about Dota? We're literally the same mind.
Yeah. It was a fun conversation to just be a fly on the wall for. Warlock band too. So they're really getting rid of the high end supports, right? Like Dazzle's a healing support,
10
Warlock's a
seconds
healing support, but they
remaining.
also offer so much in these team fights. I honestly wouldn't even be surprised
5
if they
seconds remaining.
ban
Quincy
another
Crew's
healing
turn to
support.
ban.
Yeah,
Would they
potentially.
even, I guess Oracle, but like, I don't even know if Oracle is really worth banning.
Nah, it's not. Unless you want to pick Bad Rider, which is, we've seen it quite a bit, but you already have Puck Death Prophet, so Bad Rider probably not going to be coming out.
10 seconds
And I
remaining.
mean, this is one of the quote-unquote weaknesses. If you pick 2 cores first,
5
a lot of
seconds
support
remaining.
bans will actually hurt you.
Quincy Crew's turn to pick.
Oh, Enchantress. That makes sense. Yeah, that's another healing support.
Just the lane dominator supports. So the carry is going to be struggling just a little bit more, especially if Sonics chooses to play like a very aggressive offlane.
We've not really seen drafts kind of focus
10 seconds
that 5
remaining.
position, that healing support. I'm kind of surprised
5
a little bit.
seconds remaining.
We'll see like how much it will really end up doing, because like I feel the second phase is more so about protecting whatever hero you chose, which is Kunkka in this case, obviously. And those supports don't really do much against Kunkka. There's a Shadow Shaman, so gearing up to be a pretty offensive dual offlane. I would love it if Fnatic picked some sort of hero that can actually interrupt the Shadow Shaman as a support, or carry, or both maybe even.
10 seconds remaining.
Taking a lot of the Dubu heroes out of the equation. And then they go to the
seconds
Shadow
remaining.
Shaman. We've seen Shadow Shaman be
Fnatic's
very strong. We
turn
saw
to pick.
Xingqiu on it, and he played it really well with the Blink, Instant Hex, and Control, the aggression that he played with it. So here on Sonics, it's going to be interesting to watch. And then Tusk for Fnatic, which is definitely one of those moving 4s, and something we saw in China a lot, the Death Prophet Tusk lane.
10 seconds remaining.
With the Spirit Siphon, early shards, and Snowball,
5
it can
seconds
potentially
remaining.
get you a lot of kills.
Yeah. Whatsoever happened to Treant Protector? Like, the hero was first pick material for like 2 or 3 weeks, and now suddenly just completely gone. Dubu plays a very good Treant, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to that.
Quincy Crew's
I'm actually
turn
not
to
entirely
pick.
sure what Dubu likes to play, other than the heroes that are already banned. Jakiro,
I kind of like this
Okay.
support duo. It feels like it's very aggressive in lane.
yeah, definitely strong. Also good synergy with Puck, and good synergy between each other too. Like Tusk Shards can block you off, you put the Micropie on top.
10 seconds remaining.
Definitely a lot of damage output.
5 seconds remaining.
So Timbersaw has already been banned. Yeah, I was looking at that. What else could Leslau play that doesn't get completely shut down by Jakiro plus? Because Jakiro is a very strong laner. It's not easy to play into at all.
Yeah, playing into the Jakiro and a +1, but Sonics have the final pick, so they can potentially keep whatever matchup they're
Fnatic's
uncomfortable
turn
with
to
open,
battle.
right? Like, they already know what your safe
Medusa.
laner is going to go up against, so you can pick that, and that's exactly what they do. They go to the Medusa, they know it's going to be up against Death Prophet Tusk. I'm actually a little worried about Medusa in that combo, just early on. Like, that level 2 moment where Death Prophet and Tusk can go in, snowball shards with the Spirit
10
Siphon and the
seconds
Cryptstorm.
remaining.
Like, I just feel Medusa's got to play those early levels a little
5
bit
seconds
safer.
remaining.
Yeah, but are you ever really safe against the Tusk? That's why the hero is so strong, right? He just initiates on you from so far away. It's definitely a very strong Dusa pick if you reach mid-late game. But yeah, the early game is pretty damn scary. And now obviously you're just going to be banning out the protected Medusa, and Fnatic is going to be banning out offlane as they could potentially mess with the counter of the Medusa. Which, what do we have? Sniper looks amazing for Fnatic. We have Drow Ranger that can be quite good. Faceless Void is not bad at all.
Do you think Sniper looks that good with potentially a Blink Dagger on Shadow Shaman? And we've seen Wyverns in the past get Blink Dagger too. Like, eventually they'll have a way to jump on top of him, but would that be just too late?
I mean,
Quincy
every draft will have
Crew's
some
turn
Blink
to
Daggers at some point, right? It's just there's so much frontline protection between the Tusk and Death Prophet just giving information to you, and the Puck really disrupting their backlines. Of course, if they ever jump on you first when you're a sniper, but it doesn't really matter. Like, you could even be like an anti-mage. If they jump you first, you're just gonna die, right?
Yeah,
Just
so far in the
10
major,
seconds
you know,
remaining.
Leslau, he's like the Dawnbreaker, which just got banned, Razor a couple
Fnatic's
times. He's gotten
turn to
Brew
ban.
as well as the Night Stalker.
yeah. He's had a couple of Venomancers as well. He clocked in. We'll see. He's a pretty versatile offlane.
Yeah, he's enjoyed Lycan too.
Yeah. I'm just looking at like what the most stable
10 seconds remaining.
carry would be.
5 seconds remaining.
If they want to be really aggressive, they could pick Ursa as well, who has some strong timings against Medusa.
Would you ever swap up this lineup for Fnatic and do what we've seen in other games with Puck maybe going to the offlane, Death Prophet mid, and trying it that way, or is that just not a good matchup for the Puck against the Medusa?
It's more so that Tusk Puck isn't as strong as pressuring a Medusa than Tusk Death Prophet is, even though the matchup is better for the Death Prophet in the mid. So if they prioritize the Puck's game, they could definitely do that, because Puck will free farm in the bottom lane there.
Crew's turn
And
to
Deep will
ban.
free farm middle, so they could definitely do that if they wanted to. But again, like, you know what I think about Puck and sitting in the off lane. It's just your strong timings get delayed by so much.
Tidehunters, the final ban from Fnatic.
Yeah, interesting.
10 seconds remaining.
And I would assume another safe laner gets banned here, potentially a Jug. They got rid of
5
those
seconds
healing
remaining.
supports. Why not get rid of the Jug that has that healing ward?
Yeah, Jack has been seen as a good answer to Dusa for quite often, but it's pretty hard to play into Winter Wyvern as well as Kunkka as a
Right, the
Juggernaut.
control is there, yeah.
Yeah, control is there, and also just the damage mitigation. Like Omni Slash, you're very dependent on actually bursting a hero with it. If there is a Cold Embrace or Kunkka boat, not really going to happen.
So we'll see what they want to ban. Obviously, Monkey King, Terrorblade, they're banned out. Not a lot of one positions banned out just yet. I guess Bloodseeker also counts there. We saw Ame play the Bloodseeker.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
And they do ban the Jug. Huh. Maybe not the best matchup, but something to just think about getting rid of.
Yeah, I mean, Jack is also considered one of the best heroes against Medusa in the late game scenario, because that's the point where one
Quincy
Omni
Crew
Slash can
turn
actually
to
kill the
pick.
Medusa.
And they end up going
Okay,
Phantom
go to
Lancer,
Phantom
which is
Lancer.
one of those
Yep.
counters that gets Diffusal, right?
Yeah, it's good against Shaman too, but not that great against Wyvern and Kunkka. And they have one more pick to actually address this hero. Like they could go with something like a Necrophos if they wanted to. That destroys Phantom Lancer.
Well,
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I thought I was going to say something
5
stupid.
seconds remaining.
Trying to watch my words.
They could do even offlane Kunkka and pick something like a Leshrac middle if they really wanted to. There's still a lot of routes they have open for themselves. But what they are lacking right now, not really frontline, like some more disable would be nice, or just some more sustain. I think Necro could be really good for them. Lesher could be really good. Even Coddle mid. If they're looking for offlane counters.
Kato mid feels like it might be a little bit too like squishy, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think that, but mid Coddle is actually surprisingly sturdy nowadays with the Vessel build, that early BKB.
There's that
Brewmaster.
Brewmaster we talked
Okay.
about. Okay, that's something we were suggesting.
It's not that great into the PL though in the lane. It's really good in the mid game, of course, but the lane is not that good. Because you can just dispel the Cinder Brew, of course. So it is that mid DP actually. Okay. So they want to dodge the bad Puck matchup and prioritize the Death Prophet's game a little bit more.
Yeah, a little bit surprising because that Death Prophet Tusk lane is really just like that is such a strong combination.
This is where you 5-headed and you just put the Medusa middle and the Kunkka safe lane.
10 seconds
That would
remaining.
actually be a very good spot because Dusa doesn't lose to
5
Death
seconds
Prophet.
remaining.
And Puck will still have the same problems that he would have in the mid lane against the Kunkka.
So we'll have to see who takes the game. If you were not looking at teams, who would you take? Fnatic or Sonics?
I feel like I like Sonic's lineup a little bit better. Seems easier to execute. Like Phantom Lancer will run into a lot of trouble this game early on. But of course, if he snowballs, gets 5-6 slots, he will be the king of the game. Will he get there though? We shall see.
Will be interesting to see, and how this Brewmaster is going to do. Obviously, one of the better heroes there for Lesla. I'm thinking this Phantom Lancer, if given enough open space, we've seen what PL can do, right? Like, we've seen guys like Ame go straight Midas, Quelling Blade Midas, just to start. Do you think he's in a game where he can get away with something like that?
I mean, you always can if the lane goes well enough. As I already said, like Brewmaster can't actually pressure Phantom Lancer too much. What did I say again? Did I say I like Sonic's lineup better?
I don't remember. You can just say it. You can guess again. I don't remember. I don't remember. I always let you get a second chance here.
Okay, I'm gonna side with the Phantom Lancer then.
Okay.
On second thought. Because the answers to the Phantom Lancer are pretty much only a well-placed Curse, perhaps, and the Primal Split, like the Dispel. Kunkka suffers quite a bit against him in the mid-game. So does Medusa. Like you will have to kind of sabotage Medusa item a little bit, go for the Mjolnir. But there's good news too for Medusa. Once you reach level 25, there will be a Lightning Park.
True, but also we've talked about teams expecting to just get to the late game, right?
Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, both teams very much invested into getting to that late game, though. One team picked Medusa, one team picked Phantom Lancer. Like once Phantom Lancer has heart, right? Where's the damage output gonna come from?
Right. We'll have to see when the Phantom Lancer does get into that heart. We've seen a couple PL games where it was Diffusal, Manta, Heart. Right now, for Tomato, he's got queued up the Treads, Midas, Diffusal.
Yeah. I mean, the Manta style of this game is going to be very strong to also deal with the Shaman Wards a little bit better. I think we're just going to be seeing the cookie cutter item build. You don't need the heart too early. If things go the way they should.
Okay, so just a 2 for 2.
Yeah, nothing fancy going on.
Kind of like this Brew Shaman combo. I want to say it might have a little bit of potential here, as Yawar just eating some right clicks of the tag team early from Tusk. So DJ going to the early tag team, not in that Death Prophet lineup where in the past we've seen level 1 for both Shards and Snowball to start, but instead here it will be the tag team. Jab is taking a lot of damage,
whoa.
and one more right click isn't going to be enough with the stick used, and he's forced to pop a salve immediately.
Let us fight.
Yeah, DJ is pulling the wave already though, so he's trying to stabilize it a little bit more.
Trying to. It's going to end up in the river. Yeah, we've seen this a couple times where the creep wave just ends up right here in the river in an interesting spot.
What is Dota?
Definitely not something that has lanes, that's for sure.
Yeah, you remember what Arma said? He hopes there's gonna be like a 4th lane.
He was talking about maybe also jungle coming back.
Yeah, like a dedicated jungler. It could be fun, potentially.
The jungle's just so invadable. I feel like a dedicated jungler wouldn't make sense unless they massively redid the jungle again.
Which we shouldn't put behind them, right? It's definitely crazy things that have happened.
Certainly. Let's see Quinn farming this small camp over here, and Brile. Well, right now, 14-0 to the 7-1. Obviously inflated a little bit due to the fact that Quinn does take that camp and looking to land a torrent, but ends up just a little bit behind the Death Prophet. And you can see the damage that comes out with just a couple of right clicks and a Spirit Siphon. So not a lot committed by the Death Prophet, but definitely don't need it to be heavy commitments just yet.
Yeah, and they should be very well accustomed to one another, right? Bryle against Quinn, probably playing against each other like every day. So let's see who has each other's number there in the NA Classic.
Yeah, it certainly feels like one, and Quinn for the longest time was that #1 in NA and has the X. So he'll pull back Bryle. He'll make sure he secures the water rune. And it feels like the control is there so far for Quinn.
Yeah, Quinn is definitely one of the best laners in NA, if not the best laner, as you already said. So we'll see how this lane goes. I would say Bryle's strength is more in the mid late game.
I have something for you.
Oh yeah, just cold embrace yourself.
Bros are owning.
Yeah, just very easy to get that heal out.
You remember, I will eat the cheese.
We'll eat the cheese. Yes.
No more, man.
Got it.
Gotta give us
New
that
team,
voice
new
line
voice
back.
lines.
Yeah. It'd be nice to get the voice line back.
Yeah, I love that one.
Very quiet early on, but they did change the lanes on Fnatic, so the aggressive lane that we were looking at potential for with the Death Prophet Tusk isn't there. Phantom Lancer, he just mind, just continuing to farm. The aggression, it won't really be there, it seems like, for both teams until that level 6 comes out.
Yeah, it's very passive lanes. Like Dusa, as well as Winter Wyvern can't really pressure.
Radiant's middle tower is
Then you
under
have,
attack.
or as I said, the Brewmaster actually in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, getting run down and burned out by the dual breath. He's trying to run away, but the body block from the illusion.
I have something for you.
Jabs. And they were both in trouble.
Yeah, also sitting a little bit low. You are now without any mana. DJ just in on this one. Jabs needs to be careful about how he approaches this. Phase shift, illusory orb. Looking for the kill, goes into the trees and gets first blood. Does a great job there, but now Fata might clean up. Snowball hits, phase shifts there. And then
Just doesn't get any
over to the
damage.
side, and he just can't get the damage out. He's going to the cold embrace, heal himself up. These heroes are low at the side of Fnatic. DJ, one right click till he's dead, but another phase shift, and they have just played with their food and got pulled. Fnatic
Yeah.
with 2 kills in the top lane.
You just see the problem if you go in the early cold embrace and not the sprinter blast. Your damage output is just such a joke. Like you hit for 40 damage. If there was any other support, it's an easy double there. Unfortunate. Well, at least they don't really have resources to play with now.
Could have been a good.
Yeah, but they did end up getting both, and DJ, he's gonna kill himself to the tier 2 tower. They are over mid. They are looking for Bryle. Got the X, they have the Ghost Shift. Torrent follows it up. Spirit Siphons, and Bryle going to outlast the onslaught coming in.
What about Dubu though?
Ooh, but
He's
Dubu,
gone.
Yeah, he'll die over in the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is the reason why Death Prophet is so comfortable against Kunkka. Spirit Siphon is just super good at just keeping yourself alive. No problem whatsoever. Now who gets the room? A little bit of RNG here, of course.
Mid again, they're going all out.
Packers get
DJ
two.
is too far forward and gets ripped apart by that Tidebringer. The 6-minute rune is up in the top lane, or top area of the river. And, well, it's going to be an arcane rune.
Which is basically the best rune for DP to have early on. Gonna pop that Exorcism on like a lower cooldown every time.
Exorcism committed. They're going to
Bounty.
pressure the tower.
Yeah. They do have a glyph though. Popping it straight away. It shouldn't really be dealing too much damage here.
With Quinn nearby, you got to wonder.
Hey, Bryle, hey,
Shackle
Bryle.
under the tower. Ice Path doesn't do anything, and Bryle's just dead.
You bros are owning.
Dubu might be the
Sonic's
next.
getting another kill, and they should be able to follow up with a second on Dubu. Tidebringer's ready, and Tidebringer them down.
Way too aggressive by Bryle. Not sure what he expected would or would not happen there, but obviously his calculations were way off.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And that's not the start we were looking for in the DP. Especially with the Arcane Rune.
No, not at all. They left that top arcane rune for the Death Prophet, and then all of a sudden it's, well, not a lot of damage on that tower.
Oh, Javad's isolated by 3.
Trying to fall back. He does have Fada. They're coming through. Dream Coil down on a 2. They've got the Cold Embrace, but he's out of mana, and now looking like Fada is going to be the first one dead. Followed up by Yawar. He gets themselves both. Tomato actually gets credit for both those kills. It's big to take out Yawar again.
Ring of Health into Midas.
Radiant's top
is
tower
queued up.
is under attack.
So not quite armor level of greedy, but quite greedy.
Yeah, didn't go into the treads first. Just he wanted to sustain
Radiant's
a little
middle
bit.
tower is under attack.
We yet have to see Kunkka make any sort of rotation.
Yeah, he's been getting kills though. Sourced to him over mid. And he's already got the Ogre Axe going into the BKB, so his time so far, Quinn is top of the net worth by quite a number.
Yeah, a free farming Kunkka middle will always catapult really far ahead in terms of net worth. Let's go for BKB first. They expected, and they're looking for potentially a kill on DJ. Shackle is pretty low level though.
Oh, he stepped up. There's the Shackle. They'll have the Ghost Shift, Tidebringer, Snowball, and it just doesn't line up. Didn't get the timings. They'll have the X. They'll have the Tidebringer again. They'll commit the Serpent Wards. It's right by the tower, but the shards not
Radiant's
enough to
bottom
save him.
tower is under
This
attack.
loads.
Circle around Quinn though, and he'll be fine. He's got phase boots. Going with the Exorcism again for the tower mid. Second Exorcism to try and commit and get the tower. Ryle,
Dire's
gotta be
top
careful.
tower
There
is
is
under
a
attack.
Brewmaster over to the side,
Radiant's
ready to
bottom
use that
tower
primal
is under
split
attack.
and go after this Death Prophet
Radiant's bottom
with
tower has
Kunkka
fallen.
wrapping around. So that's
Dire's
exactly what they're
top
gonna do.
tower is under attack.
Back to full health thanks to this ult, but how long can he survive? DJ comes over, Spirit Siphon, Snowball, Cold Embrace. Well, he's embraced but not living. They drop down the Dream Coil, and it's on the
Right,
Quinn. They
shooting
still have
more.
these pandas trying to control the side of Fnatic, but it's just not doing enough. They'll take out Quinn, the tournament's on a Brile, but it doesn't save him at all. So 2 heroes dead on the side of Sonics. And
Dire's
Fnatic,
top tower
they
is
rotate
under attack.
just about everybody while leaving Tomato unchecked, and now they're going to commit for the
Dire's
tier 1
middle
tower and
tower
finally
is
get it.
under attack.
A lot of damage done there by this Death Prophet.
Yeah, I just DP things, right? You
Dire's
overcommit on
middle
a Death
tower
Prophet that you can't
is
kill,
fallen.
suddenly Spirit Siphon just heal up to full HP, and you're like, oh crap, we are way out of position. Yeah, something just happens, just feed. But you have to really respect Death Prophet, which is why it's such a popular hero in the offlane too, right? Very survivable, very durable. Now there's no split on the Brewmaster, and honestly the Brewmaster's game is really bad right now. Like he has nothing going for himself. Which is unfortunate. You really want to get off to a good start here, you hero.
Nice path. Void in, Macropyre laid down. DJ's here, hit by the Torrent. Now they might just get both.
Are fortified.
He wants to get the Snowball, but the Shackles are there, and Snowball extends the inevitable death. Fall upon DJ, and does he have shards to push him down? No.
Close. Open a Timado. He hacks himself, he can't dodge this now.
Yeah, he went for the pip hole. He's trying to
just
run,
killed himself.
and that might cause him to die. Ghost ships in, illusory orb to try and maybe deter Sonic.
Purse?
But now Jabs, he doesn't have an illusory orb. He doesn't have a way out for the moment. Goes with the waning rift, and eventually, well, they're gonna get both. That is a mistake on both their parts.
Yeah, both
That's 4
parts
kills.
dying for nothing, really. Like, that pick pull was really a suicidal move. He tried to get away fast, of course, but yeah, as you said, ended up costing him his own life.
Radiant's top tower is under
And
attack.
I don't know why Jabs didn't try to run either. He kind of just stood there hitting the tower. Maybe just accepting his fate. And the 2 supports also very lonely at the stack there, right? Usually that would be like a core rotation sort of move.
Radiant are scanning.
Well, as they say, can't spell Fnatic without NA.
Bounty.
That'll always be the case now with the TSM members. Snowball, Spirit Siphon, Fada. He'll come back
Fat
down
A.
after the Arctic Burn comes out and or runs out, and they get an easy kill.
Yeah. Fat A is gone. Or now they're looking to steal the stack again. With the Markiplier, but Quinn is already TPing there. Dubu, I think he's dead. maybe?
Tidebringer takes a couple, and now he has the Axe and the Ghost Ship, but the Shard's blocking Quinn. And he needs to be careful. Spirit Siphon's on him. Snowball's going to hit. The Dream Coil's down with a Walrus Punch. Quinn trying to outlast the damage, but can't do so. He'll get the kill onto the Kunkka behind him. His jabs, and he'll fall to Yawar. They lose the Primal Split.
Right,
Trying to go
isolated.
on to Dubu. And yeah, they have soloed out Ryle to get the kill on the Death Prophet.
And Dubu is also burning down.
3 dead on the side of Fnatic.
Come and fight me.
Yeah, like every time they're trying to invade stacks, it's just a little bit sloppy, a little bit slow, and they end up dying for it. At least it's space for PL. But it's not the good kind of space.
So put Sonics up 2K. Fnatic have brought it back once before. They have Midas finally here on Tomato. He's looking to get that Diffusal. They're going Midas on Leslau. And he's closing in on it. So it is pretty close. But we'll see how much.
Pretty late as well, though, that Midas.
Yeah, how much that's going to help him moving forward. He's bottom of the net worth in cores, but not too far behind the puck. And he'll start to get more and more once he's got that Midas, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much just also an accelerator to your level 20, because Brewmaster really falls off if you don't reach a 20 at a decent rate, at least. What else are we looking for? BKB is almost up on Quinn. He's going to be looking quite strong. Manta almost up on Dusa. Like, it's really all up to the Phantom Lancer now, how fast he can farm and when he can join those fights. Because we know, like, Diffusal Phantom Lancer is incredibly strong, but very squishy.
Mm-hmm.
So if you can join the fights at the right time, you can really lay down a lot of pain.
So what are the timings right now for both these teams to really start to get back in it?
I think Quincy can already be pretty active as soon as they get the BKB on Kunkka, because they have a very strong front end with it. And DP won't have a BKB for quite a long time, because he chose to go for Yules first. So as soon as the BKB pops, I would want them to just invade the Phantom Lancer area so his farm gets slowed down. Because an overfarmed Medusa can definitely deal with the Phantom Lancer, no problem. Again, level 25, you become the goddess of thunder yourself, basically. It looks kind of silly when you have you hit 5 targets and every target has a 30% chance of spawning a Mjolnir. There's lightnings all over.
Jeez. So we're good to go. Ready and on in once more.
Let's go, ladies and gents. Back to the NA ride.
Smoke picked up by DJ. We'll see if they want to start to make the move once they have this Diffusal Blade on Tomato. Going Diffusal, Shard, Manta, so the Manta is going to be a little bit delayed. That means the Heart's going to come out later. Trying to hold on and take this game potentially later than normal, and
Let us fight.
you know, maybe even get involved earlier once he's got that Shard, right?
Yeah, and the Shard is definitely very strong to just play the backlines a little bit more. And perfectly plays into the style of just being on the outskirts of the fights rather than rushing in. Like, the Phantom Lancer playstyle changes severely once you get hard. So then you're comfortable actually rushing in. Before hard, you're more outskirts, spam your spell, jump in on good targets.
So Yule's picked up for the Death Prophet. What's next here for the Kunkka of Quinn? He's got that BKB. Doesn't queue anything up just yet.
Could be Shadowblade, could be Assault Cuirass, could be Radiance even against the Phantom Lancer, to be honest. Just see what the direction they want to go into.
There's that Midas for Leslau, and he's going straight Ags after.
Dire's
Smoke
top
up.
tower is under attack.
No real surprise that he's going to go for that Ags.
They're looking for just a tower here, but any kill would be a pleasant surprise as well.
Radiant structures.
No
are
blink on
fortified.
Shaman.
Brought these heroes over. And no blink for a couple hundred gold on MSS, so they're trying to maybe
Radiant's middle tower
dive the
is under
tier
attack.
1 or just at least secure it for right now. TP in and DJ, he comes through. They're going to look over. Silence on a Quinn. Got the Winter's Curse. That locks up 2. That'll be DJ as well as Dubu in trouble. They'll get both. Noir gets a double kill, and they've committed the exorcism, so Bryle trying to find a way in with these ghosts. They drop down the Dream Coil. It only hits on a Quinn. They leashed him up, but here comes Tomato. They actually snap the Dream Coil. Tomato has to be careful. The right clicks in. The Ice Path lands. The Macro Fire under it. Good words committed here.
Jab shackled.
Jabs is shackled up, hexed away, and killed by MSS.
Yeah, that is the teamfight prowess right now for the Quincy Crew lineup. The damage is just not enough. Like we spoke about them not having good burst damage, and you can really see it here. Every hero is about half health, happily walking away. Nice Winter's Curse also setting up 2 kills on the supports. And now Shaman has blinked it, so the game is going to get a whole lot more scary. And you just saw the PL, right? He walked in, he died to nothing but split shots, which don't even deal any damage. He just has 1,000 health. It's nothing.
All back on that hero too, so like for Sonics, that goes really well, and Fnatic, they're grasping at straws here to try and fight in that situation, and that probably, the commitment to fight there hurts them more than anything because they lose those heroes.
Yeah, PL is not ready to fight just yet. He's actually going back into Vanguard, then Shard. So his power timings are delayed by just a little bit longer. Okay, looking for Puck, push out the bot lane and catch him.
Has that
They have to
manta.
blink now.
Yeah, with the blink now and the Shadow Shaman, you can make that aggressive play. Blink, Hex, Shackle. Almost have them both maxed out. So that control on the next level will be there for 8.5 seconds if done without stacking, right?
Yeah, they need more heroes here though if they want to kill anything. 2 supports alone without the wards won't quite cut it.
Does the Death Prophet want to go for Bryle's going for the BKB? We saw that Quinn already has his, and he's going straight into the AC afterwards.
Got it.
Don't mind if I do.
Yep, as expected. Just buff up the Deucer and debuff the enemies just a little bit. Brewmaster into his first component of the axe. So it's going to be his power time that he's looking for.
Yeah, with the Midas, he's making progress. He's now ahead of the Puck. So Jabs, his net worth is really just kind of fallen by the wayside, and you can see that
Radiant's
Quinn
middle tower is under
leading
attack.
Bryle too by
Dire's top
a
tower
bit.
is under attack.
So
Oh, Bryle.
And full ahead.
DJ and Bryle might both die here. They got
they're
unsmoked. Yeah,
over to the
that's
side.
decent.
Just the Hex. Eventually the
They're looking for
Shackle.
Bryle too though.
And
You're
they're
gonna
trying to
unsmoke,
force their
you're gonna
attention.
unsmoke,
Oh, they found him.
got
And they
him.
got the X just at the last second.
And he used himself a little bit too late.
Oh no, Bryle's gonna get caught here and killed off.
They're looking for
TJ's
Tusk
on the
too.
run.
No. They actually let Tusk go to prioritize the DP. I liked it a
Yeah.
lot.
They caught the X just at the last second of that TP.
Yeah, he didn't realize it straight away on Bryle. Otherwise, he would have reduced himself like
Dire's
instantly to
bottom
try and
tower
dodge that
is under
axe.
attack.
A little bit unlucky. Now Shaman Ward for the Roche Pit. That should be a pretty easy one.
Even try to contest this. I don't know if Fnatic have the tools or really the wherewithal at the moment to know that this is
Dire's bottom tower
happening.
is under attack.
I could probably assume with the where they got those 2 kills, the fact that they're off the map, but they don't really have anything to counter it, right?
Yeah, without your DP, you're not really strong at all. You need that exorcism damage, and he needs his BKB ASAP. He's falling really far behind in terms of net
Dire's
worth.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Wise peeking to the bottom now, so this team has to respect it. You can't be fighting without Quinn. Might get caught off here.
Dream Coil, BKB, he'll start to run the Snowball and the Shard, so
He can TP
that
now, yeah.
is now going to TP. And he'll get away, MSS, nice path, anytime. They'll at least get that as a consolation prize.
didn't hold the punch long enough. You really want to be waiting with the punch until BKB is less than 3 seconds, and you want to punch him, because whether you TP or not doesn't matter. Fata is very aggro in the middle. DJ TPing to catch him.
Have Dream Coil, but they have the snowball. They're ready, and they'll walrus punch him to his death.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now Sonic's bleeding off quite a bit of heroes.
Yeah, you said they split away from Yarn, and they just kind of gave up a couple. And again, forced to
There's
run.
no follow-up though.
They've got Primal Split, and that'll be used. Snowball doesn't land in time. They're thinking about maybe turning around and going. They've got Yawar nearby, Quinn maybe even looking for an X, but Bears will just bother. That's really all they can do.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, you have to be very careful when you like TP away with your carry like that. Like your entire team really needs to respect that and just leave as well.
Right.
Because they didn't really look like they were on the same page. Quinn was in the tower, while Father was pushing out mid lane. It's like very greedy, very cocky. You get punished for it straight away. PL and Dukes are still sitting neck and neck.
Radiant are scanning.
What does Yawar have now at this point? Manta Scotty. And going into the butterfly.
Radiant's bottom tower
Pretty farm.
is under attack.
Pretty dangerous. Compared to the PL, going for the Manta now has the Diffusal,
Radiant's
Vanguard,
structures
and the
are
Shock.
fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's also getting stronger and stronger though, of course. But still quite far away from where he can just take over the game.
Radiant's bottom
Fnatic
tower
up.
is under attack.
Top again.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Charm is being top to
Radiant's
potentially set
bottom
something
tower
up.
is falling.
Have to be careful though. Because you can die very easily. 100 gold away for the BKB for Brial.
That seems
Once
like
it's
it's
up-
taken a long time.
Yeah, it's coming out very slowly, but once it's up, DP with BKB this game is still incredibly strong. They do have some good physical damage though, especially under the Stone Gaze, so he will have to be careful for sure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yawar farming where these illusions are at. Not really too afraid while having that Aegis and the team nearby. There's the BKB, but at the same time, AC is finished by Quinn. So he'll be working on his next item. And he'll be
Radiant's top
granting
tower is under
quite a bit
attack.
with that AC.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, that aura early on is so destructive. +5 armor for your team, -5 for the enemy team.
What's out? He's close to this axe, but he's not fully wave at the moment. He was just sitting in the trees, maybe waiting for somebody to sneak on by to the tier 1 tower to try and take it. Looks like they're potentially setting up to make a move here on Sonics. Every time I see the SQ, I don't know why, but it reminds me of the
Radiant's
older
top tower is under attack.
Screen Squad.
Oh,
The SQ.
it reminds me of Singapore Airlines.
Yeah.
But because it's literally SQ handle, flight SQ, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
There's the Ags for the Brewmaster. So he's got 2 charges on the Primal Split.
Yeah. When you read SQ, it doesn't really feel like Sonics, right?
I guess also there's the fast food chain of Sonics. Or Sonic. So I think about that as well. And then the spelling confuses me. I'm easily confused.
Oh, I know that. I know it better than probably anyone in the Dota scene.
Ice Path. It lands, but on the high ground, now silenced by the Death Prophet. They go to the Exorcism. A lot of damage being taken there by the Death Prophet. Quinn. They did the Serpent Wards, but they've got the Torrent landing on it too. They get the Control as well as PJ. The Dream Coil's placed down, and they've caught Jabs. They've stunned him up. He's got the Aeon Disc now. He unlocked it. Witch's Curse is out. They'll catch this puck, and eventually they'll kill him off. So 3 quick kills there for Sonics. And again,
And now
Tomato's
high
still
ground's in
farming,
danger.
and he's finally got the Manta, but he wants the heart, and they're right by the high ground. So like you
Radiant's
said,
bottom
potentially
tower is under
they can
attack.
just go in.
Dire's
They
structures
also
are
pop the
fortified.
exorcism, so even when DP respawns, it's not going to be nearly as dangerous. They still have a glyph though. No shaman wards. That's a quick tower though.
Radiant
Glyph pop,
structures
7
are
seconds.
fortified.
Tower is gone. They want to go for more? It's a little bit risky to stay, honestly, because they don't have ults.
Radiant's bottom
They still have
tower
one split though.
Yeah, they have 1 split. Just say they
But
didn't
Tomato
use
is pretty
both.
strong now. So probably just respect it and go back. Build the lead a bit more.
Pressure. Quinn going
No.
into the Shivas.
This is very awkward. Like, I don't know how DP didn't get her BKB off after the snowball. Like, it's 100% guaranteed most of the time. Maybe he just misclicked or something, but there should have been a free BKB because he got hit by a torrent out of all things.
Yeah, it looked like it lined up perfectly.
I mean, unless it was literally the same
Radiant
server tick,
are scanning.
you should get your BKB off every time. And it being the same server tick is like, the chances are astronomically low.
They're
Instead
gonna
of
try and
Quinn
fight
pops
again.
BKB.
Quinn, he pops the BKB. And they'll go to the Stone Gaze. They throw the Ghost Ship. The Walrus punches in, but they've got themselves a Winter's Curse. And they pull back Tomato. They've done a lot of damage to Tomato, but he'll embrace himself. The Tree Crow is going to be placed down on a 2. Quinn doesn't have a BKB anymore. He's been hit by the silence with a BKB.
And
By
Bryle
Bryle with the
stays,
damage on the Death Drop. They can kill the Bryle instead. Vessel on to this Queen Tundra to get the
PGL
kill.
is strong,
Take
PGL
a
is
real
strong.
side of Sonic. And Tomato trying to fight. Leslo now TPing out. With 3 dead on Sonics, they'll bail. They got Bryle. They did end up getting the Jakiro too. Not the best fight for them. Found ourselves a replay as we pause. So
Yeah,
early
you
on
see
in
this
the
fight
fight,
start here. They're just using too much
Stone
to
Gaze and the Ghost
go
Ship
on
to
everybody
immediately
except
start.
the... Yeah, no, just look at the PL. He has way too much freedom after they use all their ultimates, right? They need some sort of clearance post-ultimates, which they don't have yet. I don't know if they will go into it, because he has BKB currently queued up on the Dusa. But just look at the... Look at Bryle also. He thinks he's way tankier than he really is. That's Skadi causing a lot of problems, plus the AC. And yeah, Timato's just unkillable at this point. I'm actually surprised they have no stuns to stop either the Dusa or the Brewmaster. It's very fortunate for them.
And I think in a more controlled fight or a more synced fight, they might have been able to kill the PL. But that is, every fight you give back to PL is going to make this game potentially harder and harder, even with the Medusa farming, right? Like, even with the farm that Yawar is going to have.
I gotta say, like, I do 100% believe that he needs to build into an Mjolnir, no matter what. Because if he doesn't now, like, if he actually commits to that BKB and Phantom Lancer gets his heart, I don't know how to kill him. They need to get, like, a full duration Hex or something on him, which is not easy to pull off at all. Like, they need more sustained damage. That's the PL counter, right? The lower the main hero gets, the weaker the illusions are, and it's kind of like a snowball downhill there.
They won that fight without the DP ult too. It got used and then immediately they died.
Yeah. Yep. That's really the only counter to PL. That's like all the PL answers you ever see is sustained damage, right? Like sustained AoE damage, like Leshrac, like Radiances, like Mjolnirs. Some sort of just clearance is very much needed. I mean, they do have the Dispel, of course, but it's just such a band-aid solution. Like, you remove the illusions, but the main PL is still full health. That's the big problem.
So you were saying eventually go for the Maelstrom or, the Mjolnir in full, right? Like for Yawar, but he's going BKB, and it doesn't look like the Mjolnir is in his future.
Yeah, I don't actually think survivability is his problem at all. Like, he's freely hitting every fight, he just doesn't deal enough damage, so I hope he recognizes that. And hopefully goes into the Mjolnir. Because again, level 25 Mjolnir Dusa actually is really good against PL. I'm worried, like, you already saw that PL took 0 damage, right? His heart is just around the corner. What happens after that?
Roche back up in 30 seconds, by the way.
Yeah, they have Shaman Wards for it, so they could potentially pick that up.
Double damage.
It would be big for Yawar to get that, and maybe with that extra life, he potentially forgoes the BKB and goes into something damage-oriented.
We shall see. We shall see. I mean, BKB and Dusa is never a bad thing. It's just, is it the right item right now?
Right.
Because you build the survivability quite a bit already. You have a ton of evasion, so PL is really going to be an issue to you for the longest time. If you build more damage, that naturally also builds into just killing DP faster. Because right now DP is not very tanky, as you have seen last fight.
Nice path onto Quinn. As well as a dual breath. Roche is up. Shard would potentially be good on... I would say maybe... Oh, well, I was going to say Shadow Shaman. He's already got it. I don't even know if you'd be upset if you gave it to the Medusa, right? To get that cold-blooded.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and Cold Blooded is nice. Just not as nice when you don't have the Agam Scepter, of course.
Right. But you
Actually,
could
I
be
feel
setting up for it.
Man, what I think, Shard could be amazing on Brewmaster actually this game. Because he gets like this AoE disarm.
Yeah.
Against the PL. Like he won't be building into any magic immunity. Because at this arm, he can't spawn new illusions. You dispel the old ones.
And he's almost got Refresher, so to have that available to you 4 different times could potentially be massive, right?
Yeah, I actually think that might be a pretty good solution to the problem they're facing right now. It will all depend on the initiation. They have DJ to save from the Hex, of course, so even if you get a clean Hex initiation in...
Ooh, Quinn.
He is mega tanky on the PL. They cannot kill him.
Dire's middle tower is under
And now the Dream Coil. They kind of play themselves. They will take out MSS really quickly, but they've got the Winter's Curse as well as the Ghost Shift coming down on the 2. Stone Gaze use Ice Path there with the Macro Fire. They get the kill on DJ. He's going to buy back immediately. The BKB being caught by Bryo. Yawar trying to stand his ground, but he's inside the shards as well as the Macro Fire. They get the kill on Fada. They'll take out Quinn. Punka's gone. The BKBs have run out. Can Yawar even fight back? That's a big issue for them. Jabs gets hit by the shackles, but keeping away as MSS is going to be caught right now. They're getting into the primal split once again. The air, this is going to be caught by Jabs. Going to backlines with the snowball as well as the Walrus punch, but they got the cold embrace. That keeps MSS alive for a little bit longer. Bryle getting low, but Yawar is going to end up dead. So will MSS. Fada goes down. 4 years outside of Sonic. And there's not much that Lislov can do but die. It's a full team wipe for the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, and look who's full HP throughout this entire fight. It is Timato. He does not care about anything. Now it's going to be free Roche for them as well. And I've really got to criticize the itemization a little bit here from Quincy Crew. As you can see in the replay as well that we're going to have here shortly. Just look at Timato. He confidently just tanks the torrent, gets hexed, doesn't care at all. In fact, MSS is like, oh crap,
Dire's
I am
top
dead
tower is
as soon as he
under
hexes him.
attack.
He's just never losing a single percentage of his health pool, and there's just nothing Quincy Crew can really do. He chases whoever he wants to chase, he kills whoever he wants to kill. Just not enough damage output,
Dire's
not enough to
top
save.
tower is falling.
Aegis will be Fnatic's eventually.
Yeah. I'm gonna have a little pause again, but just look at it. Like, PL is just unstoppable. You need damage right now. There's no other option. They even bought back both supports. They both die back as well. This was technically a 7-0 fight, I believe.
I'm pretty sure MSS bought back.
Yeah, so did Fata. So did
Yeah.
Fata. It's not an easy game to itemize in as a Medusa, but again, I think that Butterfly should have been a Mjolnir, and then you have Mjolnir plus BKB, then you can actually fight. Because his build would be really good if he was snowballing, and like they would, yeah, like about to end the game, you know, but they weren't.
Right.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Your shine has fallen to the radiant.
Immortality.
Well, now you have to deal with him twice. Good luck.
Yeah, feeling like it might be impossible.
Radiant are scanning.
They
Alright,
left
he
the,
has
they
the
left the
Maelstrom.
Ag Shard there, by the way.
Oh, they did? Maybe they couldn't see because of this stupid spray. It literally, the nose literally blocks the shard. Alright, now they got it.
Okay.
But look at the nose, it literally blocked the shard perfectly. You saw that, right?
Yeah. The shard was the nose. It was a piercing. You get like a shard, just one of those nose rings.
Now look at what Dusa just built.
Dire's middle tower
That's a
is
Maelstrom,
under attack.
but it might be a little too late. Might be a little too late. Dusa is going to be in trouble again, and potentially.
Shards off the mark.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tomato gonna hit level 25 soon, whereas Yawar is only getting to 23, so
Dire's middle tower
won't
has
have
fallen.
that split shot uses modifiers for a little while. If they can turtle the high ground, might have it. A second or third high ground defense.
Well, now the roles are reversed.
Dire's
Now it's
bottom
up to
tower
Quincy
is
Crew to
under
farm up more
attack.
items. We have to fight back.
Dire's
And the Phantom
structures
Lancer is
are
going to be the
fortified.
aggressor. Almost level 25 as well. Is he already? He almost has a Bloodthorn already? Yeah, very close. Just needs the recipe.
Sheesh.
It's smoked up
getting
against
into
4,
these-
but
These items for sure.
Your last move.
they must be
Dire's
feeling
bottom
like
tower is under attack.
really comfortable right now on Fnatic's side after looking at the last team fight.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Minus 4 second doppelganger CD. Now sitting at 6 seconds cooldown.
You are. He's got the tome on his quick buy. Knows that he
Dire's
needs
bottom
to
tower is under attack.
get that level 25 as quick as he can. And then the BKB is back, so just the Maelstrom at the moment. Oh, jabs! Ooh. That was close.
He has the L on this,
Dire's
so
bottom tower is
even if he
under
gets
attack.
caught, it's not easy to kill him at all.
I was talking more of Yawar getting caught there.
Alright, right.
He was
He made
hiding
it
in
out
the
just in
trees.
time.
MSS. There's the Dream Coil. That's what they were looking to try and do to the Medusa. And catch MSS, and he's dead for 50 seconds.
Yeah, look at Timato. He's literally just playing all by himself.
Dire's
Even if they have
bottom
5
tower
heroes, they might
is
be
under
hard pressed to
attack.
kill him at this point. Uh-oh, Quinn might be forced to pop BKB here. No.
Not a lot of mana to work with anymore, though. Not fun.
Yuan needs that Mjolnir. He still has the BKB queued up. But I don't think they can actually win a team fight without a Mjolnir. Like, they need it. There's no way around it.
Was I looking for the pressure still? I was thinking maybe he'd just buy the shard at this point since he wasn't able to get it down his own with that second Roche. But obviously you do
Dire's
want
bottom
to
tower is under attack.
finish the refresher too. And yeah, considering he'd already started it, just make sure he can get it as quickly as possible.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
There's the BKB. He buys out on the BKB.
Dire's bottom tower.
He's getting close to level 25, though. They haven't exactly pierced the high ground just yet. They are trying to.
Yeah, that boost at 25 is gonna be where they can potentially want to come back, but he's getting pressure so far back already.
Yeah, blocked in via the shards.
Mana,
and
mana,
now
where?
forced to pop that BKB.
Plus Cold Embrace too during the BKB. It was very panicky perhaps.
Yeah, now he's got to go all the way back. At the Hex, they've controlled up this puck, but the Aeondis gets popped, and he'll be able to
Dire's
freely
bottom
leave.
tower has
And
fallen.
they get themselves to tier 3. Are trying to get the set of racks too as they lose that Aegis on the timeout. Cyclone onto Bryle, working with that Exorcism.
Dire's structures are
And
fortified.
now they've got the glyph, so they are holding these racks for now, and they've got the Cyclone once again on a Bryle. They want to continue to commit for these buildings. It looks like they're just going to try and poke and take them down slowly, and it will work, especially with
Dire's bottom
Exorcism just ended.
That's -1 Rex. Now I can just go back, wait for the cooldowns. mean, he's going into the Mjolnir now, but you just see like how little the BKB actually did, right? Like, did nothing.
They're still going. They don't want to
I don't
give
know
him
if
really
even reach 25.
Yeah, they don't really want to give him the opportunity to get there.
Yeah, which is the perfect call to make as well. And PL right now is an unbreakable wall, an unstoppable force. Something, immovable object.
Not unstoppable object, immovable wall. Isn't that usually it? Something like that. Unstoppable force.
Unstoppable force, yeah. What is an unstoppable object?
The Juggernaut from X-Men.
No, he gets beaten down.
So, 1900 gold. It's gonna need a battle 1100 more to finish off the Mjolnir, and I would assume by the time he does, he probably gets level 25 on that. The question is that going to be the game changer that we think it's going to be? We thought it would be earlier, and that might have been a game changer then. Now, probably not as much.
Yeah, Tomato's way stronger than he was before. He has the Bloodthorn too, which gives him the additional 20% magic resistance, of course. And also the challenge is going to be, how do you even get to the freaking side shop or secret shop?
Yeah, true. Might have to walk there, smoke up, and go themselves. He finally hits that level 25, so just have that split shot, use his modifiers.
Gonna be a lot of lightning coming.
He is 90 gold away, and they're gonna walk it over. That's exactly what they want to do. They're gonna send UR in, try and pick it up himself.
Alright, there it is.
So we'll see how much of a difference this is gonna make now.
He needs the Daedalus and Satanic. Then they're golden.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
If he gets up to Daedalus and Satanic, I think they have a chance. He has Hex queued up right now. No. That is illegal. He won't do that.
Why not?
He needs like sustainability. He just needs to stand there and be able to fight the PL, kill the PL. If he can't do that, then that's illegal.
Pretty quick Roche, up in a minute, so they're going to need to figure it out on the side of Sonics when they want to go and if they can go.
They're level 25 with the Mjolnir now, but Yolar will have to show it off soon. Primal split, Dream Coil on the supports and the backlines. Quincy left by himself. Go to the Exorcism to follow this up. They've got the Silence on it too. They take out MSS. He does have buyback. Right click starting to come in, but there's the Shivas, and they'll get Vada too. So both supports are gone. One already committed to buyback. As they look over to the side, they caught the Aeon Disc again. You just fought back. Oh, the buyback symbol doesn't even disappear. Quincy's trouble. He's surrounded by Tomato's illusions. They've got the Walrus to get the kill. They'll take it because they look over at Yawar. The attention is on the Medusa, but he's starting to do the damage. Doesn't get the kills quite yet. As well there, Medusa in trouble. Sitting so low. Yawar will finally fall to Bryle. And he doesn't have buyback. Quincy the Walrus punches out. Kamado gets another. He's on a monster kill streak. 4 heroes dead without buyback. And they'll call GG on Sonic and Fnatic take game number 1.
Yeah, GG. But you could see at the very end, like imagine if the Mjolnir is there just a little bit earlier, right? Like 10 minutes ago.
Right.
You saw the damage up he had, despite PL having way more items, despite the PF. I really have to fault the itemization of the Medusa. I think that was the only problem they had this game. They played this game really well, but as soon as PL came online, they had no answer. They didn't prepare for the online timing of the PL at all. So well played to Fnatic, SM. But I do have to say that I think they had all the chances in the world to win this game. You know, on SQ, they should have won this game. It was theirs to lose.
Yeah, it was that fight near the tier 2 tower over mid that went on a little bit too long, where Tomato finally started to get a lot of damage out there, and they won that fight on the side of Fnatic, and that was the turnaround in my eyes. And they didn't lose from that point on, and they end up taking game number 1. So Fnatic, they've got a 1-0 lead over Sonics, and we'll see what they do with game number 2. We'll be back in just a moment with that game, so grab yourself a snack, and we'll be right back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play, with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Howdy, howdy, and welcome back. Game number 2 between Fnatic and Sonics coming your way as Fnatic were able to sneak game number 1 after being down by a little bit. And, well, they're going to try and take the 2-0 here up against Sonics. So, Black, what went wrong for Sonics in that first game? Was it strictly itemization, or was it anything more or less than that? Right. Yeah, it definitely looked like they lost their edge in that game, especially in that fight over mid that we were talking about before we went to break. But for Fnatic, it looked a little bit shaky at times in the beginning parts of the game, but they were also trying to go late, right? Mhm. No, it definitely doesn't look that way. They've put it together enough to really look like a full team almost. Usually you can tell the big glaring differences between a team and stand-ins, and I would say right now Fnatic look like they're in a decent spot. Like they've been playing with each other for a while, and they move up to 7-6 with RNG at 7-5. So they've got just as many wins. They are looking towards being second in the group while waiting for RNG to later today take on LGD, which is a big one for them. So they could potentially sneak second in the group, and I don't think anybody would have expected that.
Yeah.
From either of those teams, really. Both
I mean,
RNG
we'll
and
see
Fnatic.
what ends up happening, but ultimately, we already knew RNG is a very, very strong team, right? And for me, I always had in my head that the easiest role to replace in a team is the carry role, just because you are mostly by yourself anyway, like just being very efficient, and then once you're ready, you join the fights, right? So it makes perfect sense that RNG is still so strong, because we know how good they are from the China scene already. We know how the 4 of them work in tandem together. So I'm actually not super surprised by them doing well. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what ends up happening. I think they have one game today as well, right? RNG does, and then one more tomorrow.
Yeah, they play LGD today, Liquid tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
Let's see if
two hard
LGD wants to do
matchups.
them a favor or not.
Especially if LGD, they're up 1-0 over Outsiders right now. If they take the 2-0, I would assume they're locked in to the top spot. Not entirely sure at the moment, but maybe they could give a game or something like that over. It doesn't have to be both games. They could give one game over to RNG to keep them towards the top of the group, right? Like, why not?
We already know how charitable they can be, right, when it comes to the Chinese scene. Oh, you guys need some DPC points? Yeah, we just want to go to the major here. Take the points.
Yeah. And just give them some points. We'll go 4-3. We'll skirt into the major. Everybody will doubt us until we eventually make our way in and destroy at the major. A lot of people were doubting LGD, but that's not what we're here to talk about. We're still here to talk about Fnatic as well as Sonic. So we'll keep it not on the RNG LGD talk. That will be for another time. Probably not between the two of us, unfortunately, but we will maybe even get to watch LGD against Thunder Awaken tomorrow. But for Fnatic and Sonics, for Fnatic, like I said, this is more towards staying in the top 4. For Sonics, they're going to be 4-9, and they're on the edge of being eliminated. 3 teams get eliminated from Group A, and Sonics, Liquid, and Thunder Awaken all have 4 wins. So they desperately need a win at the moment.
Yeah, they are fighting for survival quite literally. And as we said, you just got a new sponsor prior to this tournament, so you definitely want to leave a good impression. Like, bombing out last is... Yeah, it's probably causing a lot of pressure right now, to be honest, like mentally at least, which can impact you negatively, can impact you positively, depending on what player you are. But they got to get it done. They got 3 more games left now. Not a whole lot of chances. Like, it's not in day 1 where we said, yeah, you still have 4 days to play, This is your potentially last day tomorrow.
Yeah, it potentially is their last shot at really securing some sort of playoff appearance, and we're going to go into draft number 2 and off. I'm a little worried about some stress coming out for Sonics. Like, the pressure is certainly on, right?
Turn to ban.
Always is. That's why we love our LAN tournaments, right? Some players shine, some players crumble, others are unaffected. But we'll see how Sonics change. Honestly, I don't even think they have to change up the draft. The way they played was completely fine. They just got overwhelmed because of itemization errors. So perhaps Fnatic will do some adjustments. We shall see. We shall find out.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe one of these
5
teams might
seconds
want to play a
remaining.
quicker lineup.
Quincy Crew.
Something that isn't so late game oriented, right? Not going to the late PL build, not going to the late Medusa build, maybe more tempo, more pressure.
Yeah, I think that's the correct way to play Dota right now. Anyways, win the lanes, pressure enemy, take the area away from them, become too big for them to handle, and just run them over.
5 seconds remaining.
So Timber IO banned.
Yeah. Usually
Fnatic's
taking
turn to pick.
bonus time off your first 2 bans is not a great sign. Like, because that's preparation you can do no matter what, right?
For sure, but maybe feeling the last game, right? Like, this time they went to the Death Prophet, so I don't blame them for taking a couple of seconds to
10 seconds remaining.
check in on what they want.
5 seconds remaining.
We saw in the last game the bans of a lot of 5 positions with that heal, Dazzle, Warlock, Enchantress, all getting banned out. Will they do it again?
Fnatic, what's the Dawnbreaker is a great choice. They're going to go first pick pack again. All right.
And the puck did okay. I guess it is open to where they want to put it, but at the same time, like it as the game went on, obviously, I think Jabs played it
10
well enough where those
seconds
fights at the
remaining.
end, he was focusing the supports, but that early game didn't exactly...
5
It left a lot to
seconds
be desired, right? The early mid-game from him.
Yeah, but that's the problem also of an offlane puck, right? You aren't nearly as strong as you would be in other lanes.
Quincy Crew's turn.
So-
Fnatic.
Yeah, he did get caught out a little bit too much, but he still did his job very well.
Admiral
So,
Tonka.
same opening, both teams. What did they pick last? Was it a task they picked?
Yes.
10 seconds.
No, it was a Death Prophet they
remaining.
picked. Yeah, Puck Death Prophet.
And then it was
5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic.
Puck Death Prophet and then
turn to
Tusk.
ban.
So they go into the Tusk now instead. Okay.
See, we were right. We were predicting what they were going to pick next. We got it. Nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, Tusk is just so amazing against Kunkka. Can
10
save from the X
seconds
mark every
remaining.
time. The bolt combo. Not bad against Winter Wyvern either.
5 seconds remaining.
Nice. Ah!
Quincy Crew's turn to
Bristle.
ban.
Safe Flame Bristle getting banned.
Ooh, yeah. The menace of matchmaking right now.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Sonics.
remaining.
We'll see if they want to stick with something similar to last game or not. Because it's usually one more of the teams that succeeds the best when they do have that late game advantage. But that's always the thing. When you're looking for late game advantages, you have to make sure that every item you buy is the correct item. Like, you cannot have any wasted items along the way.
Right.
Because otherwise, all the sacrifices you make towards getting there
Fnatic's turn to
kind
ban.
of like rendered useless, right? Meaningless. Absolutely worthless, B-Cop. You can be winning 99% of the game. If you ultimately lose, then what? Nobody will remember you.
I'll
10
remember me.
seconds remaining.
I'm not saying you in particular.
5 seconds
More
remaining.
like you as in the team that won 99% of the time.
Right.
Because otherwise,
Quincy
LGD
Crew's
would be
turn to ban.
the most legendary team there is. Is there any team that came closer to winning it twice and just not winning it? No, right?
Well, 3 times, kind of, right? TI8 second, TI9 third,
10
TI10
seconds
second.
remaining.
Yeah, third doesn't count.
Okay. Fair enough.
5 seconds remaining.
Fair enough.
Top 3 never counts. The worst tournaments are when it's a single elimination and you have to play a third, fourth place match. You win the third place match, but you know that you lost. You're just third place. Like, you feel so bad.
It's good money, though.
Sometimes.
So let's see if they continue to ban these
Fnatic's turn to
these
ban.
5s. Yep. Warlock, Enchantress, maybe the Dazzle next, unless they want to pick it. They've got first pick in the next phase. It would be Winter Wyvern 4, Dazzle 5, potentially, if they go that route. So I'm going to assume they're going to want to ban it.
Yeah, last game,
10
I think they
seconds
picked the Shadow
remaining.
Shaman for the offlane. See if they want to stick with that or
5
pick something
seconds remaining.
new. But again, I'm very much on board with what Sonics did last game. I don't think they lost the game due to draft or anything. So why change anything if it worked?
Quincy Crew's turn to ban.
Banning TA. Okay. I'm going to stick with the Dazzle. I think that's the ban.
All right.
10 seconds
See
remaining.
if you're right or not.
Probably not. Never am.
5 seconds remaining.
If you're right this time, your prize is a massive jar of nothing.
Okay. I mean, it's a massive jar. I could ferment some peppers in there, make a hot sauce. I'm okay with that.
No, I mean, the jar is
Quincy
also nothing.
Crew's
Ooh,
turn
ferment
to
some
pick.
honey and garlic. Nice. I get that jar. Dazzle banned. Easy
A
call.
jar of nothing is also nothing, though.
Yes,
So
but
you're
the jar is all I need.
Yeah, but you're also not getting the jar because it's made of nothing.
Oh. I don't like this game anymore.
Well, I'm sorry, man. Sometimes being
10
right
seconds remaining.
doesn't help. You know, again, you can be right 99% of the time, but
5
then
seconds
they
remaining.
take your jaw away from you. What do you do? Also, why do you like fermenting stuff so much? Is there like something I should know about you?
It's good. Good flavors. You can make so many things with fermentation.
Like fermented cheese?
I don't ferment cheese, but I've fermented peppers, made my own hot sauce, fermented garlic and some honey. Could also
I'll never
do-
forget that,
Fanatics
that
turn
weird
to
sauce that we ate with the chicken and...
That wasn't fermented, though. That was just the
Yeah,
cheese.
okay.
Rubik getting picked up, so Winter Wyvern 5. And or actually, it could be Rubik 5. We've seen Rubik 5 a couple times.
Yeah, but we don't want to see it anymore.
10 seconds remaining.
If Fnatic win
5
this,
seconds remaining.
they're almost guaranteed upper bracket, no?
What would they be at? They would be at
Fnatic,
8 and
turn to
6.
pick.
OG won their first game, so they're 6 and 5. If they win 2-0, they're 7 and 5. It would be close. I think they would need to maybe win one more game, depending on results.
And the last series is against Talon, who are
10 seconds
dead
remaining.
last right now. The Fnatic,
5 seconds
the
remaining.
SEA showdown.
Go to the Chen, another healing support. Can only ban so many.
Quincy Crew's
We've
turn
seen
to
Chen's
pick.
rush the mech. Now they go to the Necro. That was something you were talking about for Sonics in the first game, and this time Fnatic are the ones who pick it up this time.
Yeah, so they're going for a very aggressive 5-man lineup. See what carry they want to last
10
pick, something that could
seconds
like it could work
remaining.
perfectly. They need some answers
5
and some good
seconds
AoE damage.
remaining.
Honestly, though, they already have a very good draft against what Fnatic has. Like Kunkka, Wyvern, Rubik, that's a lot of damage. See what they want to top it up with. Just looking through the heroes. And they could go Brewmaster again if they wanted to. Beastmaster is quite nice as well.
I feel like the
Fanatics
Beastmasters we've seen
turn
so
to
far have been a little bit lackluster, and they go back into
again.
Medusa.
I mean, it's a great Medusa game again, you know? Like, I like that they're not shying away what they did from the first game. Because it worked. It really did.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Because
remaining.
it's going to come down to itemization, right? And doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Do you just try to go back to the
Quincy
PL if it stays
Crew's
available,
turn to
or look
ban.
for an illusion hero again?
That's definitely a possibility again, yeah. Like PL looked strong last game, looks strong this game again. I gotta admit that I'm not entirely sure what the Rubik is there for. Like, he has some decent spells to steal, sure, but it looks kind of
10
random, like out
seconds
of nowhere.
remaining.
Right.
5 seconds remaining.
Feels like it maybe doesn't offer
Fanatics turn to ban.
exactly what you want. I would probably assume that this is going to be PL and potentially like a Naga Siren ban out.
Naga's not nearly as annoying as PL, and you still have the offline to pick as well. But it could be, if they're really
10
afraid of it.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, they don't exactly have the final pick, so that matchup is going to be determined by
5
Sonics
seconds
and not
remaining.
by Fnatic.
Who had last pick last
Quincy
game?
Crew's turn
Also
to
Sonics,
ban.
right?
Would they
Yeah,
pick
they went for the Brewmaster.
They went Brew,
last.
yeah. That was their final pick, and this time it's going to get banned again. So Beastmaster's still available. Could go PL AM if you want to ban 2 heroes.
10 seconds remaining.
What about a good old patch carry for Fnatic? Go full aggro.
5 seconds remaining.
Fanatics
Would it
turn
be,
to pick.
and then you go Terrorblade. Leaves Anti-Mage pretty open, but there is the Kunkka. They've got a decent amount of control with the Winter's Curse, Telekinesis. Like, AM might have a little bit of trouble getting away in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't really see
10
the hero anymore at
seconds
all as a
remaining.
carry.
And it's not like a great AM game. Even
5
when it's a
seconds
perfect AM
remaining.
game, we don't even see it then.
Yeah. What about some nice and fun Arc Warden? I don't actually know if Timato plays that or not.
That would be pulling into the late v8 lineup again.
Yeah.
Quincy Crew's turn to
And
pick.
they're going to go Jug. So they've got a healing support, but they'll heal even more with the healing ward. The sustainability down bottom is going to be good for Fnatic. Sonics now have the last pick to try and counter against this Jug. It'll be with either the
10
Rubik or the Winter
seconds
Wyvern.
remaining.
What would be worth picking here?
5
Something to
seconds
pressure
remaining.
the Jug. Like Beastmaster is pretty good, but you're playing against
Nightstalker be
Chen,
worth it?
so it's annoying. The lane is a bit weak with Nightstalker. It can work if you like outplay, but you're very reliant on doing so, which is not easy. Legion Commander,
You may
it's not
now
bad.
select your heroes.
So it is going to end up being the Beastmaster.
Yeah. Which is a very interesting pick also because Chen is pretty good against the Beastmaster. You can just take the boar every time. And if you don't skill to the boar, then the healing ward is more than enough to sustain yourself.
So it'll be MSS on the 4 Rubik. And then Fada on the 5 Winter Wyvern, Yoar on the Medusa, Quinn back on the Kunkka, Lazao on the Beastmaster.
So they have healing ward, Necrophos, and Chen.
The sustain
Heal-
lineup.
10
Yeah, as
seconds
we've seen so many
remaining.
times.
Yeah, it reminds me of something Secret would do,
5
right?
seconds
With
remaining.
the amount of sustain that they have.
Question is, where's the damage going to come from for Sonics, especially early on? Like if they get a pipe on the Necro, a mech on the Chen, and like a Rave Pact or something on the hero, I'm a little bit worried for Sonics. And by a little bit, I mean a lot.
I'd have to say, I think I favor Fnatic's draft again.
Fnatic has to prove, though, that they can play a high-tempo draft before. I don't think they've really done it much this tournament. They definitely like to reserve themselves and go to the late game if they can. And if that happens, Dusa should, in theory, be very strong against what Fnatic has. So I'm hoping for Sonics also they can just level 1-1 so they have a chance of staying in the tournament.
Yeah, we would put them on a small percentage still, but definitely possible to continue to make it as they would be towards the bottom end of that group. So they really need to pull out a victory.
All right, so it's going to be jabs on the puck again. So it's offlane puck once more, mid Necrophos against the Kunkka. Makes it a very easy matchup for the Necro. Like Kunkka hates playing into Necro. And then honestly, Beastmaster isn't great against Chen Juggernaut. I'm a little bit worried for those lanes, especially early on for Quincy Crew. And again, by a little, I mean quite a lot.
Nobody look at anybody.
So how do you see, if you had to predict the future, 15 minutes in, what does the game look like?
15 minutes in.
In your face.
All Radiant Tier 1 towers gone. The map is pretty compressed. And Fnatic will be looking to take away the entire map from the Dusa, while Quincy Crew is trying to smoke around, trying to make space for a set Dusa. If Dusa gets big, he can definitely win this game. If he doesn't, they're gonna run into way too much sustain, and the game might end real fast. Not 12 minutes fast, but maybe 20 plus.
So here we go. Ready to go in game number 2.
You might wish to retract your last move.
What needs to go right here for both teams? I know I asked you to predict the future, but what needs to go right to make it perfect for both these lineups?
Here I am.
I mean, yeah, for Fnatic, it's really just win lanes, start snowballing, get a fast mech on the Chen, get maybe a pipe on the Necro, just sustain survivability items, 5-man early, take all the towers, take the map away from Dusa. For Quincy, it's just making sure that you don't lose too hard early on, because if you don't, and they don't get this sustain items up fast enough, you do have enough damage to actually kill them. This laning phase will be very telling to which direction this game is going to go to.
Yeah, despite the fact that they don't play the tempo draft that much on Fnatic, it definitely has the ability to open up for them if they do have a decent laning phase.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to have a decent laning phase, though, for Quincy Crew. Like, Necro absolutely destroys Kunkka. It's not even close. And as I said, Juggernaut Chen is a very strong dual lane as well.
And then even just the Puck Tusk lane, we saw how conservative it could be, but I definitely feel like that is a lineup that could get something done.
They're giving up 3 bounty runes, though, to Radiant for free.
Yeah, they got pushed back. DJ and Jabs both getting pushed back by the Arctic Burn of Fada. And they end up getting 3 bounty runes there. We'll see how much that ends up turning into a big deal. But for right now, it's a little bit of a victory that Sonics do need.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be keeping a look at on this top lane. It can go either way. But again, you will have to outplay a little bit for the Radiant. This lane is not easy. They have double sustain, you'll have creeps, you can't really play with the boars. Spin out already.
Yeah, spin out, but Tomato's taking a lot of damage. He needs to be careful about how far forward he approaches that. Both him and Leslie are getting a little bit low, but Blade Fury's got a massive cooldown level 1, and he won't have that available for a long time, and he wants to get to level 2 to hopefully get that healing ward out as quickly as he can.
He actually went into the Divine Favor level 1, which gives both of them an armor and 1.5 HP region. But generally you see either Penitence or the Holy Persuasion, just to be able to pressure them a little bit more.
Do you think that maybe Dubu's going to go into the Divine Favor more and they skip the healing ward altogether?
It's possible. I've honestly most of the time seen it just being ignored, the Divine Favor, until later levels. Because Penitence is just so strong and you always need the Holy Persuasion, of course.
I'll take that back. He already took the healing ward.
He did, yeah.
I just thought maybe I'd think outside the box, but now you are. Well, he's trapped in one, and he's getting taken out here by Jab. So first blood for Fnatic, and that is not something you want to see when you've got the Medusa down bottom. Fada couldn't do anything. All he's got is the Arctic Burn to work with.
It's definitely something you want to see if you're a Fnatic fan, though, because they are still outside the top 12, and this tournament is very important for them to stay in there, right? Or are they in the top 12 and this tournament was important for them to stay in there? I don't quite remember.
I think either way, it is very important. Fnatic is sitting at 10th with 1,020 points. I was going to say 1020. But again, taking out a team like Sonics would eliminate one from doing something. And, well, eliminated is Jabs by Fada.
Did he just solo kill him? With Arctic Burn only? I did not expect that.
Teams looking from the outside in. You can see Talon potentially get eliminated in the group stage. They're not moving up. Sonics might be in the same situation. You have a small number of teams that can break through into the top 12, and the more teams you eliminate down there, the easier it's going to be to hold your spot at TI.
Who in this tournament is not in the top 12 right now? It's RNG, it's Talon.
Liquid, RNG, Outsiders, Sonics, Na'Vi, Talon.
Radiant's courier has
So
been killed.
the teams that aren't doing well are very good for Fnatic to not do well, basically, to stay in the top 10.
Yeah, but they are doing well enough where they're going to move into the playoffs, potentially get themselves some points.
Yeah.
Fada caught over to the side. They've got the tag team, but this time he's level 2, so he has the Cold Embrace to work with.
Yeah, feeling kind of chilly there. Heh heh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Cat attack. No. Cats are strange creatures, man.
Radiant's
suddenly
courier
just
has
pounce
been
at
killed.
you.
Yeah. I was like, cat attack, but I realized that's you, not in the game.
Yeah, of course. There aren't many catty creatures in Dota, I believe.
Dire's
Was
structures
losing
are
that
fortified.
courier, and Seems
Look
like
at
the lane
middleman.
is very open for Tomato. And then, yeah, I was just about to say, Bryle 24-4 to the Kunkkas 8-0. Not terrible for Quinn, and actually Dubu's around the bend.
Yeah, it's just gonna get worse and worse though for Quinn. Now it's gonna get completely bullied out of lane by the two supports.
And that's just going to leave it open for the Necrophos, who's closing in on that level 6. They'll bring Fada over, but DJ looking for the long-range shards are on the mark.
What's Quinn doing
Down
there?
Fada's courier. Quinn was running away from Duba the entire time. And Golden Embrace into the X. DJ's got a snowball. And he'll be pulled back. He doesn't even use it yet. Never even commits to it. Doesn't feel the need to do so just yet. As he pops that stick, and he still has 200 health to work with. But Dubu just zoning Quinn out.
They're bullying him so much. Sorry that I'm laughing, but this reminds me a lot of matchmaking games. Just play to tilt the enemy.
MSS over mid to go up against this Necro. That means Tomato's lane
Radiant's
is
middle
wide
tower
open.
is under attack.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna be very happy against the Beastmaster 1v1.
Dubu spotted
Kunkka
again.
He's back. He's so tanky though.
And Torrent. Only level 3, but here comes Bryle, telekinesis, and under the tower, MSS gets the kill.
Not tanky enough.
So not the best look to feed the mid.
After the pressure you just put onto him though, I'm sure that's stomachable.
Look at how far ahead Bryle is from Quinn in terms of network.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, there's
tower
nothing you
is
can really
under
do.
attack.
That is
Dire's
insane.
top tower is
Look
under
where Bryle is
attack.
standing. Like, what do you want to do about it?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, now they go to the X. You say, what do they want to do? He's got the heal, but they bring over Fada. This might be too far, but he does have a snowball save. The heal when he gets out of the snowball, he'll use it, but hit with the telekinesis, still being run down, and well, you want to stand behind the tower, you're going to need a lot of aggression. 3 heroes there over mid, and Sonics are going to get another kill.
Maybe you don't want to be tower diving that far into the game. Just 6 minutes into the game, but yeah. Good punish by them. Now Kunkka will be able to catch up a little bit in terms of net worth. Juggernaut is getting scarily big though. And of course Bryle is still massively farmed. Bryle's actually TPing to the bot lane. He wants to kill the Dusa. No coil online yet. If you get sharp trapped, he's dead. And he's dead.
Snowball, tag team, and Golden
Is he dead?
Grace. That will extend it, but the shards are late, and
dead.
late enough to hold him in for the Reaper's Scythe, and that will give that first stack on that ult.
Yeah. Goodbye, sir. Was like knowing you. Luckily for your Y, it doesn't increase the respawn timer anymore.
Try to go for Tomato. He's holding off on the Omni Slash. He's gone 3-2-1.
Yeah, it's just all about sustaining yourself when there's no kill threat.
My thrift rewarded.
Skill build makes perfect sense. Right, I gave Quinn, as I said, some time to catch back up.
Yeah, he's still over 1,000 gold behind Bryle, so Bryle's having a perfect, well, sort of perfect start. It would have been much better if he didn't just end up dying there in the mid lane behind the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, is Kunkka in general a popular heroes tournament? He isn't, right?
So,
He is? But I feel like I haven't seen him a whole lot. Yet, Sonics is very
keen on it, right?
keen on it indeed, yeah. Like first phase as well.
I wouldn't say it's like globally popular, but it's certainly found its niche.
Fanta, he's flying, so he should probably be fine.
Well, they've got the snowball. They're going to pull both in. MSS is coming over. He'll have a telekinesis, and they don't have a snowball to keep DJ alive. Quinn
Dire's
comes
middle
over
tower
trying to
is under
find the range
attack.
for an X. But the shards block him out.
Nice.
That's well done,
Is
but
under
from
attack.
one grasp to the other, and Yawar is actually not going to chase this.
Yeah, they already 2k goal behind though. Which is not a good sign for this early game. And Timado got the Midas queued up once more. I can't believe this is like slowly devolving into Midas patch.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere too.
Every carry seems to be behind it. Point lands and Prowl eats Tidebringer. It's pretty tanky though. Going Spirit Vessel, first item. He's got a charge on that urn already.
Yeah, Vessel is very strong. Against the Kunkka, against the Beast, even Dusa. And it counters the Totem Brace too, of course.
You bros are owning.
Holy heck, you bros are owning.
Radiant's bottom tower
Dubu
is
trying
under
to get
attack.
his level 6, his level 4 up here, top to the level 7 of Leslau.
Radiant
ISS is up
are
here too,
scanning.
so
Radiant's
see if he can
bottom
survive.
tower
He's hiding in
is
the
under
trees.
attack.
Quinn's searching,
Dire's
and
top
eventually
tower
we'll
is under
find
attack.
him. They'll have the axe. They'll throw the axes. They'll put him up in the air with a torrent, and that will give them an open lane into this tier 1 tower. Jabs, though, he's gonna get a tier 1 bot himself, it seems. There's a lot of pressure is put on Fada, and it might just be a solo kill for Jabs. Nobody coming over just yet, but it should at least push Fada back to secure the tower. At some point in time, trying to get the deny. Mark it right, and there it
Radiant's
is.
bottom tower has
He'll
fallen.
get the tower, he'll go for Fada again, he'll look for the high 5 into the Arctic Burn, and no Uzur for a couple
Tomato's coming
seconds, but here
too.
comes Tomato, and eventually there's the kill for this top.
Tidebringer, your last move.
Making it look easy while Necrolite, Necrophos ran to the top lane rather. Didn't even TP. Defend that tower. 3k lead now. Game is slowly getting out of control for Quincy Crew already. How's our boy Beastmaster looking? Pretty far still from the Overlord. And they already have the mech soon. They need to go for the mech. Vestal's online. Juggernaut
Over
is
the toss.
rich.
Jug's ahead by a lot, and so is Bryle. Bryle is probably looking for another Reaper Scythe. They get the X, and that is out onto Dubu. Dubu's level 6. They go to the Reaper Scythe, doesn't quite get the kill onto Quinn. It happens afterwards. They go to the Witcher's Curse, but no damage being done. Doesn't save the life of this Kunkka, and Fnatic still continuing to roll.
Yeah, Hand of God is early on, it's such a strong spell. It's basically, how much does it heal? 400 HP
Radiant's middle
globally
tower
for
is
entire team.
fallen.
Morris Punch,
Oh, Fanta might be that too.
and Snowball, the control on Fada. And only stealing the phase shift. So eventually Fada's gonna die here. As Bryle throws on that Spirit Vessel once again.
Yeah, 4k lead now.
Radiant structures are
Gonna
fortified.
be 5k soon. Maybe even just after this tower. But you can just see Medusa's trying to catch
Radiant's
back
top
up.
tower is under attack.
Mech is now done too, yeah. All the components are coming together for Fnatic, but not so much for Quincy Crew.
Radiant's top tower
There it
has
is,
fallen.
5k.
This feels like it's definitely turned into sustain for Fnatic, and they can kind of snowball through this early
Radiant's top
mid-game.
tower is under attack.
And not much here from Sonics in terms of stopping this, and might have to rely on Yawar to farm it up, and hopefully this game turtles enough.
Yeah, but usually playing like that already is kind of like admitting defeat. So they're still gonna try to get out of the map and try to get
Radiant's
something
top
done.
tower is under
But so far
attack.
they've just been reacting the entire time. Oh, Quinn again.
Trouble, and over mid, Spirit Vessel once again steals the heal on MSS. They've got the Potent Embrace. The sustain is there for now. They go into the Winter's Curse. That might allow Quinn to leave. A Torrent's going to follow this up with a Stone Gaze. They've got the damage to get them going to Bryle. They take out one, and they'll look for Jabs, but he's got that Illusory Orb to clear the gap to the river. And the Splinter Blast doesn't do much damage to Tomato.
Finally kind of going their way.
Dire's
Yeah, might even be taking the mid tower. This is the glyph though. It's gonna get pretty scary once Bryle's up again. Didn't manage to get the Ghost Shroud off. Because he had 20 charges on the magic stick. He wouldn't have died otherwise.
So
So halfway into the Manta.
that does give Yawar more time to farm.
Yeah.
Buying
does.
as much time as they can, and that's really what they need. They're down 4k, and I think Fnatic just got to stay on the gas even though Bryle died there, right? Like, you need to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, and you can. It was just a little bit sloppy that they weren't ready to help him there. But what you said, they're doing it straight away. Smoking back up, top, towards jabs, for this Lao. They definitely saw him there.
Side, snowball in. That hits Leslie. Walrus Punch to follow it up. Jabs is there. Cold Embrace.
Jabs is dying.
Admitted, but the Winter's Curse is available, and they're going to use it immediately. Jabs is low. Jabs in trouble. Jabs is gone. Leslie. Pressed on by Bryle. Good charge by DJ. Ghost Ship comes in. Reaper Sight onto this Beastmaster, and they'll finally get a second Reaper Sight from Bryle. We look at the Spirit Vessel. They've got the X keeping Bryle close. DJ has got a Snowball just in case this Necro needs it. And Dubu, no mech and no Hand of God, both used in this fight already. So Fada back down from the Arctic Burn, running out. Shards be on the money. Cold Embrace. Snowball holding it. Once he comes out of the Cold Embrace, the Walrus Punch will get the kill on a Fada, taking out a second. So again, sustain the name of the game, and Fnatic will take out 2 heroes with said sustain.
Timato almost into the Maelstrom, so his farming potential is going to go even higher. Took it up with that Midas already. And you are still trying to finish his Manta Style. Like, if you have free farm on Dusa, you're usually looking at like a minute 12 Manta Style. So he's been delayed by quite a bit. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on the Dire.
Now, is there a point where the net worth lead for Fnatic is just too much for Sonic?
Yeah, but it shouldn't be happening anytime soon. Ish smoked up, but it could be a good coil. Not going for it.
Got it available, but MSS right there, telekinesis, and now he'll drop it, knowing it can't be stolen because the spell steal was used on the Waning Rift. So they drop it down, they go to the Stone Gaze. Jabs now needs to leave with the Illusory Orb. He went to the Dream Coil maybe thinking there would be some follow-up, but Fnatic doesn't give it.
Very preemptive Stone Gaze though.
Radiant's bottom
So
tower
that's some cooldown
is
for
under
90
attack.
seconds. Gonna make him feel quite a bit more scared. Actually found those side lanes.
Dire are scanning.
Top lane. 2 heroes here with Bryle once again. Go into the Ghost Shroud. Primal Roar committed. He's got to heal in a second, but the Waning Rift that was stolen earlier comes into play. And with 4 heroes here for the side of Sonics, they'll take out Bryle again. So he's sitting through 3 and 2.
Regeneration.
Tomato. Maelstrom, like you said, is going to increase his farm. He's sitting above Yawar, only by 1,000 gold, so the Medusa is catching up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He is, but we'll see how well they can control Fnatic lineup once they're all happy and dandy. Well, they're going to Roche me right now, and they shouldn't be able to stop that at all. The healing ward as well, too many summons. That's an Aegis for Juggernaut. Once he has shards, he's going to feel very, very strong.
Anybody try to sneak the jump? Doesn't look like it.
Do they even know?
There's the Aegis. They're actually going to follow this up, potentially looking for Quinn. Oh, Shard just short, but the Dream Coil's there. They don't have anybody else coming through. They backed off. DJ went the other way immediately after he missed those shards, so could have maybe had a snowball, but he doesn't have that Blink Dagger quite yet, so he doesn't have the gap closed, and this is a ward placed right under the nose of a sentry.
Yeah, you never want to be overcommitting when you already doubt yourself the first time. It's a pretty good rule of thumb in Dota. Like, if you feel bad the first time you see something, probably it's not worth going in. Now the shard is online on Juggernaut, so his spin is going to deal a ton of damage.
Leslo now has this Vlad going into the Helm of the Overlord, of course. You've got Manta finished on the Medusa going straight Scotty after, too.
Yeah, that Scotty time is going to be very strong against all these heals. The healing reduction provides absolutely massive.
Welcome back.
So we'll see if Fnatic want to make a move with this Aegis. If they're going to use it to farm, get that Mjolnir finished off for Tomato.
Radiant are scanning.
It's actually a very fast Mjolnir. Sometimes we'll just see the Basher right now, or even the Scotty, just to complete the spin build.
Radiant's bottom tower
X
is
pulling
under
back
attack.
Bryle again. Goes into Ghost Shroud. Tomato thinking about going in for a commitment there, but this team is just being pretty patient for the moment. Again, just giving Yor time to continue to farm. They've opened up a lot of space for him.
Yeah, but at the same time, they're falling behind the net worth every minute because of how much map they control. DJ, he has an Invis rune.
Yeah, he's still in Vincere, and nobody's going to spot him. They don't have a reveal, and he's going to run from behind. They look over at Leslie. They get the Walrus Punch on the MSS. They go to the Reaper site on the Beastmaster. Kill him immediately, but they still get the kill on Leslie for a start. Hand of God was used. Dream Coil committed. Fada will fall second. Fnatic will get 2 more kills. Again, I compliment the amount of space they're making for the Medusa and how well Yor is farming, but like you said, the rest of the team isn't finding anything. You look at the net worth of these guys, Quinn and Leslie, they don't really have much. Even farming up the Storm.
Yeah, and now they're looking for Medusa. They caught him.
Yeah, they caught Yor. Bryle doesn't have a Reaper Sight. They do have the Snowball. They have the Shards. They'll turn around. They want to stick with Yor. They save the Walrus Punch. He's out of mana. MSS with a Blade Fury. They start to back away. He steals Tag Team. Again, they're just going to disrupt Yor's farming patterns. This is all while Tomato will continue his own farming, and now he just sits 730 gold away from picking up that Mjolnir.
Yeah, once that Mjolnir is up, the damage output with Omni Slash is going to be absolutely massive. At least there's a BKB on Kunkka to be able to save a bit, but ooh, if he gets blocked off there, he's just dead. So fire. Or water.
When BKB back up in 4 seconds. Brigand's Blade for Tomato. One of the better neutrals.
Oh, probably the best you could get. Yeah. 300 gold to the Mjolnir. DPS check will be met for sure. How is Chen looking? Yep, going into the Rave Pact.
Quinn patient on this BKB. Almost gets blocked by the shards on the steps. And eventually, MSS does have that level 4 Death Pulse, so he's healing Quinn up. Again, Quinn's not really farming all too much. His net worth's sitting pretty stationary while Jug as well as the Necro continue to farm up. Bryle, he's got that Kaya Sun. He's got the Spirit Vessel. He's also got the Shard for the Death Seeker. Things are looking good for Bryle, despite the fact that he's had a couple of deaths, but none really all too important when, of course, you're still making up the net worth, and Tomato's got a lot of open space to work with, and he's got that Mjolnir being flown out in just a moment.
Yeah, you're going to see the net worth steadily increasing more and more and more, like about 1,000 per minute, just because they're controlling so much of the Radiant space. It's just Medusa farming.
MSS brings the smoke, Waning Rift, Dream Coil on a 2. Got a start on Leslie as well as Fada. Fada cold embraces himself. They've got the Snowball. That's going to go over to the Tusk. That also hits on a Quinn. They go to the Blade Fury. The Primal War is going to be committed onto the Tusk. DJ, he's still alive thanks to the Hand of God. They get the kill on a Fada. MSS with the Blade Fury TP out. Leslie TPs as well. And they just get the kill on the Winter Wyvern. So not everything Fnatic would have wanted from that.
Your last move.
Yeah, with the space given to Medusa. I would actually say it went into their favor, right? This little skirmish. Oh, they caught window.
Yeah, they catch this Kunkka, who pops the BKB, goes for the TP, and gone.
That was nice of you.
And gone indeed. But again, that means Quinn and Leslau aren't farming anything. Yawa is, but he's facing the single best anti-carry in the game, which is Juggernaut. One Omni Slash can instantly kill you, especially with the farm he has.
It'll be 1v5, it feels like, for the side of Sonics.
Yeah. The last game didn't work. This game he has even less farm.
Jabs, he's got that Witchblade, Blink Dagger. He's going into the Kaya Sanj. So Kaya Sanj for him, Kaya Sanj for Necro.
Kaya Sanj for everyone.
Yeah.
Queen got called out again. They have a coin. There's no TP this time.
And no BKB on cooldown for 30 seconds. And there's the Snowball, Walrus Punch, and right click from Jabs to do the deed and get the kill on a Quinn.
Yeah, just look at the damage from the puck with the growth ball as well.
Needs to be careful with his positioning at the moment. He was pretty far forward getting chased by Bryle, and instead Tomato, ooh, he was thinking about going for Fada. attention was elsewhere.
Now, it has just been a slow and steady decline for Quincy Crew. The question for them is, how are they going to get back into this game? Because they aren't really trying to make any offensive plays because they feel they can't. But at the same time, they're just getting outscaled as well. Like, where's your comeback into the game? Leslau's just going to die now here too.
Snowball not on the Leslau. Shards also missed the mark, but they go to Primal Roar onto Dubu. Dubu's got a mech, and he's trying to run away from his Helm of the Overlord creeps. Can they keep him alive? No. Run down by the Ancient Thunderhide. That's unfortunate.
He got 560 gold for the Dubu kill.
Yeah. That's a lot of gold to give, but still a 12k lead here for the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, it just emphasizes on how far ahead they actually are. If you get that much money for a plus 5, I mean, he's decently farmed, don't get me wrong. Actually, way more farm than DJ, so I guess he plus 4. Still a ton of gold. They can't even touch Ryan at all. He finishes Guardian Dusa.
Yeah.
Where's the damage output though? Again, it's very lacking.
Going Daedalus next.
Yeah, he just needs to pump out the damage.
So 2 minutes till the next Roche. Fnatic in a good spot to just kind of sustain and hold this area of the map. Make sure they get Roche eventually. Potentially catch some others as Yawar is going to TP over towards mid, maybe to look to fight. Got a double damage on Jabs. They'll catch Bryle. They've got the telekinesis, and they use the dive bomber to stun up DJ. They don't really need him to help at the moment. Chemical is going to be placed down onto 2. I believe it was stolen by MSS and immediately dropped afterwards. Get the kill onto Fada. They'll take the Winter Wyvern. They look over at the tusk. Now goes into Snowball. He's also got the healing ward coming up to heal him up. Snowball hits onto Quinn. Jabs is here. Stonegaze used. DJ into the trees. Surviving for now. Never ends up dead. Reflex Scythe onto Quinn. They'll take up the Kunga. They'll look for more. This might be the final fight for the side of Sonic as they lose MSS. Yawar trying to stand his ground. So the Blade Fury right on top of him, and the kill is there for Bryle. They'll take out the Medusa again. Only Jabs falls.
That's a kill 4 towers.
For one trade and a high ground push potential here for the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, that's the healing ward for the Juggernaut. They have all the chain creeps. Should be an easy Rex. They still have a glyph to the lane, but against Juggernaut, a glyph doesn't really do anything. That's why Juggernaut's such a popular carry lately. One of the best tempo pushers in the game. And they're not even using the glyph because they know they can't defend it. Very, very one-sided game this time around.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Very one-sided and 17,000 net worth lead from Fnatic. They never lost a step throughout this entire game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, the draft again was very... It was very hard for Quincy Crew to do much of anything. I don't know why they prioritize Kunga so much. 2 games in a row already where he feels kind of just okay. And this Medusa too, you know, it's a strong carry, but only if you can really involve her in the game. Looking for Timato potentially.
Yeah, but the Walrus one comes down. Fada ends up dead first. They're going to look towards the rest. The silence is out on the Beastmaster. Leslau's gone. Stonegaze again from Yawar, but they're not too scared about it. They can finally kill that Wraith Pact, and MSS, well, he's got the control on the TJ for a moment, as well as the X pull back into the Ghost Ship. They get the kill on the TJ. They'll at least take out one. They'll look for the War Stomp, but that won't land. So Jabs continues to go on these supports, gets the kill on MSS.
Bryle converting from behind.
Sonics can only just watch as he leaves, as Bryle comes around the bend. Jabs is nearby again. He hit from Quinn. Winter's Curse made over to the side to just stay alive. Fada, that doesn't control anybody. The right click's in on a Bryle as well as the Primal Roar that's on the Necrophos. But Jabs has another kill on a Fada. They've got the Hand of God. They'll heal up.
Oof.
The pause from Jabs too, as he lags. But as they'll unpause, Tomato will be right on top of Yawar. That's right, oh crap, with a Blade Fury. And Omni Slash coming off cooldown in just 4 seconds. He doesn't have the mana for it, but he does have 20 wand charges, so he should.
Got a Reaper as well, which is off cooldown too. Healing ward, healing up Bryle, so this is very much a fight they can take quite easily. There's no Stonegaze either, no Roar, so I don't really see anything that will hold them back from just completely destroying Yawar here.
And we can look at a replay while we're paused at this moment and wait for them to unpause. But they went for Tomato, and like you said, who played who? Blink in, Walrus Punch, Fada was dead before he hit the ground. 2 men, Dream
Yeah,
Coil.
Leslau just gets spun to death.
Yeah.
super easily. Like, they just don't have the damage to kill anyone. I think they lose only DJ here because he's off very far by himself. Because they identified that Necro TP to the bottom, so he's making his way all the way over. But yeah, Puck being a menace as always. Easy kill on MSS. And now we are back to where we were. Yawa still in trouble. Like, I've been thinking about a scenario where he gets out of here. Can't think of any. He's just dead. Like, super dead.
Yeah, I don't know if he makes his way out of this one.
It's either going to be a Reaper that kills him or an Omni Slash.
And he doesn't have buyback either.
Yeah, if Yawa dies here, that could just be the GG.
Wait,
let's
for
see.
them to unpause.
Dubu is there with an Alpha Wolf 2, which gives Jug even more damage. Jabs, full health. Yeah. Like, if you ever wondered how it looks like shortly before you die, like what kind of image it would be, Yawa is like the perfect person to ask right now. How did you feel, Yawa? I'm in trouble. I would like to not be in the situation.
Yeah, basically looking at his death. He's got a Divine Rapier queued up, but I don't think they're going to get to that point, truthfully.
Yeah, no chance.
That was costly.
Look.
Wait, just
Cute little healing.
theoretically, okay?
Theoretically.
If
Go on. Yeah.
SQ loses game, they are 4-10. And it's gonna be between... Well, Liquid needs to lose 4 more games. It's too much math for me. I'm terrible at math.
We know.
Not as bad as you, though.
Yeah, well, I'm from NA. Like,
Yeah, NA math, lol. So Liquid and Talon, they drew their series 1-1. So Liquid is 5-7 and Talon's is 4-8 right now. So that would put Sonic at the very bottom.
if they were to lose this game.
Yeah, and then how do you get... Is there even a chance for a tiebreaker if you're 4-10? Liquid has 2 more games to play. There's too much math involved. I'm giving up. I tried. Sorry, guys.
Well, they'd be 4-10. The best they could end is 6-10, right?
Yeah. But Liquid is also not that much better. Because they're sitting at... What are they sitting at? 5-7.
Sonics would have to beat Outsiders 2-0, and Outsiders would have to lose their next series 0-2. And then they would be tied at 6-10.
Yeah. I think it's mostly going to be between the bottom 4.
Now.
Liquid, Sonics, Talon, and Thunder Awaken.
That was costly.
Like, Liquid plays
Quinn
RNG.
is definitely not
RNG
happy.
played well.
Death is upon you.
Quinn is super not happy.
Holy heck.
He wants to get out of this game. I can't blame him. Like, these kind of pauses are the worst. When you know the game is like 99% over, but you have to like kind of play it out anyway to see if the Deucer survives or not. I'd imagine as soon as the Deucer dies, we see the GG.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too surprising, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. And you're kind of just looking at this picture, you know? You're Sonics, you're looking at this picture, you're like, yeah, I kind of want to just be out of here.
Maybe they'll survive.
You know what would be really funny? If suddenly all of Fnatic just run back. They're like, yeah, we're out. I'll be like, what?
So, long extended pause. We get to look at our ugly mugs again. We would have been back before this. Look at that. Our names get to show up. We get to talk about... Well, what should we talk? We should keep it on the game, right? Yawar makes it out, survives.
We have to give percentages to everything, though. Percentage of that happening, 0. Okay, continue.
You really think 0?
Like, absolutely 0.
Because there's Reaper Scythe.
Okay, so what's going to happen is Quinn's going to try to help him. Jabs is going to kill Quinn. Then he's going to get Reapered anyway, or just Omni Slashed, as we see now. Dubu is back.
So here we go. Spin on a Yawar, and
so far, Quinn just backing off, but he's silenced. The Illusion exactly gets the kill. There's the Reaper Scythe. And Yawar, he'll end up dead for 60 seconds. You were right about some of it, but not the initial or the immediate GG call just yet.
I knew it. I'm super right with everything.
Fnatic will take the 2-0 over Sonics, and that puts the Sonics in dire straits, and Fnatic towards the top.
Yeah. Definitely not looking too happy some players even leaving without a GG. Like, I feel for them, man. Again, first tournament with the new sponsor, a lot of pressure on you. You were probably hoping for a better result. But it's still not completely over. Like, if you 2-0 outsiders, it is not completely on your hands anymore. You have to hope that other teams mess up now. But in case they do, you got to be ready for that chance, because otherwise you would be hating yourself. But for Fnatic, they're 8-6. I don't know if they're guaranteed winner bracket.
They're going to be
Maybe.
close. Math is in our strong suit, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So you can think about it. How about this? We'll get the math
No.
while we're on break, and then come back to us when we start the next series, which is going to be Entity against EG, and then we'll hear the numbers. I hope that works for you, because that's what we're going to do. So everybody, go maybe do some math yourselves. Get a snack. Come right back. We'll be back with the next series in just a moment.
Let us fight.
Welcome.
You hit hard.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play, with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Howdy, y'all, and welcome back to the Texas Arlington Major. We're here on Stream C. Getting ourselves some horseshoe games in, and some Dota games in, and some Texas barbecue. Made some barbecue last night. It was really good. But time for some Dota. We've got two great teams. Entity, the first one, of course. As Entity, they're playing with a stand-in as well. But stand-in Dota has been pretty successful, and they are in second place in the group.
Yeah, they're doing very well for themselves. Saber Chad or Chad Light, whatever you want to call him, has been doing very well for the team. But just in general, this team has been growing more and more as the tournament's been on. I think they even qualified for ESL Genting before they went to the major. So yeah, steady improvements from the team. And you can just see their drafts are pretty good. Their gameplay is pretty good. The team cohesiveness is strong. Definitely an up-and-coming Europe team.
And they're going to be going up against Evil Geniuses, who are tied for fourth, 6-6. It's all been splits for them, or Splitsville. And we'll see how this team does as that first day for EG. It looks shaky. They got 2-0'd by Aster, 2-0'd by Boom, which means they started 0-4, but since that time, they've gone 6-2, so they've really hit their stride.
Yeah, they also need to win both games now to make sure that they're in the upper bracket and can't get eliminated, simply because that would put them at 8 wins, and the second team would only be at 5 wins, so you're going to win both games. But as you said, this team, a lot of people had high expectations coming into the tournament. First couple of days were very rough. They didn't look very strong at all, but starting day 2, they've been showing what they're capable of, definitely doing a lot better, but still not what people expect of them. Like when you think of EG, you think of this household name. Fly came back as a captain to strengthen the ranks, but still they're very middle of the pack, as you said, and yeah, we're hoping better for them.
I think EG fans all over have become accustomed to the fact that EG's day ones have never been good, right? Like, how many times have we talked about through the lifetime of EG and Dota? Oh, day 1, they end 0 something, they're 1 in whatever. Like, they usually pick it up. The first day's slow. Every day after that is usually pretty top notch. The only issue is when you lose 4 games like that in day 1, you're making up a lot of ground, and they've done so. They went 6-2 afterwards. They've certainly put themselves into a decent spot, and with a 2-0 win here over Entity, we talk about the theoreticals here. It would put them at 8-6. It would put Entity at 7-7. They'd move up to second place, depending on how Boom and Spirit do against their opponents. But of course, Boom going up against the top team, Aster, and Spirit's actually going up against Na'Vi.
And then I guess the other way to think about it too is, what if Entity take the 2-0? They end up going to 9-5. They're equal with Aster on wins pre their results, and all of a sudden EG's 6-8, and they're looking like they might be eliminated again. Like, this is a very important matchup, and 2-0s are going to be drastic changes, whereas maybe a 1-1 split keeps the teams where they're at.
Yeah, it's very important for both teams, actually, because if Entity wins 2-0, they're guaranteed upper bracket, and they're a team that needs to get like at least top 3 or top 2, maybe even win the whole thing to be in contention for TI, a direct invite at least. So, yeah, they'll definitely be playing all in. Because, as you said, if EG loses both games, there's a decent possibility they might not even get to play the main tournament.
Yeah, we'll see what teams do end up going to the playoffs. We'll have a better picture of that, as it's only going to be Group A, I believe, that finishes tomorrow, because there's one set of series tomorrow. But Group B, this is it. This is the last series, right? So math's a big number here. But if Spirit beat Na'Vi and Beast Coast beat Tundra, then it would be Na'Vi and Tundra are out, and it wouldn't really matter the results of everything else, I would assume. Just if my math is right. But it's always a guessing game. I'm not great at math. Simple math, yes. This kind of math, no.
That's also what you consider like important, right? Because starting in the winner bracket in this kind of tournament is really, really important. You're guaranteed top 12, plus one win puts you at top 6, which is very, very massive for a lot of these teams.
And then, of course, being in that top 6 guarantees you at least 515 points. The points are big here on the final major of the year, and we're going to head into the draft for game number 1, and things how everything ends up working out.
Yeah, and money too. Like, people like money, and if you're bottom 8, you don't get any.
Yeah, bottom 8 could be interesting. Gonna go back on us. I think we had a little bit of an interesting. I disconnected from the game as well. I don't know if you did, Black, but
yes.
Yeah. There we go. I'm back in. I don't know if they're back in, but we'll be back in the draft in just a moment. Actually, everything's paused. Yeah, so I think some players had some disconnects as well. But yeah, going back to the way it works, 820 points for the top team here at the major. 515 might be enough to bump you up into the TI section, right? Depends of other teams, and we're gonna go back into the draft now.
Yeah, I mean, as I said many times before, the distribution of everything is very, very strange. Like the bottom 8, this would just get nothing, no points, no money. Then starting with top 8, you suddenly get 360 points like out of nowhere. It's kind of crazy how much the top 8 of the major actually means. The chances to qualifying for a major. So yeah, you absolutely have to make sure that you land up in that top 8. Because if you start lower bracket, you have to win also one match in order to be top 8. If you lose lower bracket first round, nothing. You're done.
So that top bracket win there solidifies you a decent chunk of points. Just one win after
5 seconds
would be enough.
Remaining. Radiant team.
So let's see what this first pick ends up being.
Oh,
Puck again. We're starting with pick 1 Pucks again.
Pick.
Eve
Chen.
Oh, I was so hoping we'd see that. Chen, first pick, or first phase rather. Like, Chen is an amazing hero right now. Criminally underpicked. It just does so much for you. The healing it does. All are healed indeed. Strong in the laning phase. Buys great support items. So you can build mech into Rave Pact. Everything you need. This hero gives it to you.
Do you think that this hero has hit more of a stride ever since they teams have seen it being played by Secret?
Oh, for sure. But it's also just this tournament, right? The win rate in this tournament is, I don't know the exact percentage, but it's very high. So obviously, tournament matters are going to happen every time. And heroes like Chen, might just be first pick, first ban from now on, or first phase rather.
Radiant team ban.
Anyway, when you look at EG, whenever they have first pick and Puck is not banned, they will pick it every time. That's just how Boba operates. Half a year ago it was Storm.
Evil geniuses
Now it's
turn to
Puck.
ban.
Sometimes it's still Storm.
Sometimes it's still Storm. But Puck is very strong. Like, you can't really blame him for it, right? Like, Puck is just the most busted mid-hero, which is also a little bit flexible, can go to the offlane. Coil is just too good. Too low cooldown nukes.
Remaining.
With Witchblade, your damage output is insane. What more do you need?
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team
Dawnbreaker.
banned.
Now the Night Stalker getting banned. Bristleback getting banned. And the Razor, of course. Right now, it feels like
Evil geniuses
all off
turn
lanes
to ban.
until that Dazzle ban. All right. Dazzle is definitely being seen as strong, and we've talked about it quite a bit, that Dazzle has felt like one of the best supports in the game.
Yeah, certainly so. I look at the bans of EG. Like, they're banning out Night Stalker, they're banning out Bristleback, maybe even Doom. Just because
5
Saberlight,
seconds
he is an
remaining.
offlane player. Like, he is not very good at your typical, like, hard carries, like these Terror Blades and stuff like that. Like, he will play Lycan from the safe lane, he'll play Bristleback, all these heroes that are also operating in the offlane, because he's very comfortable on them. And that's really where Entity's strength lies in this tournament. Every time they pick these heroes, the pace is very strong, because obviously you're investing into more of an early mid-game pick than you would with a hard carry. So they just run teams over, which again, they're 7-5 right now, which is an amazing scoreline for a team. Or any team, really.
So what do you think they're looking to
Radiant
ban right
team
now?
banned.
Oh, well, no, never mind. Timbersaw gets banned.
Yeah.
Could always throw this Puck off lane.
You
That's
could.
always got to be in the minds of these players, considering the fact that it's just been so often that we see that.
Yeah, they do also like the Dawnbreaker offlane, though. I know
10
Nightfall is a big
seconds
fan of that.
remaining.
Arteezy has lately been
5
really digging
seconds
his
remaining.
carry profit. See if they want to go back to that. Entity also, Toby likes Enigma, if they want to go to something like that, build into an early Rave Pact, just 5-man with the Chen. Lots and lots of possibilities.
So, do they ban another 5-position healer? They've already got the Dawnbreaker, so that's going to be a healing support. They go to the Snapfire, and they go Zeus themselves.
Zeus, yep. It's probably going to be in the middle. Lanes quite nicely into lanes quite nicely into any hero, really. Zeus doesn't really lose mid lane anymore.
Again, I guess it does stay open. Theoretically, if they wanted to put the Zeus
10
in the
seconds
4 position,
remaining.
if they see that Puck no longer is over mid, right?
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Could also be 5 Zeus that we have seen before, ran by LGD.
Yeah. And they destroyed with that pick.
Yeah, Zeus all around is just very strong. Most of the time seen in the mid lane, though, just like Puck. That's where they really excel at.
So what's the go here with the Dawnbreaker and Puck? Very mobile lineup. Solar Guardian, obviously global. Puck is a very slippy hero that the Phase Shift, Illusory Orb, jaunting over, a Blink Dagger eventually.
Evil
This hero moves
geniuses
around
turn
quite a
to
bit,
pick.
and it's hard to catch, and they're going to go into the Phoenix and try to work around the Supernova. Not good egg hitters on Entity yet.
Not yet, but they have 2 more heroes to fill out their ranks. And I'm already seeing that
10
Juggernaut is
seconds
looking
remaining.
pretty decent. So we'll see what they end up picking.
5 seconds
Are they going to go back to the
remaining.
carry profit? I know they're like a little bit stubborn with the ideas they have sometimes.
For EG.
Yeah.
Well, the lineup kind of alludes to that, right? Potentially going in and having the Nature's Prophet start with a Solar Guardian as well.
Radiant team pick.
And they go Tusk. So
Okay.
4 Tusk, 5 Phoenix, 3 Dawnbreaker so far, at least from the looks of it, and Puck in the mid.
Yeah.
They don't have the final pick, so that matchup, the
10 seconds
Phoenix and whatever
remaining.
carry they do end up picking could end up getting countered.
5 seconds
Always
remaining.
nice to
Potentially.
have that final pick.
They could already count that now, the Phoenix at least. But again, I think Juggernaut looks very good still. Tusk is a little bit annoying. But other than that, the sustain is great with the healing ward against these heroes, plus Chen as well. And we also just have to see what they want to run, because again, they're playing with an off-lane carry, so everything is always very different. Maybe they just want to go Lycan or something. You never know with this team.
Take a look at what Saberlight has been playing in this event so far. This is actually the first time we've watched both these teams for me and you.
Yeah.
But we get to see Saberlight. He's been playing the Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
He's at a couple of Alchemist games. He's even gotten the Night Stalker, Bristle, CK, and Death Prophet.
Has he played any carry that's not being played in the offlane also? No.
Doesn't look like it, because he also played a safe lane Doom.
Yeah.
I guess Bristle isn't being played in the offlane. That doesn't exactly count.
No, it was though, like a year ago it was only offlane, right? So that
I
still
guess,
counts.
yeah.
I'm just talking about like the more hard carries, like AM Spectra, Terrorblade. Like you'll never see him play that. They're taking a lot of time.
Geniuses turn to battle.
Faceless Void.
Faceless Void. Well, you wanted it, and you got it.
Okay.
A very safe lane hard carry.
Yeah, I love Void against Dawnbreaker. Whenever I see Dawnbreaker, I like to pick Void myself. You have great catch against the puck. Goes very well with Zeus.
10 seconds remaining.
It's a great pick, and they're leaving the last pick for the offlane to counter whatever carry Arteezy wants to have. Which I'm just gonna, say it's Prophet.
Yeah, my guess is Nature's Prophet as well.
Which might just get banned though, so maybe not Prophet.
If it's as obvious to us as it is,
Radiant team
or
back.
to them as it is to us, then I would assume that that's the ban as well. It feels like Veno's one of those heroes that could counter Prophet as well. Be annoying at least, that's for sure. That with a potential tiny Venomous Gale, Avalanche Toss. Sounds awful to go up against.
Enigma is also mega annoying. So let's see if they want to ban that.
Now up against the Chrono of the Faceless Void, do you think maybe the EG goes into like a Wraith King or something like that? Have that second life to work with?
It's possible. I mean, Wraith King is considered the Faceless Void counter.
10 seconds remaining.
So if they want that, they can certainly go for it. Or
5 seconds remaining.
they could Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, well, I have a feeling that might get banned, truthfully.
No. Why would you ban that?
What, the
you
Nature's
want to beat
Prophet?
them? Yeah, you want to beat the Nature's Prophet so they pick it again next game.
Playing some 4D mental chess.
Radiant team ban.
There goes the Enigma. You talked about that. That being annoying, especially making the Eidolons. You don't get as much experience for EG in that lane.
Yep. And now it's gone. So what do you want to pick for the offlane? Well, they'll have the last pick anyway, so they can choose
10 seconds
whatever they
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's take a thought and a look.
Evil geniuses turn to
And the
pick.
TA. So leaving the Prophet open. I know chat is probably freaking out because it's been Prophet a lot for EG. Just saying no, please. No Prophet.
No, EG fans are freaking out. People that want Entity to win, they're like, oh yeah, go
10
Prophet,
seconds
go.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Let's see what Mr. Magician Bulba has planned for EG here.
Radiant team pick.
Ursa Warrior. Oh ho ho.
EG fans rejoice. As it is not the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. Now, what do you even want to pick offlane against that?
Brewmaster.
You may now select your hero.
All right, not what I expected, because Ursa kind of free comes against Brewmaster. We'll see. Or actually, a support Zeus in mid tiny.
That's what I was saying.
Haha. How much do I like that? I actually like EG's draft quite a bit better. I'm not a big fan of this Brewmaster last pick, gotta admit.
Okay.
How about you?
I feel like Ursa might struggle if they're able to cut it out and sustain through his damage. Which,
Can
with
they, though?
Shen, they might be able to do so. If Zeus gets enough early farm, maybe he adds to the mix. I still think they kind of lack egg hitters, though, so I'd probably favor EG a little bit more. I would say, like, 55-45.
55-45.
Yeah, for EG.
Okay. Yeah, I could get behind that. My real question, though, is Zeus has a shield. How come he's so squishy?
I mean, it's a pretty small shield. It's just a buckler. You're just using it to parry, honestly.
I mean, yeah, have you watched my level 1 Dark Souls run? I parry everything.
We'll see if Entity can parry the side of EG in this first game and get themselves a victory. Like we said, this is a very important series for both teams. It's the last series for them in the group stage.
Yeah, and it's a very comfort draft for EG, as it always is. Puck Coil plus Dawnbreaker ult plus Phoenix ult. There's a lot of big circles exploding on the screen.
Name of the game is normally circles, and we'll see which circle takes the square and takes that victory.
I'm also just gonna say, I haven't seen him win with a hard carry yet on Saberlight, so yeah. EG wins this game, then Entity picks their offlane carries again, and then they win, and it's gonna be 1-1.
Okay.
You can doubt me if you want, but literally the ending I predicted last game was perfect.
Loser are coming across. Yeah, walking uphill might be a little bit dangerous. Celestial Hammer thrown and eventually pulled back, but nothing doing. Arteezy just setting up with the sentry.
Oops. Yep, easy block on the camp. Doesn't want any big camp shenanigans.
To battle.
Our favorite little stone boy in the mid lane. Do you think Tiny is cute?
Level 1 Tiny. Pretty adorable.
Yeah.
Look at
But
that.
as he grows bigger, it becomes less and less so, right?
No, I think he's still cute because you're watching this little
The battle
little rock turn into a giant boulder, achieve his dreams.
Oops.
It's always nice to see someone achieve their dreams.
That is true. And very wholesome.
Yeah, he's a wholesome hero to watch. So,
oops.
We'll see how these lanes end up going. Any lane in particular that you're thinking to look out for?
I think the most important lane will be the top lane probably. Like Brewmaster needs to not completely get shut down on lane, and then they'll be okay. I'm just worried that because Brewmaster doesn't lane too well into Ursa at all.
Well, we'll
like
see
bot
how
lane
it
should
goes.
just be farm fest. Chen Void shooting at pressure too much for the Dawnbreaker.
You don't think this lineup can pressure that well with tag team snowball shards?
I mean,
If
they
catch
can,
him
but
with
they
the
can only
time
kill
lockdown?
Tusk. I mean, they can only kill Chen if he's out of position, right? Which he really shouldn't be, because the Void is unkillable.
Well, I might just die. Yeah.
How did that happen?
Just continually hit with right clicks and lightning bolts. So eventually the light ticks out.
Well, that is not supposed to happen. Now suddenly Zeus is very strong, has his Basilos already.
The power before Zeus. One of my signature heroes.
The best hero.
Jump in on the Toby. He's trying to run back, and the Fire Spirit's being thrown, so burning just a little bit. Not enough damage to get kills here, but he
said, Bassi there for the Zeus coming out. He's going to have that mana
Fishman,
regen.
you're dead.
Ooh, Chen going down. Nightfall.
This lane is way too broken, actually. Like, if you're out of position ever as Chen, you just die. Because tag team applies on every Starbreaker proc.
Well, that's what I'm saying against the Void, right? Like, level 1 in Time Walk is a 24-second cooldown. You make them use it without the abilities if you can, or even just a Starbreaker. And now all of a sudden it's on cooldown again.
Yeah, but I mean, if he doesn't get greedy, he won't die here. Same as Fishman, really. Just don't get greedy. Very important thing to keep in mind. Like, greed is honestly just a killer in Dota. You will never die if you're not greedy. I can promise you that.
Okay.
Laning stage, at least. Okay, obviously Dota gets a lot more complicated as we dive deeper into it later. But you can already see.
Taking a lot of damage top again.
Yeah, that's a tough name for our little boy Brewmaster. I'm also curious to see what items he's gonna go for.
Doing some damage here onto RTZ. He's forced to even just use that Earth Shock to get away. We haven't really talked about mid lane yet between Abed and Stormer.
Yeah, I mean, Tiny should win this lane just a little bit. Just because of how much bonus damage he has over the puck.
And up top, Toby taking a lot of damage. They've got Artesian Fly trying to get a kill onto the Brewmaster, but he still is able to walk out. And now Arteezy again, he's sitting quite low. Zeus, if he were to chase, might have just died. He's got a Mango to work with, so with this Tango, you need to be careful. And again, Fishman bottom, he goes down, and Saberlight, he's got no time walk.
Yeah, Fishman has to be so careful that he never ever steps up, because if he does, he will just die there. He has to play as far to the back as possible. The Starbreaker damages too much. He has no time walk. He's dead too.
Oh gosh, they get Saberlight. They'll take out Arteezy though top. So the carries get traded, and now they're going to turn. They're going to look over at Fly. He's got no Icarus dive. But the Zeus has no mana, so with Heavenly Jump on cooldown, they can't go and get this this Phoenix. That's what I talked about. The Time Walk on cooldown, all of a sudden Saberlight just gets caught out of position.
I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised that he is not maxing Time Walk. We usually see people max Time Walk when they play against these aggro lanes just to sustain your health all the time. But he's going heavier into the bash, which sort of cost him his life. So far, the big winner for them is still a Tiny.
Toby again, getting aggressed on Fire Spirits, burning and burning and burning him away. Fly with the kill, and Zeus? He's just dead.
Radiant's top tower is under
He just
attack.
walked up to melee range into the Ursa.
Yeah, I don't understand that. He was able to just right-click him down. There was no reason to stop, right?
Yeah, it was like, hey, you just used the jump, didn't you? Well, I'm gonna eat you. Thank you, sir.
So far, it's just been a bloodbath. Back and forth, and Toby's putting pressure on again. Celestial Hammer, Saberlight.
Oh, he has no time
here with no
again.
time walk, and he's gonna die again. Nightfall now dominating.
Hey, Fishman,
Courier goes down, but that might leave Fishman vulnerable to a snowball, a Starbreaker, and another kill here for EG in the bottom lane.
Alright, you have to respect this lane a bit more. Fishman also just like kind of standing by the side lane, killing a courier. Void's going to be back bottom, but like, you need to max time walk in this lane, and that's what I mean. You are not used to playing hard carries. I told you he's not. So his skill build is wrong.
Well, now he's gone level 2 in the time, so it's 2-1-2.
Yeah, but it should have really been level 3 already. He should have died like 0 times.
Ooh, Solar Guardian, and they're gonna go and try and take this fight against Stormer, but Stormer with the haste is a hard man to catch, a hard boulder on the roll.
Well, they're looking for Fly, actually.
They're gonna go, but the Waiting Rift, no toss anymore. Stormer still moving very quickly, though, as that haste lasts just long enough.
Yeah, I'm so surprised that the Solar Guardian, they're looking for he still jumped up.
Hammer, but he's got the Heavenly Jump, and actually stunned up by one of the Shard Golems.
space created though. Like now Void has so much free farm at the bottom there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He has free farm for now, and he is level 6, so he does finally have the Chronos.
Yeah, and up at the pin to the bottom.
Top lane, easy. He's getting run down. All 3 heroes are here on the tier 1 tower. Nobody here to save him. So Toby in a lane that
Middle tower
didn't exactly feel comfortable for a Brew. He's gotten the kill on the Ursa twice.
Yep, and he's close to level 6 already. Look at the net worth, same as Ursa. It's really just the Dawnbreaker that's the big winner so far for EG.
Dire
If they get the coil on this puck, on this Void,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He would almost
Radiant
likely
structures are
be
fortified.
forced to Chrono away, I would say. But they'll back out. I'm head over to the side, and he's going to farm up this
Dire's
camp with
structures are
Stormer in the vicinity. They do see where this puck is, but they don't exactly have eyes on everybody else, so they need to be a little bit careful. Stormer unable to get the sentry down, and that means that crit will take out that ops for Abed to get more gold up. Top lane, Fly taken out, and they'll kill off the Phoenix. Just chasing him under the tower, it makes it real easy. They've continued to just put the pressure on with all 3 heroes here.
Yeah, while Void is already into his Midas. No boots Midas, going very greedy.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
And despite
attack.
him dying twice, like his network is still good.
He's gonna TP towards top.
That
Here with
tower's
3
gone.
other heroes, and that tower, that tower's gonna drop. Nobody coming to defend that.
This game is really not looking that good for EG right
Dire's
now,
top
actually.
tower is under
They're gonna
attack.
trade for the bottom tower. Probably
Radiant's
they have
bottom
Solar
tower
Guardian,
is under attack.
but they need to do something good with this.
Well, we've seen the damage from Dawnbreakers that get a decent start.
Yeah,
I
and
wouldn't
he's
mark
got
them
more
out
than
just
just
yet,
Dire's
but
top tower has fallen.
you can definitely see Dawnbreaker start to
Radiant's
really
bottom tower
output the
is under
damage.
attack.
Who was it? Was it the Riot Masters where they were, it was with like the Deso build?
Yeah, every Dawnbreaker did
Radiant's
it.
bottom tower
We
is
see what
under
he's going
attack.
for. Echo Saber so far. The bot tower is gone.
Puck might get caught.
Radiant's
Chrono
bottom
Saberlight, Chrono just on the edge, but they've got the
Where's the
Solar
damage,
Guardian and
though?
the Sunray. The sustainability is there, so Chrono's going to be on cooldown. They can jaunt and
He's gonna get
use
caught
that
instead.
green coil.
Dire's top
Obi's
tower.
over and nearby, but he's got the Primal Split. He uses that, but it's not going to matter. They get the cut of Saberlight. They'll look over and take out Crit over in the mid lane, and Zuzu gets credit for that. Abed, Illusory Orb down onto the low ground. Fly here to help just in case. And Nightfall, Celestial Hammer means he can make some distance between him and these pandas. So a Tusk for a Void is certainly worth it for the side of EG.
Yeah, and also Chrono cooldown. Like that thing is on cooldown for 2 minutes now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Toss on RTZ. Not doing much. There will be a tome for Katome to get that Thunder God's Wrath. And then I believe the tome was being sent out for Fly, right? Yeah, so he'll have Supernova.
Were you a little bit surprised by that Chrono coming out, by the way? Like, Puck was full HP throughout. Sure, there was a Solar Guardian, but he wouldn't even have dropped below half. Like, there was no damage coming into it at all.
Yeah, he didn't have the team, he didn't have the farm, and the sustainability for EG in situations like that against the Chrono just feels so good. Especially when nobody's really
Radiant's
able to
middle
take
tower is under
the
attack.
Phoenix out of the equation. Dream Coil, Snowball, all coming in. They've got the Walrus Punch, they have the control, they get the kill on a Saberlight, and he is now just behind Abed and Farm, and it is not looking good for the Faceless Void.
Yeah. Mid-close can pressure the one.
Oh.
Radiant structure.
Here's a jump, he's fine. All good.
Artee's about
for
to
the
go in
blink
Battle
dagger.
Fury.
Yeah, he's gonna go for the greed. Which isn't bad because the Void is so far behind. And his team is making a lot of space for him. They do have a mech soon on Chen.
Nightfall's cleaning up the Chen army from Fishman.
Dire's middle tower is under
Who's the
attack.
saving grace for Entity right now? Because Saberlight's so far behind. Like, can the Tiny hold the game?
It's gotta be the Tiny with the Blink Dagger that's up in 100. Like him and Katomi, they can definitely deal a ton of damage.
There's still so much sustainability.
Yeah, they'll definitely have some problems sticking on targets.
And there's the Blink Dagger, so we'll see when they choose to
Dire's
enact
middle
their
tower is
plan
under
with
attack.
that Blink Dagger. Stormer hoping for a rune, but it ends up being bottom. It's an illusion rune that's
Radiant's
bottled up for
bottom
Abed,
tower
and
is under
well,
attack.
not going to have another haste or anything like that. Just a 1k lead, but space for Arteezy.
Dire are scanning.
Nightfall still doing well. Stormer sitting here mid with this Zeus.
Revealed his Blink already.
Yeah, I believe he might have caught an illusion.
Yeah. Look how rich Nightfall is.
Shard. Fishman
Ooh,
caught,
nice block.
but
Nice tornado
with
usage,
the
though.
Wild Wing, he's able to use the Tornado to push himself out. He's trying to get to Roche to deny himself, but the last shot is there for crit. A lot of these Chen players have gotten to be really good with that Tornado to push them away.
Yeah, certainly. Getting a lot better at using the new Chen army, which is much more improved, like 2.0 basically. Void is still hard pressed to recover though right now.
Go Massive Madness after this Midas.
So long before he gets his BKB, which is going to be so important. And Tusk and Dawnbreaker are waiting for someone.
Yeah, if Tusk and Dawnbreaker are able to get anything, Crit and Nightfall are waiting for somebody to show up in the top lane, but Toby not even close to the lane anymore. And Nightfall, I believe, does he have BKB? No, just the Mithril Hammer for now. He can always disassemble the Echo Saber, make BKB if he wants to.
Yeah, still needs the recipe, of course. Might even choose to go into the Desolate because he's having such a good game.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. Solar Guardian, Dream Coil placed down onto Stormer, who went in on the Abed. That was a very ambitious play, but the Starbreaker misses. Not going to matter with the Celestial Hammer and the Waning Rift of Abed to get the kill on the Stormer, as the second one is followed up by Nightfall, and they take out Fishman too.
He told me as well.
Didn't really have the ulti there for the Chen to sustain the Tiny a little bit longer, as he was
Radiant's middle
surviving
tower
for a
is under
little bit,
attack.
but just not enough.
Yeah, this is a big problem now though. Like the
Radiant's middle tower
team
has
of
fallen.
Entity has very little room to make plays just because
Radiant's
Void
bottom
has to
tower
catch
is
back
under
up. Like his
attack.
chrono has been off cooldown for about 5 minutes at this point. You just can't find any spot to use it in because the damage is very lacking.
He doesn't have any damage at all to really make anything work with that chrono, as was evident the last time, and he hasn't really progressed since then. He's got a Midas, but that doesn't really mean much. Right now, Solar Guardian's down, though, so to make a jump with the chrono, maybe you have something.
His BKB is in the
Go-
Korea though.
Yeah, to go on to Nightfall, he's got almost 2,000 health.
Oh, his
Gonna
BKB
be
is
a
in the
rough
Korea.
kill,
Yeah,
and Stormer's gonna die while they're going for Nightfall. They'll go to the Primal Split.
BKB's
So
ready.
they try to control him, but there's the BKB. Celestial Hammer,
Chrono.
Saberlight, Chrono now committed, but here's the rest of the team. Sly trying to help with the Sunray, and Nightfall survives Thunder God's Wrath, even committed. They finally get the kill on a Nightfall, but what's going to be the cost? Dream Coil down, Waning Rift on it too, Primal Split, Chrono both used, Abe getting a little bit low, he needs to be careful, he'll fall to Katome, they get Saberlight, crit, he's in too far, he's not going to make it out, even with the pig pole. So EG, it felt like they had leaded through all of the abilities of Entity, and eventually just, it felt like Entity had run out of options, and they still come out ahead, even with Saberlight dying.
But that's the problem though. Arteezy could have easily TP'd there. He was full health and very good mana pool, but he's prioritizing creeps over everything. I think it could have been a much more balanced fight if he TP'd there. Because they already used everything on on Nightfall. He's there to clean up potentially.
Before with the Desolator and the Starbreaker, it feels like he can just one-shot some of these heroes. Or 1 Starbreaker, that is.
Yeah, but he's still quite far away from the Deso. Like 2,000 gold, so not too soon. But that BKB on Ursa is going to be massive for those fights. 400 away from that. Brew with the axe already, so he's pretty farmed.
They're at an okay timing. Not exactly sitting high on the net worth as the list goes on. It's actually Stormer who leads. Then, of course, it's Toby. Then Saberlight, who's trying to get back in with the BKB of his own. He did have Maelstrom queued up before, but I guess he's gone for the Audible, which ended up being the BKB. Shadow Blade for the Tiny.
I mean, Tiny's still keeping up relatively nice, but you can already see like the cores of EG are just getting so rich that eventually they might just be too strong and overpower the side of Entity. Most of the net worth really comes from Zeus right now. He's insanely farmed 4+4.
Yeah, he's already got the point booster. He's 3,000 gold away from getting the Axe. Then he can drop down that Nimbus. Blink, Avalanche, Toss, and the Thunder God's Wrath. That all combines to get a kill there onto Fly. So they keep taking out the Phoenix. By the way, Fly got into the shards. Yes, he's got the refresher queued up, but he does have a shard, and that's why his gold's back down.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I was really hoping for the Tranquil straight shard, or a straight refresher.
Nah, the shard is just a little bit too good. Like, what does it do? It allows you to Sun Ray during Supernova, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and it slows also.
Fortified.
Yeah, and so it's just one of the best shards that you really can't afford to not buy. Kind of like the Zeus shard as well.
Toby with the Axe is 1 Perseverance into that refresher, so soon 4 Primal Split.
TM.
Not terribly far away, but so are Guardian Stormstorm are caught. And they'll get the kill into the Tiny Dig for 50 seconds. Yeah, he went to the Shadow Blade. He wants to now go for the BKB, but that timing might end up being a little bit too late for him with the pressure that EGF put on at times. And soon, Nightfall will have this Deso to start working with and going for the Blink Dagger. It's usually like a Blink Starbreaker move that we see from these Dawnbreakers, and it does output a lot of damage, so you're going to need to be careful on Entity.
Radiant are
So the problem is that they're just getting
They don't have a TP on Saberlight at the moment. It's on cooldown for a couple more seconds. We'll immediately go to the TP as he sees Fishman die. And this 2-1 tower is not long for this world.
And Roshan is up too. So Fishman turns into Deadman. And Roshan should be dead for the taking. Should be an easy shot for the Ursa as well. Desolator now done on the Dawnbreaker. That's a lot of damage, a lot of net worth.
Who's gonna grab this shard? Just Arteezy?
Radiant's top
yeah, it's gonna be Arteezy. And now the Battle of Fury build is really paying off as well. Paid off for it a long time ago, now just gonna give more and more value exponentially. Almost into his Basher too. Once that's up, even if the Void just gets bashed once, he might just die. There's just no damage from the Void. He has a Massive Madness, but no Maelstrom. It's, he had to go for a very scuffed Void build because of his rough early game.
He's actually now going into a shard, so looking for the reverse time. Toby gonna go into the Primal Split and trying to catch somebody out. They'll throw the stun over onto Crit, and they've got the damage to get this kill, so they at least get something out of it. It's only 1 Primal Split used. They, of course, have the second one. But the Basher's been picked up for Arteezy, and he may want to look in to find a kill and show this thing off.
Time is money.
What's Saberlight got? Looking, Sanjin Yasha.
Sanjin Yasha. On Void. It has no damage already. Whew. Like, he's really reliant on his Zeus and the Tiny to deal damage then. Like, the reason why Maelstrom is so potent on the hero is because obviously every bash triggers or can trigger, your attack modifiers as well. So there's just a massive amount of Maelstrom procs that deal a ton of damage. Saint Joshua doesn't really play into that at all. Like, you want to have at least one modifier usually that deals damage, whether it's a Diffusal or Maelstrom or just a Javelin that goes into MKB, something. And he is going very vanilla Void.
Sometimes vanilla can be okay, but not all the time.
Saber has to ping top already. I don't know if he's looking to fight or not. But Arteezy is actually at 0 mana. Like, somebody's gonna feed him a Clarity. Peter! Clarity now!
Hoping your support gives you a Clarity.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, we'll see how much he really needs it. Meanwhile, Entity, they're grouped up, and coming across the mid lane is EG, so you need to be careful on the side of Entity, but Saberlight, he's looking for an opportunity to maybe drop down a Chrono. There's the jump in, the Solar Guardian comes out. Hand of God, the sustain is in, the Chrono is through on a 3, but the damage, it's not there. Supernova, Sunray, they might not get the kill to crit, but they're going to end up losing Toby. No Zeus, Abed on the run, looking for Saberlight with BKB. Once that runs out, he's in trouble. Fisherman gone, Nightfall gets the kill there, and Stormer on the run from this Dawnbreaker, but they're just going in past the tier 4s for a second to kill off Saberlight, who will just make it back and survive.
I'm so surprised that Arteezy didn't jump on him. Like, if he just hits him twice, he's dead there. So him and Abed not on the same page there, but still a massive teamfight victory for EG once more. And it was a massive Chrono, which we're gonna be taking another quick look at. Just look at the Chronosphere, but look at the damage. Like, Face's Void is not dealing any damage. You can't even kill the Tusk in the Chronosphere.
The Sunray, like, the Tusk just dies.
Yeah, but it's because a lot of other heroes deal damage as well. But then, what do you have after that? You blow everything for a support Tusk, and you're done. But look at that. Arteezy, he could have jumped in if he wanted to, but he was like, nah. I want to be safe.
You know, these games, we've said, are very important for them.
Yep.
Alright, they found Abed. They get the kill there. But is this going to cost the life of anybody? And they're starting to come over on the side of EG.
I just look at the fight without the puck. The puck is such a important tool of theirs. They're still in ages, of course, for 50 seconds, so they shouldn't be too worried. So Aghanim Scepter next. Very interesting, because you can't use it when you're Chronosphered, and they don't have like a great targeted stun that you can enrage out of. Generally, we would just be seeing the Abyssal Blade to be able to jump in and instantly kill someone. Maybe he'll change his mind, we'll see. Stayed out of mana again.
Going for the
Where is PPD when you need him?
Just bring the mana.
His Aegis is gonna expire, so he will be full mana for any potential fight or farming.
Swapping the treads. Get the mana for some of these abilities here for Arteezy.
Arteezy is all by himself in the bot lane. If Entity actually wanted to capitalize on this and he just TPs him with a Chrono right now, he's dead.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of games where Arteezy just kind of wanders up by himself and doesn't get punished for it. We'll see how long he will get away with it, because usually the deeper in the tournament it goes, the more punished you get for something like that.
They're grouped up. They're ready to go. They don't need the Dawnbreaker. Obviously has the Solar Guardian to jump into the fight. They're waiting just to see if Entity just trail away a little bit too far from their base. They're corralled in right now. Finally, we have this Ags on the Zeus. It looked like Zeus was going to have it for a time a lot earlier. Stormer, Avalanche toss, and there's the Nimbus down. They get the kill on a fly to start. He's got buyback. The rest of the team immediately on EG is out.
Dire's middle tower has
Out
been
they go.
denied.
So EG back away and giving a lot of space to Entity to just leave and farm up a little bit more. You can see that Saberlight, he was thinking about the shard, picked up that Yasha, now going to finish that SNY.
Yeah, we'll see how much it does for him. I'm very scared though. Like, it's a great tool against the coil, but if you're ever fighting against the Ursa, he will just destroy you no matter what you have there. Yep, Arteezy drawing on the map exactly where the enemy is.
Yeah, knowing the exact spot to potentially make a move, but now Phoenix alive. Fly will come back. Is he still going for the refresher? No, okay. He's changed his mind. He's going to the Aeon. Not the refresher anymore.
And this makes a lot more sense. I'm actually surprised he didn't go for the 500 health talent at 15 because he keeps getting bursted every fight. Crit going in. Can't find anything. Katomi maybe? No.
No, he's already far enough away, but the rest of Entity is going to come the other way, and they've got the passes on a Saberlight. They go into the Sword Guardian. He's going to time walk, heal back up. Saberlight, though, he needs to think about how he wants to use this Chrono. He's going to get the Chrono fly again. He'll drop down the Chrono. It's onto Arteezy. He's all by himself, but he doesn't have the damage. He's running around doing nothing. He doesn't have anything to put into this, and he'll time walk his health back. They get the kill on a crit. Toby's going to get credit for that one as they'll drop down the Dream Core with BKB's being bombed, though. Stormer sticking with Arteezy. Fishman's here to try and support this Tiny. They get the kill on Arteezy. Stormer sticking with it, even with the Chrono, and Saberlight not doing a lot of damage. They would still going to find this.
One more split.
And Ahmed on the run. Phase shift, split again, trying to keep up with him, but he's going to blink the other way. Away from these pandas for the moment, but still Cyclone, still killed, and Saberlight gets credit for the kill on the puck. They take this fight so well, even with a couple of blunders, but EG find nothing out of it.
And it's a super fast Roshan too. It's up in 9 seconds. I don't know if they really scouted. They put the scouts in there now. They could potentially get this Aegis, and there might be an Axe or Refresher in there. Alright, this is a massive comeback fight for Entity. Like, I would actually give them a big advantage now. It is an Axe. Do they want to go for the Reds or go for the Aegis? Well, Saberlight says Aegis, the team says Rex, so they're going to do both.
Yeah, they could do both. Now they've got the refresher on Brewmaster. Man, this feels like EG have kind of thrown away their tempo.
Yeah, I really don't know where the last fight went wrong. Like, Arteezy was completely isolated by himself for like, I don't even know, 18 seconds or so. 4 splits of the Brewmaster, of course, incredibly strong. And now then Aghanims is going to be absolutely massive, or maybe even just a Tiny. Like, if a Tiny gets a free 3 volley, his damage output is going to be insanely high into the chronosphere.
Mags for the Tiny, so he's got the tree volley now.
I actually can't believe that EG lost that fight. They were so far ahead. Look at the Dawnbreaker, man. His Satanic, his BKB mage there, that's why he's so strong. Arteezy should be so strong. But really, like this Aghanim Scepter, it feels kind of lackluster.
Abed going
and
down.
Abed is solo killed.
The Nimbus down, Thunder God's
Well, I say solo killed, but yeah. Zeus is never really solo, huh?
Not really, and well, now this top tower is in trouble. Level 25 was the double toss.
I bet still no buyback. They could go for another Rex potentially.
Yeah, if they really wanted to, they're gonna push out bottom though. Or at least that's what Stormer was showing, potentially even looking for Nightfall. Not sure if they caught the vision on this Dawnbreaker.
Yeah,
But now he sees him. Starbreaker, blink away. Avalanche sitting with him, forced to pop the BKB. The tree volley damage! Oh dear!
That's a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, it is. He's going into the Moon Shard next, and he's almost got it. He's 600 gold away.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
This is really falling apart here for EG. Like we've been talking about, it's a very important game for both these teams, especially more so for EG in terms of falling out of a safety position.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it. They were like, what, 11 head? Now they're 7k behind. And Entity's lineup, late game, just like faces Void, outscales almost every hero in Dota.
Look at that comeback.
So, like, Void himself really doesn't have any damage still, but looks like there's enough damage coming out from Storm to make up for it.
Yeah, the Chrono didn't really do any damage when they were within that Chrono, but it didn't seem to matter.
timeless ready now also for the Zeus probably.
Radiant are scanning.
A lot more additional magic damage from there as well. And again, this match is very important for EG. They need to win at least one map.
Ahmed on the high ground, and they're gonna spot him. Waning Rift, Thunder God's Wrath. They find Saberlight, looks for the right clicks, goes into the BKB, and now into the Chrono. He goes after the Supernova and blows up the egg. They'll focus their attention on RTZ. They've got the Sword Guardian. They can kill on a fly. That's only just one dead. But the Aegis have hands of Saberlight. Avalanche as well as the toss coming through. Support dead on the side of EG. And now they've got the Dream Coil down. Fishman falls, no Shen, but he does have buyback. RTZ trying to fight this. He's got the health.
Stormer dying.
But they get the kill on Ahmed. And they'll look as this.
What's
Aaron is trying to fight all the way back. He's got the health from Nightfall. They get the kill. They take the beast point. And now it's Toby who falls. Just Toby is alive. He goes back into the primal split. But it's not looking like he'll survive. EG coming all the way through to team wipe Entity and lose this puck. I believe there was a couple buybacks in that situation too from both supports on the side of EG. So a 5-for-3 buyback still available on Entity. But that was not the fight that Entity were expecting, especially when they were controlling RTZ so early.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at that again. Because what you spoke about is very true. Like, they solo Chrono RTZ again this fight, which, you know, it's really weird because in the Chrono feed you always want to kill the hero that you chronoed, obviously. Just look at the damage that Nightfall is dealing in the back. RTZ also just sitting at solo health the entire fight, but his enrage, plus the enrage he gets from his little jump, it's just barely surviving the entire time, and Nightfall is just completely untouched. Look at how much damage he deals to Saberlight. He's dead. One Starbreaker, he's killed. Full HP. Yeah, like the damage output of both what's her name? Dawnbreaker as well as Earth is just a little bit too overwhelming at this point. Now they even have the Rex count. One side each.
Game net worth is back to even. Nightfall, he's now got this Bloodthorn. He's got 12 charges on the Deso.
12 on the Deso,
He's sitting higher than RTZ in farm. Stormer, of course, he got that Ag's Blessing, and he's doing a lot of damage, but he needs to be a little bit careful how he goes about this. And the God's Wrath. Toss up into the air, the tree volley Ahmed. Oh, boy.
He didn't phase shift or jaunt into the orb. He was completely caught off guard. Has a buyback, though, worst case.
He's got buyback, worst case, like you said. See if he's able to hold on to that buyback. Spell Prism for the side of Entity. That gonna go.
Should go the Brewmaster.
Yeah,
probably.
It could go Brew. Honestly, it could go to Tiny too.
Could go to Tiny. I just think it's really strong on Brew.
Put Tree Volley on such a low cooldown. But I think he's getting the Ascetics cap and Brewmaster. He's got the Stormcrafter.
Void actually needs to get a damage item now. He's going for Butterfly, which is kind of already countered because they have a Bloodthorn on the Dawnbreaker. Like, Saberlight is known for his interesting item builds, but if you just went like Cookie Cutter, you know, Satanic, Daedalus, something like that, probably would be the best bet you can have this game. Because so far in every Chrono, I don't think he has killed a single hero yet this game in the Chronosphere.
Feels like this build's maybe even a VOD replay of like God King.
Yeah, very reminiscent of God King for sure. Let's see if he goes into the backtrack or also the Chrono AoE.
He's got Spell Prism, by the way, on Faceless Void.
Oh, he's got it, okay. He's got a Butterfly now too, so his damage output isn't as bad.
You're waiting for Roche. It's a minute and 30 potentially away. So yeah, disassembled the Mask of Madness to get the Butterfly. I would assume that means that Satanic's next on the list here for Saberlight.
Yeah, probably. They would like complete the quote-unquote hard carry duo, right? Satanic plus Butterfly used to be like the go-to build on every Agi carry. The game is still in control of Entity, but one more fight like that can Definitely turn it around in an instant. Arteezy has buyback now, so does Nightfall.
Like you said about Nightfall, he's got that Bloodthorn, so if he does end up getting the silence onto the Faceless Void with the Butterfly, it doesn't matter. All attacks will have True Strike and 100% chance to crit.
Look at that bed. Sitting up there, nice and cozy.
Time walk in, time walk out, do the hokey pokey, and Thunder God's Wrath. Hand of God used very early in this fight. Arteezy looking after Saberlight for the moment. They're fighting near Roche. They'll go to the Primal Split. Time walk over, and they'll kill.
He chroned his own Tiny.
Got the Chrono, the Solar Guardian trying to come out with the Supernova, but that's going to explode. Saberlight's got the damage to get the kill here onto the Egg. Arteezy trying to fight with the BKB, goes into the rage. Right foot's coming out of the Stormer, but the Tornado! Oh, the Tornado from the chin might have just put him out of range on Arteezy, and they get the kill on the bear! Arteezy's gone, toss him in the air on the Nightfall, he'll toss him up again for good measure, and take out Nightfall. I'm not sure if that was on purpose, but I'm going to assume it was. Fishman getting Stormer out of the grasp of Arteezy with that Tornado from the Wild Wing.
Yeah, and they're just gonna go for the throne. They have no buybacks and 2 supports. Nightfall has the buyback right now.
He will. They have no supports. Arteezy trying to fight, but he's been stunned up, trying to run, trying to hide.
There's no buyback on Arteezy too.
All right, so now they have a little bit of control. Nightfall coming out with some damage, but toss him into the air. He's already dead. The buyback doesn't even disappear.
Arteezy no buyback too.
Arteezy, the right clicks there with the bash is coming in. GG is called by GG, and Entity will take game 1.
Wow. The last teamfight was so well executed. Like, Nightfall was permanently chasing the Zeus, who stayed alive throughout all of it. And the damage output of Ursa, all by himself. So well played by Entity. They were so far behind that one teamfight really just brought them back into the game. Like, their late game was way better than EG. EG had the timing, but that one fight, within their timing, they completely fumbled. Entity made them pay for it. There was like one fight where there was some hope for EG because Entity fought like a little bit wrongly, but yeah, ultimately the late game prowess of Faceless Void as well as Tiny, just too strong, too damn strong.
Yeah, and it felt like there was one fight early on where if Arteezy had been included or involved in some way after he got that Battle Fury, maybe he cleans up on a couple of kills. They snowball out of control, but at the end of the day, he doesn't join that fight. The game extends to about 45 minutes, and it gives the opportunity to Entity to get the farm they need to close it out, and they take game 1. So EG now, it's potentially do or die. I'm not even sure on the situation at the moment, but they need to win this game. This is a must-win coming in game 2. We're going to take a break before we get to game 2, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here for game 2 next.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Face judgment.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play, with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
And howdy and welcome back here to the Arlington Major. Yeehaw indeed. Coming into game number 2 between Entity and Evil Geniuses. Entity, they swipe one away and avoid the Fury swipes of EG in game number 1 to take that victory. And now they're looking to slam EG down here in game number 2. EG still with the odds-on favorite here, but we'll see if they can take away a win. A win for them.
We got news speak up.
Ooh, we have news?
Entity, with that win, guaranteed top 4. Upper bracket secured.
Oh, okay. So we'll see if maybe they take it easy on EG in this one. But to see if they'll take it easy, we got to go into the draft, which is for game number 2. And speaking of all those situations, Beast Coast lost game 1 to Tundra. So now Tundra has 4 wins. Navi lost their game as well. And we'll have to see, because if Navi wins one game and EG lose both, they're both at 6 wins. And if Beast Coast beats Tundra, then they're at 6 wins. But if Tundra 2-0s Beast Coast and Navi take one game, then there's no tiebreakers. Like EG best situation, just win a game. And I think you're fine.
Are you fine for the top 4 or fine for not getting eliminated?
Fine for not getting eliminated.
remaining.
I'm not too certain on top 4 situations because Boom won game 1, so they have 7 wins. But if they lose game 2, then it could potentially be a tiebreaker for them to get upper bracket.
If Boom win both games, however,
then they can't get upper bracket.
Right.
And that would be up against Aster, which would be pretty surprising. But if Aster lose both games, they'd be tied with Entity for the top spot. And if Spirit win both their games against Navi, they'd have 9 wins as well. It would be a 3-way tie for first.
10 seconds
I'm
remaining.
going to look at the tiebreaker discussion here. The rules are
Evil geniuses
if there
turn
are
to
tie
ban.
in the situations for upper and lower, or lower and elimination, it's a 2-way tie. It's BO3s. If it's a 3-way tie, it's a BO1 round robin. All other ties will be resolved in head-to-head between the tied teams. Results against lower seeded teams from directly
10
below to
seconds
last
remaining.
place. And if a tie can't be broken, the process is restarted, back to
5
head-to-head result,
seconds
and a coin
remaining.
toss.
Okay. Well, getting into this draft, Chen first pick again by Entity. So I'm expecting more and more teams to really be able to do this. As I said, like, Chen is an amazing hero. I think it's very underrated. Should definitely be rising in stock, especially during the playoffs, where heroes like Chen are just so much more rewarding because it puts so much pressure, but it also relieves your team of so much pressure as well. Dawnbreak and Snapfire again. Probably one of the strongest dual lanes in the game. And a little funky boy, very fitting of the Texas theme, Bad Rider.
You think he's very Texas? I guess he's got a lasso, so
yeah,
that
he goes
does kind of
and stuff
fit there.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
It's kind of the same thing as a cowboy.
Is that your best EHA?
No, but it's pretty
5
late, so I don't want to
seconds
be
remaining.
waking anyone up.
Oh,
you know?
okay, true. That's right. It's a different time for you. It's
Yeah.
what, 2 in the morning, right? Almost 3.
Yeah, 3 a.m. soon. Yep. I don't want to wake up my neighbors. I don't want to get the police involved or anything, you know. Or it could be fun. Get imprisoned because you cast the Dota major.
EHA too loud.
Yeah.
You gotta ride on into town, and then you gotta give your best boomhammer going to yeehaw boomhammer with Bat Rider, and that's it.
I literally just couldn't understand what you said.
That's the point of Boomhammer.
To ban.
Is that how
In King of the Hill, he talks real quick.
Dire team ban.
Texasian sound?
I don't know, but that's how Boomhammer would sound if he was cast at a game of Dota. He'd just be saying, "Okay, yourself a little sour going to kill the last. So come on, thank you."
Well, I can always speak like so no can sway me, but I don't really want to do it because we haven't a game yet. Ah.
10 seconds remaining.
Banning out the Zeus and the Visage.
5 seconds.
Banning out
remaining.
all the spirits.
Ooh.
What does our band have left to play? Puck is banned. Storm is banned. He has no more heroes left. It's done. It's over. Boba won't know what to pick for him.
All right. Well, there's still Void Spirit.
Oh, that's true. If they ban that, though, they're done. Imagine they ban all of his heroes, and the player camp just goes to up band. He's curled up in defeated position.
Geniuses. turn
Hey,
to
there it
ban.
is. There's the
The
Void
Void
Spirit,
Spirit.
man. We got it. We got there. We called it.
Oh, dude. Make him as uncomfortable as possible.
Yeah, make him play something. Force him to pick his hero, right?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What are they going to ban here on EG? Outrider's probably the mid in this situation, though, right?
Yeah. 99% of the time.
See if they, what if they did like an Abed Kato mid?
Nah, it can work. It's very risky against Bad Rider, though. Honestly, Bad Rider middle is just a very annoying here to play against. There's no Zeus. Quap. I bet likes his Quap as well. That could be a thing. Quappity doppity. They're taking a lot of time to those bans. They ate like 90 seconds into the bonus time already. And it's never a good sign when you're just banning heroes.
Bristle back.
Dire team pick.
And there's
There's
the
the
Quap.
Quap. Woo! We're so good today, man. Yeehaw! Woo, 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 woo. Is Rodeo also part of Texas?
Rodeo, yeah.
I'm so good at rodeo. Like whenever you go to these like fake
10
rodeo
seconds
places where this
remaining.
electric bull is, I can hold on for 10 hours, bro.
5 seconds remaining.
Like I'm literally parallel to the floor and I'm still holding on.
You think so?
Dire team pick.
Yeah. Are you parallel to the floor if you're 90 degrees down, or is that perpendicular?
Parallel, right?
You're more like parallel with the wall, right? You're parallel to the floor.
Well, if you're laying down on the floor, you're parallel. If you're standing up, you're perpendicular.
10
Yeah,
seconds
so if
remaining.
I'm 90 degrees, basically standing up, but on the back
5
of a bull, I'm
seconds
perpendicular
remaining.
to the floor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if I'm 90 degrees perpendicular to the floor, I'm still holding on. No hands. Okay? I just got that leg strength. I'm just squeezing the bull. And he can't move. Can't get me off.
Okay.
I see how it is. You want to talk about Dota? Let's talk about Dota.
I feel like we just too much time has passed, and then we'll just get into trouble.
No, we can't get into trouble. I just told you the story about why. But Nyx, I'm so surprised it's not banned out. It literally counters the entire lineup.
Yeah, that might be a reason to ban it.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
There's the carry Doom again, potentially. Or the offlane. But yeah, Snapfire gets countered by Nyx. So does Dawnbreaker. Quap doesn't like it very much either. Maybe a lapse in concentration here by Mr. Bulbs.
10 seconds remaining.
Doom could
5
be
seconds
off
remaining.
lane or safe lane. So we'd have to see. What do you think they're going to go for here on EG?
Dire team
I bring an
back.
end to magic.
Ooh, Beastmaster. Okay, so
Yeah.
against
the
the
best
Chen
hero against
again.
Nyx. Not the best against Chen. Not the best against Doom, certainly, but very good against Nyx. Not terrible against Bad Rider too, because usually Bad Rider's strong timing is that BKB.
Evil
If you can roam
geniuses
during a
turn
BKB,
to
he
bad.
dies real fast.
Lone Druid banned out. Both teams looking like they're looking for a carry, so we'll see a lot of bans
10
on that.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What are you expecting to get banned here? Jug? Potentially?
Potentially, Jack is good, but I actually feel like this Doom is going to be played by
Dire
Saberlight.
team back.
And they're going to pick up an Enigma last.
It does kind of scream off lane hero to the safe lane. Saberlight finally playing the hard carry on the Void, and it seemed like he did kind of struggle a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it could also just be
10
like an
seconds
alchemist for him.
remaining.
That's very nice. It's pretty good against Beastmaster.
5 seconds remaining.
But I'm assuming it's gonna be an alchemist ban. Probably.
Potentially.
But they also didn't ban Nyx, which counters the entire lineup, so I'm not sure.
So let's see.
Entity has no bonus time,
Evil
B-Comp. You remember all those?
geniuses turn
They
to
ban
bad.
alchemists themselves.
Ooh.
Yeehaw! Which
All right.
means Enigma for sure. That's Enigma for sure.
You
If you
think
don't
so?
ban Enigma right now, that's an insta lock on Enigma.
For sure.
For sure. Like, I'm so sure that I'm not entirely sure, but I'm quite sure.
Okay.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, as long as you think that, I guess
5
that's
seconds
okay.
remaining.
We'll see if you end up being right.
I was just about to ask you if you knew about those like arcade games where a lot of bonus time gives you extra points. Do you think if you finish the draft with a lot of bonus time, you should start the game with extra gold?
No.
That could be
not
like a nice
no,
incentive.
No.
Why?
Because, no. I don't want to see rush drafts. I want to see well thought out drafts.
I nicked my band. See, insta lock, I told you. I'm actually surprised they banned the Alchemist because Alchemist was really good for them, but they wanted to ban the Alchemist because Alchemist would have been really good against the Enigma too, which they wanted to pick. But now they can't pick either. What did they
10
do? They have been
seconds
out
remaining.
mind gamed by Mr. Bulbs.
5 seconds remaining.
Maybe they just throw the Doom in the off lane and give Saberlight something else.
Maybe.
Feel like that makes
Faces
sense.
Void? No, I was just kidding.
no.
Void is actually not good
Evil
this game. Not good
geniuses
this game.
turn to pick.
All right, Razor kind of works out.
It could be an offlane Razor or carry Razor. The lineup is very open still. And now Anti-Mage looks so good. And it's Arteezy. This has to be an Anti-Mage game. Probably.
10
Potentially.
seconds remaining.
Probably not.
5
Probably not.
seconds remaining.
Naga Siren looks pretty sick. If you want to go that route. I was thinking about what's good and what Arteezy enjoys playing. Like, Naga Siren looks really damn good.
Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker.
Choose your
Okay.
Okay. So going away from the roots.
I don't
There's
hate
that
it.
carry Doom.
Yeah, there's the carry Doom. We'll see how it works out. I definitely don't
Razor
dislike
to
it.
Bloodseeker. I actually like the Aegis draft a lot too, though. Like Bloodseeker plus Beastmaster Quap, there is a lot of potential to just overrun the opponent. At the same time, though, Saberlight is so comfortable on his Doom. Have Bad Rider. Who are you going with, B-Cop? I know who I'm going with, but I won't tell you.
I'm going to say EG wins. I'm going to give him a chance here.
Well, I'm going to say... let me see. I have to check the standings first. Because I need to see what level of urgency these teams are playing with.
Right, sure.
So EG, if they lose this game, they're 6-8. And Na'Vi lost their first game. EG needs to win. It's a must-win for them, pretty much.
I feel like we kind of figured that out earlier, that it was a must-win.
To also have a chance at the upper bracket. Hey. I'm going with EG.
Okay. Sounds good to me. I mean, that was my thoughts initially.
Good.
So.
Then we have the same thoughts.
Yeah.
I actually like what Mr. Bolts put together here. For EG, a very high-paced draft. Let's see if they can bring it home this time. Like last game, they also had firmly in their grasp, but then one unfortunate fight, one unfortunate team fight mistake, or a couple, made the game slip right off the hand. And it's a very punishing draft from Entity too. Bad Rider can grab you out of position, the hero gets doomed, suddenly Razors runs one down. It's not an easy draft to play against. And still, Nyx has some counters. This is like 4 of those heroes. Or 3 at least.
I like this.
So, Nyx feeling like it's going to be the thorn in their side, right?
Yeah. Or the spike.
Carapace.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
very spiky.
Sure, I feel like I nailed that one pretty completely, honestly.
Yeah, you did. I mean, we're kind of just playing basketball at this point, right? Alley-oop. I throw it up for you, and you... triple stun into nothing. You dunked it in. I wanted to say slam dunk, but I couldn't think of slam the entire time. Is Nyx... Or Katomi, are you man enough to take the rune? Right click battle.
He didn't get
loses.
It. And now he's actually taking a lot of damage from Fly, yeah, as well as Nightfall.
Finger curls are a real thing, guys. If you don't believe me, just look at that teaser getting zoned by Mr. Lightning Boy. He might have to TP to lane. Oh, he does.
Alright, so he'll TP all the way in. See what he can do here down the bottom lane.
You know, Fishman is this typical player that plays matchmaking games, and he just first picks Chen every game. He's like a Chen abuser. Which I respect, you know? I respect the grind. What? Crit versus Fishman, just giving each other the right clicks.
Who wins the battle?
Well, Fishman will win the long battle, because he has the extra regen and armor from the aura. But short term, Crit's a bit stronger. Toby's burning. 5 Dawnbreakers, no joke.
Yeah, the Celestial Hammer early just feels like such a nuisance, and that level 2 spike that comes in from Dawnbreaker is something that you need to be careful about. Not that the damage from the Bloodseeker is all that much, but if you catch a Starbreaker with a Blood Right down, all of a sudden you could be quite low and in some trouble.
Yeah, especially if you have the other lanes also on low HP and Bloodseeker gets real fast. But I respect it a lot.
Double stun again for Katomi.
The most interesting matchup is going to be mid lane, because Quap can quite dominate this matchup, and if Bad Rider is being dominated early on, then it's very hard to transition to a strong mid game, because your BKB timing is delayed, your boost of travel timing is delayed, just your entire game slowed down by minutes.
Does the matchup ever change favor?
You mean for the Bad Rider?
Yeah.
Yeah, level 6. Like, if you get 3-4 stickies level 6, you can definitely die to a lasso, no problem.
Okay.
But before level 6, it's all a Quap.
See, just Celestial Hammer being thrown out again, but this is Arteezy now, minus 25 attack damage, so Toby just working with the static link, Blood right down, Spike Carapace, and well, he was silenced up because he stood in it and wasn't able to follow that up with an impale.
The bot lane is going terribly though for the Dire. Look at the CS of Razor, sitting at 4 CS, Arteezy 10 denies, 11 CS.
Yeah, as much as the aggression or the harassment is coming in from Katome as well as Toby at times, they're not farming well at all. 13 and 10 for Arteezy, just completely making it impossible for them to feel comfortable.
Yeah, now a nice combo though, with the static link, but it's just not enough. Bratzig is very survivable, very strong laner.
Spike Carapace, every time he wants to go for Starbreaker, there's constantly this Spike Carapace, but
Katome's getting run down.
low, and the Blood Right's not going to land, but they should have some extra damage if he doesn't get out of the Blood Right, and of course he does. Sidesteps it, and ends up popping that stick with a lot of charges on.
Yeah, at least the top lane is going very well for them, so that's the only salvaging factor so far. And I'm expecting Abed, like, Abed, you can say what you want about him, but he's one of the strongest laners in the entire game, so there's going to be no problem for him to beat Stormstorm on his Bad Rider. Who also gets his water rune stolen from him. Both sides, in fact. So they're really playing for the mid dominance.
Cheesy again, needing to be careful.
Still healing himself on fly, so he should be able to get him up to, well, about 60% health or so.
The flayed ones keep you safe.
Sal gets used, mid lane again. Stormer taking some damage here. They've got crit coming over. They'll throw
That's
the
level
Shadow
3.
Strike on him.
Cookie.
Can't keep up. Cookie. And there's the TP out.
Whoa.
He's broken for a split second, but he's fine.
That was a very long blink. Look at the top lane, by the way. This Hydro Priest creep just permanently healing up the Saberlight on Doom. And just so much heal now after the buff. How much is it? 100 health restored every 10 seconds.
Radiant
Nothing our friend Nightfall can do, unfortunately. But he's still farming very well. Surprisingly.
Yeah, 21. Like you said, not too terrible. And the same can be said about Arteezy and the CS he's got compared to Toby. He's just 12 and 4 in the 5.5 minutes we've been here.
Yeah, I mean, Toby is almost the lowest net worth of his entire team. Chen overtook him. Nyx is not trailing too far behind, which is never what you want for a Razor.
Feels like, you know, what does this Razor really do up against Arteezy at the moment? I guess with the levels, he's got now the level 2 of the static link. Should make it a little bit easier, right?
They're looking to dive. Stormstormer.
Yeah, they're behind this 2-1 tower. They've got the Starbreaker. Stormstormer killed off by Crit. And finally, there's a first blood. It's 6 minutes into the game.
Yep, easy peasy. He's only level 5 still. They're not allowing him a game at all. Over one level behind, but they give some space to Toby to 1v1 Arteezy.
Well, that's going to work out better for the Razor overall, right? Like now minus 45 damage from static link. But again, back over mid. Scatterblast lands. They've got the Sonic Wave from Ahmed. He's trying to get Stormstormer back to back. And they've got a second kill. They'll use the Doom, and they'll at least trade. Doesn't mean that Doom's gonna be down, so you might feel more confident with that. Crit. He just gave Tomy the kill. I think Fly doesn't get this. Starbreaker's just not gonna catch up.
Dire's top tower is
How
under
did
attack.
Crit die? I didn't see it.
Crit just turned around to, I believe, Scatterblast, and then he just died. So we can take another look at this fight. We've got the replay.
Yeah, quick replay on what actually happened there to Crit as well at the end there. Very nice Sonic Wave, hitting 2 heroes, I believe. Stormstormer, back-to-back deaths.
Yeah, missed Fishman.
Yeah, always a little bit rough to die like that, but they do get the return kill, of course. And yeah, Crit, he
just turns around. I don't even know if he Scatterblasts. Yeah, he looked for it. He tried.
Okay. well, there's one way to die. The good news is for EG fans, Badwater has no game. The bad news is that Saberlight is on his doom.
Dire's middle tower is under
And
attack.
Fly is dead as well.
Yeah, and that goes to Stormer. That's a little bit of a recovery there for the Batrider that you don't want to give up.
Yeah. Like, honestly, I think Saberlight might be the best Doom in the world right now. Whenever he's on that hero, he's doing wonderful things. He's already done it with his Midas. We've already seen how quickly a carry Doom can farm in 23 Savage's hands.
Radiant's
But he
middle
didn't feel so
tower is
comfortable
under
throughout the
attack.
entire game, right?
Yeah, it becomes a question of how long he's going to be able to sustain a lead and effectiveness throughout the game, right? Like for 23 Savage, that eventually fell off.
Dire's courier has
Yeah,
been killed.
but I think that's more a familiarity issue rather than, you know, being a problem with Doom the hero. Just because I've never seen 33 actually, not 33, sorry, 23 Savage actually play a carry Doom.
Crit now
Crit might be
spotted,
trouble.
and these supports are kind of getting caught out a little bit far, but Fire Snap Cookie. And then the ulti from Abed. They've also got Fly coming in. Primal Roar. They'll take out Saberlight. They'll look for Fishman to save Crit and clear up the Chen army. Also, Katome's here.
Did he just
slowed
go
up.
into
He's
his
got
death?
Impale, and he'll land it on 2, so he's fine. Or at least,
Yeah. Yeah, got the speed R2 from the Cobalt 4-man.
Dire's
A
top
real
tower
bro.
is under attack.
Toby though, catching back up. Same farm as Arteezy almost. Like Arteezy's laning phase started so strong, and now suddenly he's pretty far behind in terms of farm.
How long are EG willing to stay here? Spike Carapace stuns up Nightfall for a second. Fishman
Radiant's
comes in,
bottom
Fly
tower
on the
is
run.
under attack.
Do have Lasso, and he'll Celestial Hammer into the arms of Saberlight. We'll hit him with the Infernal Blade, and Stormer will take care of the Dawnbreaker for now.
Yeah. Also, one thing to note, Abed went 4 levels into Shadow Strike, which really kind of cripples his own ability to scale into the game. So despite having a mega strong laning phase, look at the difference in net worth between him and the Bat. It's almost non-existent.
Dire are scanning.
So, who do you think has a better hold on the game at the moment with the way it's gone?
I like Entity right now, because they need to be ahead a little bit, and they've held EG down very nicely throughout this early portion of the game. Again, like Bloodseeker fell behind so far.
Dire's top
They have the
tower
mech on
is under
Chen soon,
attack.
and then it's go time for them.
Nightfall, crit. Gonna put the finishing touches on this tier 1 tower top.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Fly backing off the bottom lane. He's got level 6, so he does have Solar Guardian ready to go if they want to make a jump on anybody.
Yeah, but of course, if Nyx is around in the vicinity, the Solar Guardian will get cancelled instantly, so he has to be very careful when he uses it. He can't just freely use it, can't be too liberal with
Dire's
it.
top tower
Yeah, that's
is
that
under
big
attack.
counter that we were talking about, and we saw that a lot with how much Dawnbreaker was facing popularity in the Chinese region. That being said, Solar Guardian, Nightfall getting a quick kill on a Fishman, so not gonna matter in that instance. And then they're gonna move over to the tier 1 tower mid. So
Radiant's
from
bottom
top
tower
to
is
mid,
under
if they
attack.
could get this tower, it opens up the
Radiant
map for them quite a
structures
bit,
are fortified.
and might be able to slow down
Dire's
Entity's roll.
structures are fortified.
Yeah, and it's pretty much just gone. Not a whole lot you can do about it.
Dire's
Can they maybe
middle
trade for the bottom
is
tower? I
under
mean,
attack.
Razor is a very slow
Dire's
tower
top
pusher, so if they still want to defend the tower, they can.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But you see a lot of TPs also from Entity to the bot lane. They recognize they need to get the tower down.
Dire's middle tower is
Abed
under
alone
attack.
is not enough. If they can get a lasso on him, even perhaps.
They're wrapping all
Vendetta
the way
pop.
around. They want him, and
Radiant's
oh,
bottom
into the hands of the lasso. So they caught him. They were waiting. And eventually, Abed will go down to Stormer, who is now on a killing spree. He's got 3 kills, 2 deaths. 2 assists.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Massive kill on the clock there once
Radiant's
more.
bottom tower has fallen.
Arteezy's
going-
not farming fast at all, but he's getting closer to the Maelstrom.
I guess
He'll also
playing-
use the Doom and get the kill on a crit. So.
Wow, was this solo kill? Yeah, it was. Nice pick off there. Just use it off cooldown, you'll carry anyways. But yeah, I'm surprised by how poor Bloodseeker actually is this time around.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And
attack.
Quap is going Linken's first item. You literally never see this. Usually it's Kaya Sanj or Orchid or BKB. Lincoln's is like usually the last thing you would ever want to buy.
Right.
More so because you might complete it at the time when tier 2 items drop. And if they get a Fey Grenade on the Doom, your Lincoln's gonna do nothing.
So then you've spent all that gold to really not have much protection.
Yeah. So I hope he reconsiders this choice potentially. He's already into Perseverance though, so not a whole lot of space to reconsider.
Fishman and Fly just kind of eyeing each other up in the jungle.
Yeah. I bet going very aggro on Tomi.
Primal Roar, Solar Guardian, and the aggression is on a Saberlight. He's pretty tanky, but they finally have the Rupture. Infernal Blade hits on a Fly. He's bounced back. He goes for the TP. Just TP out.
He's actually so tanky. He wasn't even half health when he left.
He's got a lot of armor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
The
attack.
ice armor on him. Putting him at like 23 armor or something like that at the moment. Now he's back down to 16. Now 17. Back up and down. Constantly. That is a lot of armor, and that is a lot of tankiness for this Doom.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
he's
is
almost
under
also
attack.
into his BKB. So once that's completed, he should be very strong in those fights. They have Rupture against it, of course.
Huh.
But yes,
Well,
sir.
I'm
What's
looking
up?
at Abed. He's changed the build. All the Perseverance, and now he's going into the Orchid, but back to the Lincolns.
And back to the Lincolns again.
Never mind.
Yeah. Which again, like
Dire's top
Lincoln's
tower
first
under
item
attack.
is very rough.
Radiant's bottom tower
I just
is
can't
under
believe
attack.
he went 4 levels into the Shadow Strike like this. He could be so much more farmed, have so much more impact. Feels like EG's doing some quite basic errors this game, which you generally don't see them, commit. Tomi is stalking a bed, but shouldn't be able to kill him. Even with the Razor, it shouldn't be enough. They need +1.
Well, last time they got him was
Ooh,
thanks
real
to,
close.
the lasso.
Dire's top tower
Yeah,
is
that
under
was never gonna
attack.
happen. On the other side, I see Chen again. Chen does not get roared.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're holding their ground, but Storm's
Gonna be
coming in,
lasso.
and he's got a lasso. That's going to be onto the Beastmaster. Nightfall now goes to the Primal Roar. Penitent's thrown on to this Beastmaster too. Nightfall trying to run, and he'll burn away. Went for the TP out, but wasn't successful. He's the top net worth guy on EG. He's finally starting to make some progress. He's got that Maelstrom, but these heroes on the side of EG aren't exactly getting much out of the map. Certainly not as much as Saberlight on the Doom, but of course, he's got the Devour and the Midas to work with.
Oh, he has to be so careful on our bed. Like, if he brings in at an unfortunate time and gets doomed, they don't really have much help for him at all, other than the Beastmaster Roar. It's about time, B-Cup. 1 more minute, then we see. Is he gonna get that Fey Grenade or not? It's such a massive pickup against Lincoln Spheres. Fly should just be dead.
Fly running, but can't get much further than that.
It's still... Oh, he has Inverse on the do. Never Sentry Ward there. That was... fortunate. He was hands up, man.
Yeah, definitely getting very close, but EG, it feels like they're running out of space. Even though they were able to take the tier 1 mid and the tier 1 top very quickly, it doesn't feel like their farming space has expanded much.
Yeah, if anything, it's narrowing down quite a bit more, because they can't quite control the enemy jungle at all. I still find it's very silly that a tier 2 neutral item can completely negate a Lincoln Sphere. Especially when they removed it from most other neutral items. But not that one. Feature? Question mark?
Yeah. Let's see. They're starting to get their tier 2 items, so we'll see if the Fey Grenade comes out. Quicksilver Amulet is the starting one.
Dire are scanning.
They are.
looking up towards the high ground of getting a kill here. They do get the Fey grenade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, that's gonna make that Lincoln feel really awkward. Fishman maybe gets taken out. He has a mech. And the Hand of God too.
Yeah, he's got Hand of God if he wants to survive even longer. Goes for the TP.
Wow.
And they just don't have the damage.
And on the other side, Nightfall potentially in trouble.
And he's got to run away as Katone looking to spike Carapace somebody, but doesn't quite land it. Hand of God and the mech get used, but the chase was on to kill off Fishman. They can't even do that. They can't even get this Chen.
Toby has BKB now as well, so they have, what, triple BKB online pretty much. It's on the courier for Bad Rider. Then you have to choose, who do you Rupture, who do you Roar? It's the Katomi.
And they see him, but the spike Carapace hits both Fly and Nightfall. They're going to go to the Rupture. The BKB's been popped by Saberlight. Toby moving forward, Solar Guardian, Flame Break, Nightfall stopped up and killed off.
They're looking to chase. Maybe just kill the big Dominator creep, it's worth 250. It's basically a hero kill.
Yeah, it's worth it. Fishman getting the 250 gold that he's hoping for, and he's building into a Vlad's. He's got 1,700 gold at the moment. This Chen is super farmed.
Yeah. Now, as soon as he sees that Lincoln Sphere on Quap, I'm fully expecting Saberlight to pick up the Fake Grenade. He already has it in the Courier, so that Lincoln's is going to feel real awful. Like, absolutely terrible. Blink Dagger's in the Courier too. He's looking for a Doom on Abed.
Radiant's top tower is
They have a
under
ward there though.
attack.
He's spotted out, so he should be fine. Blinks down, TP's out. Yeah.
So just an update, by the way, Tundra lost that second game to Beast Coast.
So Beast goes back in the mix.
So Tundra is eliminated as they end 4-10. They can't sneak up into a spot with Beast Coast as they now have 6 wins. And if Na'Vi lose game number 2 to Spirit, these results won't exact. EG and Beast Coast will make it at 6-8.
Yeah, but it's still about a tiebreaker potentially for the top 4 in case Boom loses. Toby is ruptured up. You don't want to be fighting this, Atizi. You don't want to be fighting this.
Yeah, but the Inferno Blade, the chase is on. They want to get the kill. They've got the Spike Carapace. Oh, the Vendetta and the Impale.
Wow.
Oh, getting the kill on Arteezy, taking him out. Primal Roar. Just
To run.
to
So he knows Abed has Lincolns, of course, but...
Lasso.
Oh, nice lasso.
They still grab Nightfall. There's no Sonic Wave. There's no life left in Nightfall, and EG are crumbling.
And they're just going into the Roche Pit. Swapping the Fey Grenade maybe to get a pick off on to Abed. Not doing it quite yet. Oh, now he did. If Quap steps up at all, he's in danger of dying. He's looking for it, looking for it. Whoa. There was so hands up again, man. If the animation was just a little bit bigger, faster, I mean, he needs a Centaur creep. Once he gets the Centaur creep, Abed is in a whole lot of trouble. They should stop doing Roche halfway. It's half HP. Beastmaster with a creep could potentially go in there and take it. It's a little bit awkward now.
Update to that update. Na'Vi lost both games, so they're also eliminated. And EG, their lives are safe.
Yeah, at least lower bracket, but they want to win to have a chance at the upper bracket, of course. Crit. He caught the Quap.
Yeah, they've got the Doom. Solar Guardian trying to heal him. And, oh, the stun actually stops him from getting the Impale, but Saberlight just sticks with him. It doesn't matter. Fly going to try and fight, go to the Starbreaker, but again, an Infernal Blade. They've got the Hand of God. They'll go to the Rupture. They're going to try and stop these heroes from chasing with BKB being popped by Toby. He'll chase Nightfall all the way past the tier 2. Fire Staff Cookie, Plasma Fuel for the kill. Toby gets it anyway. And Arteezy surrounded. He'll be killed off. 4 heroes down on the side of EG. Triple kill for Saberlight.
Now, EG is not a team to GG out early, right? So they're not going to be GGing out anytime soon, but Entity in firm control. They're going to get a Roche now as well. I cannot understand this Lincoln Sphere choice. Like, you have to wait until you see the Fey Grenade or not. He didn't. Just look at what happens to Abed. He invested all of his money into that Lincoln Sphere. Bam, gets popped Fey Grenade, you get doomed, you're dead. There could be a Kaya Sanj, there could be a BKB, there could be so many different items that actually help you and your team fight. The You also see Dawnbreaker get taken down.
This is stole that
Back to
Roach
life
and
again.
They actually ended up going snatching the Aegis, but it doesn't matter. Crit goes down. Aegis in the hands of Saberwhite.
There's a lasso getting quap no again.
Oh, quap caught again. Lasso and the Infernal Blade. They've got the Impale. They have the control. EG just no rebuttal to the aggression of Entity. And this game is very one-sided at the moment.
Wow. I didn't expect Entity, like, I was gonna give them one win, but 2 in a row against EG. I mean, Entity, as I said, they've steadily been improving. So, definitely look out for them at the TI qualifiers if they don't get directly invited by like, getting really deep into this tournament.
The question just becomes, will they be found out come playoff time?
Potentially, because they don't really have this hard carry to fall back on, right? Nightfall again, runs away, another defensive roar.
Another defensive roar that just doesn't save his life anyway. So Saberwhite sticks on him and they get another kill. So working with this Aegis, working with the aggression, never stopping.
Never stopping indeed. Doom is back off cooldown. You know what that means for Abed. He could be dead momentarily again.
I like that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He's looking for him. And so is Katomi.
Yeah, they're top. They do not have a sentry to hide under. Ahmed's getting really greedy with this one. How much longer is on the Vendetta? He's still got a couple seconds. Instead, they'll find themselves the Snapfire. And, oh, did he get Abed? No, he missed it. Crit, though, still dead. I believe he tried to blink and get the Impale. Missed it on Abed.
Well, he's still sticking around. I hope Abed doesn't come out too early. Because if he does, it's lights out. You didn't know he's still there?
Katomi spots him. He's got a TP up. Playing with fire.
Oh, he has Lincoln's on his own now on the Doom, so he doesn't get ruptured. He's like, hey, Abed, you want to look at my farm? I have way more than you. And by way more, I mean double the net worth, pretty much.
Yeah, basically. Just about has double that net worth, and they are still relying on Arteezy to do something, but it is not looking likely as he is behind all 3 cores on the side of Entity.
Alright, Abed is... Do we have any fast TPs? Or do we just be right on top of him? It's a long TP, it's a long TP, it's a long TP.
One, Infernal Blade! Oh, the Lincolns with a Fey Grenade, and the Doom is out.
He's just looking at him. He's not even hitting him, he's just looking at him.
He's turning him out with the Scorched Earth. Oh my, and then they're going to be fighting over mid. They get killed on Nightfall. They'll take out the Beastmaster. BKB looking for the TP. And that's all he can do. Arteezy leaves. Scatterblast pushes back Toby. Stuns him for a moment. Blink forward. Looking for the Impale. Is it on cooldown at the moment? No, he's charging it up. Looking. And yeah, alright. Doesn't even need it. Gets the kill.
Yeah, they're kind of just giving up. He just saw a crit. He didn't even really try to run away. He was just zigzagging his way back home. Probably just digesting the loss. Maybe they got the news already that they don't actually need to win this game. Probably not. But
probably not. They're not allowed to have phones or anything while playing.
This game is pretty over at this point. Maybe they won't be able to end the game just now, or just yet rather, because the spells are on cooldown. But
Radiant structures are fortified.
yeah,
Radiant's courier
no game on any of their cores at all. Why that all happened, of course, they tried to kill the Bad Rider, but Hand of God plus Mech kept him alive. They got a kill on Nightfall again. This feels rough. Very, very rough. EG fans are probably going to be pretty mad after this.
Yeah, they make it to the playoffs. They'll live to fight another day.
Yeah. When are the playoffs actually starting? There's like a day or two in between, right?
Well, there's still the groups tomorrow. And
tomorrow, yeah.
I believe it's just that one series, and then they play on the 9th.
On the 9th, so...
Yeah, playoffs start on the 9th.
Ah, so not too much time off at all. Alright, 4-man smoke again. Or 3-man smoke, rather. Doom, not back of cooldown yet.
Going in,
TZ
they've
gets
got the
out of this
lasso. He's definitely dead. Primal Roar is out, but it's not going to matter. The Infernal Blade's on Ahmed. He'll blink away, but the chase is on from Entity. It's an ult
Game is over,
again
GG.
defensively. They'll call GG, and Entity's going to take the series 2-0.
Alright, this game was a complete storm. Like, no chance for EG at all. TZ leaves without even GGing. Like, they're not in a good mindset right now. Good mind space. Understandably so. Like, Entity, the underdog coming into the series probably by most people.
Right.
But again, it's a team that's steadily improving. Their drafts are very strong with Saberlight. They have this very strong early pace drafts just because it's an additional offlaner, right? So they just want to shove the advantage down your throat the entire time. That's perfectly what they did this game.
Yeah. I think Entity never let off the gas, and it just showed. It just showed that they just choked out EG, and even with the towers taken, like, it felt like EG did a good job taking the top tier 1, the mid tier 1 as well, and then they opened up the map, but from there, they were never across the river in a good situation. Every ult felt defensive, and that Lincoln's pickup, like you said, just feels so bad once they get that Fade Grenade, and the Lincoln's is basically worthless, right?
Yeah. Like, you have to make sure it's past minute 17 and confirm there's no Fade Grenade, then I'm on board with the Lincolns. But the way it worked out, it did nothing for him. 5k gold down the drain. Might as well just, like, burn it in a fireplace.
Yeah, so it ends up being a 2-0 for Entity off the back of that. And they take it over EG, and that is it for this series. We're going to be back with a third series after a short break, so stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment. We'll see you there.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's turret has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
smoking up.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play, with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are into one of our final series of the night here between OG and, of course, Outsiders, and it's going to be OLP Dota and John X5 joining you here today for this series. Jonathan, very exciting series coming up. Of course, OG and Outsiders still in the running to try and secure an upper bracket position through to the playoffs. But before all that, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, Mike. It's the last series of the day, and we're winding down group stage. So every single one of these games left counts, and every single win counts. Even a draw drastically changes results. So I'm keen to see what both teams are going to bring out here. OG, of course, in a slightly better position right now to kind of make it into that upper bracket start. Outsiders right in the middle of the pack, but for the most part, no threat of elimination unless something really wacky happens with a bottom set of teams. Let's say a 2-0 for Talon and Outsiders dropping this 1-0-2. That could upset the order. Shiftings around between Outsiders, Talon, and Liquid, or even, Tundra Awaken could take a series, Sonics could take a series. So it's not quite cemented in. And that means for Outsiders especially, they want to find as much as they can, and we'll have to see if they can bring it out up against OG.
Well, before we get into it too much, John, we should have a look at the teams. And why don't we start with the previous major winners, of course, OG. We're all familiar with the faces of OG, but I'm sure we can have a quick gander to see a quick team introduction, perhaps, of those players. Happy. Is Amar happy about it? And his brother did mention, no, he's not happy. He wasn't satisfied after winning the major, which is something that it's like a championship attitude, right? Like, he's still not satisfied after winning a major. He probably wouldn't be satisfied after winning this major either, John. It seems to be all about TI with this man, but I appreciate the mentality is what I'm trying to say from this man. It's like the job wasn't finished. He's not happy.
Yeah, for sure. And that hunger is something that should drive OG, of course. That should also drive Outsiders. These guys, again, they need so much to go in there, and we're going to take a look at them right now. So you flash across the screen.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought you had more to say about them, Jonathan. Obviously, very handsome lads here between the side of Outsiders. Talk to me about them, though, John. I mean, currently in the middle of the pack in terms of groups. They're still in the running for upper bracket. They've got to get some points going, though. They've got to beat OG here, preferably 2-0 if they can. What do we need to know about these guys, John?
I mean, they're a very veteran team. We've seen them play a little bit ourselves, right? They do love to play aggressive. They love to sustain heroes as well that comes out for them. And I'm keen to see if that is something they fall back to here going into those healing supports. Winter Wyvern has been a popular pick, of course, across the tournament. That's something Outsiders has also dived into. The Dazzle, they've found a lot of success with as well. So a lot of options are from the support roles. I think the contested hero between these two teams likely to be something like the Marcy. I think OG's been picking that up multiple times here as well. So we should see whether or not that's a priority in the first phase of bans and picks as we do get into the draft here, finally into the game. And how many adjustments or what is Outsiders willing to give OG? Because it feels like when you look at all the teams, OG is probably the ones that are really flexible. Flexible isn't really the word I want to say, but maybe a little bit more outside of the box, right? They've been going into the Shaker a little bit more. They've run offlane Monkey King for Amar a couple of times. They've been bringing out Slaughter once, and they brought that to Timbersaw as well. So the openness of OG feels like it's going to be a big thing for Outsiders to kind of adjust to here.
Absolutely. It should be a very interesting draft, John. Do you give that damn Wind Ranger away to OG? It seems like Outsiders will if they want to go down that route. OG. I mean, we know Seb. He's a strange character, isn't he, Jonathan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Wind Ranger has popped up a couple of times. He's been playing a lot more Shaker on that Pawns 4. So the Shaker, probably a bigger probability for OG, especially if the game looks favorable for it. And of course, Outsiders, I mean, no one's going to first phase ban a Shaker right now, even if it's been rising in popularity. It's just, it just doesn't have that laning presence for the most part, right? Like if you do pick the Shaker, you have to really be confident in your offlane and think that's what allows OG to actually take it. They're just very confident in Amar doing what he needs to do, even if his partner in that lane is not going to contribute as much.
Absolutely not. Still, one more ban to go before we can see the drafts continue.
Dire team
OG, they'll get rid of the Marcy for now. Fair enough. Outsiders, How do they want to get this draft started? You've got heroes like the Wyvern available right now if you wanted to go ahead and first pick that up. See, so many kind of picks very, very popular right now in this current major. Wyvern being one of them. You've also got heroes like the Viper that always gets banned out as well. Outsiders, they might have a bit of a think about this one again. It's a very important series here for both teams, but more so for Outsiders, who are currently just behind OG in those groups. Currently sitting in fifth place. And there is another kind of side to all this as well, John. I mean, Outsiders, while they are fighting to try and make their way through to the upper bracket, they're also fighting to not get kicked out of the tournament before playoffs. You know, they're not safe either.
Yeah, again, there are situations there where the bottom three teams could still find a 2-0 somehow and knock them off. If this ends up as a draw for Outsiders, some of those teams can also find a draw and put them lined up for relegation, maybe forcing some tiebreakers. So a 2-0 is the best outcome for Outsiders, secures their spot, and OG doesn't lose too much if they get 0-2. But of course, they would want that strong starter. Just talking about the attitudes, we know how competitive these players are. In particular, and of course with the guidance of Seb in the background as well, he's not one that would want to give away games when they shouldn't. So the hunger is definitely there for both teams. We already have the draft coming through. The Viper you mentioned does slide through for OG, and the Shaker, of course, for Seb does come out as well. So just dipping into the Shaker once more. The Viper, pretty flex. I'd lean towards the Amar Viper, but again, very open. You could even run it in the 5 if necessary here for OG, although I don't believe Taiga's done that in this tournament just yet, so I don't expect that to be the play from OG. For Outsiders, it's a safe puck pick, right? Puck first phase, doesn't show too much. It's always a solid, dependable mid. It does give an opportunity for maybe a hard hold from OG. The Shaker somewhat does that. Fissure out from Fog, that could give in a follow-up time for someone else with harder stunts to get control, and you can still kind of get the puck in that window.
I mean, going back to the Shaker Viper combo, though, John, very, very potent here for OG in that offlane, right? Like, it's already hard enough to go up against Viper, let alone when you have a melee kind of support like the Shaker. Obviously, other supports like, say, Clock, Earth Spirit, very, very good with the Viper as well. But just being able to kind of frontline and just lock somebody down with that the Fissure into the follow-up stuns, obviously very effective for the Viper and Shaker combo. Outsiders, of course, going back to the Prophet, they have a very, very... I want to say strong opening, considering how competitive these heroes have been throughout the major so far, being the Puck and Prophet. Always being picked up by teams, always being banned out. So Outsiders going back to those kind of staples of the meta at the moment, and that's fair enough. We will have to wait out some more bans to come here, though, John, before we can see the drafts continue. I wonder where OG goes. I mean, they've used quite a bit of reserve time here for these ban stages. Almost only a minute left of reserve time to continue, and I kind of wonder what they think about, but it seems like it's going to be all about the support bans for now. You would imagine these two picks from Outsiders are going to almost definitely be cores, being the Prophet and Puck, so all about the supports for now for OG.
Yeah, and for Outsiders, picking the NP early on, that should be our Ramsey's hero here, as we've seen him play it throughout the DPC and at least once in this major. It's more than likely going to be running on the safe lane. It does give ample time for OG to adjust as well, right? Like, NP versus Viper lane isn't the worst thing in the world for the Viper either, if Amar will still want to play the Viper, and as you said, with a Shaker to set up the stun, really easy for the Viper to just run down. You can clear out the treants as well with another Toxin, so you're going to have to do a little bit of microing there for Ramses to not feed that way to the Viper. And, the Nature's Prophet does have a lot of presence, but picking NP into Shaker in particular can be somewhat dicey, especially if you do get a huge trained army going. The Shaker's going to have a very good time finding that Echo Slam. So Seb, once the blink is up, is definitely going to be on the hunt to look for that punishment on the split push if Outsiders will want to go that route.
Absolutely. The Outsiders now their 4th ban, thinking about it quite heavily.
OG's
scores, but no, the IO will be removed now. Fair enough. OG. I suppose that IO, very, very dangerous to give away to OG. It's that global presence, always very, very scary, but won't be a problem this game 1.
10 seconds remaining.
OG, I mean, it's one of those teams, right? This OG side, they always have a way of making their way through a big tournament like this and always putting on a performance no matter what happens. Like, Seb stands in how many times now for OG, and somehow, I mean, last major they end up winning the whole thing. This time around, it seems like they're probably going to be able to make it through to the upper bracket of the playoffs. It's always very impressive, this organization, is what I'm trying to say, John. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, I think they've just got this mindset that they instill to the players, and again, that's reflective coming from Seb, coming from No Tail in the back end. That hunger to drive these newer players, to get them motivated, to set their sights onto the objective, and that drive can make or break a team. And it certainly is driving OG quite well. They do ban out the Lycan here. Outsiders, again, taking out the IO, they might be targeting more Taiga heroes, as they've kind of just left the pool open for BZM Nuragi right now. Keen to see if they'll allow something like that Winter Wyvern True. We talked about ties in nicely with a Shaker. Dazzle's still an option there as well. I believe the OG's picked it up a couple of times, and the eponymous Enigma is still there as well for Taiga. I mean,
yes.
You could just take that Enigma 5. He's been playing it since the last major to great success, of course. So that could be something that OG dips into. I mean, for Outsiders' part, they don't really have the best stun. Puck is there with Dream Coil. Once you have a BKB, the Puck's going to have to wait for level 25. And that's more than enough time for the Enigma with a decent BKB timing from support to have a lot of impact.
Yeah, and you bring up that Enigma, John. I believe OG had a very, very entertaining game earlier on against Thunder Awaken, if I'm not mistaken, and Tiger. Some big black holes did come out in that game, so would look very forward to seeing an Enigma pick if OG did want to go down that route. John, any particular picks you'd like to see for Outsiders, though? Like, it does seem like these next two picks are probably going to be all about the supports here for Outsiders. Is there anything that kind of strikes you as very good with this opening of the draft for Outsiders?
10 seconds remaining.
It's fairly open. You would want a little bit more lockdown depending on how mobile OG gets, especially in their mid lane. But for the most part, you have a decent blend with the NP Puck. You've got room here for maybe something like a Dawnbreaker support for Outsiders that could be really good with Nature's Prophet and Puck. Jump on top of here, Solar Guardian on top, teleport around. You've got a lot of mobility to play off the back of something like the Dawnbreaker here. And that tends to be a first phase ban for a lot of teams. So it's sliding through, allows Outsiders to consider that. Although OG immediately ban it, recognizing that playstyle is there. So maybe now, Winter Wyvern has mentioned Dazzle could work. OG picks up the Chen.
Here we go.
So they've got the army on top. Again, that should be our Taiga hero coming out. And that sustain is going to be a little bit of a problem. Outsiders don't quite have that much burst damage. The Puck is decent, but down the line with a little bit more in stats, even the OG supports are going to be a bit harder to burst down, and the Chen is just going to give that extra value out, especially if you try to jump something like that Viper. If you try to jump a Mar and the Chen is still alive, not being bothered, Hand of God buys him more than enough time to cast the spells and make it tough to follow through.
Not a bad pickup here for Outsiders, John. They go down the Doom route and see that Devour very effective against a hero like Chen. Just eat the creep every single time, and throughout the laning stages, it should be quite nice to just not allow Chen to abuse that creep. You're always seeing the Chen, John. It always reminds me of back in my day when Chen didn't have these creep level things on his Holy Persuasion. You just took whatever the hell you wanted apart from the Ancients, and it was always very, very fun finding that that initial Centaur. Even the Satyr, obviously very good with the Hadouken. Not these days, though, Jonathan. Not these days. Unfortunately, you have to skill it up all the way to have fun with Holy Persuasion. But back in my day, John, you could do some ridiculous things with Chen. Ridiculous.
5 seconds remaining.
It was definitely a bit too strong back then. It's certainly a little bit more balanced now.
It was.
Those creeps are kind of strong. Although the creeps are stronger now, to be fair. So, hey, is what it is. For Outsiders going into the Doom, you have to remember that's also a flex pick. We've seen Ramses play that a couple of times as well. So they can kind of make a choice whether or not they want NP or Doom safe lane to kind of tie things out. I think you would still want the Doom off lane to go into the Chen lane. And you just, as you mentioned, Devour the creep Chen will want to take up. OG, go into the Night Stalker themselves. So
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, that should be... Let me just check real quick. I feel like that should be the Mar here than... Or... maybe that's the... maybe a mid Viper, then you go offlane Night Stalker. You could go pause one Night Stalker, but I don't believe we've seen Urag play that
OG's
anytime
turn to
recently.
ban.
Oh, it could be a Midnight Stalker actually for BZM. So could be the mid against Puck. Not the best lane for Night Stalker. I mean, you do have decent enough durability to handle harassment. I'm wondering if that's a route OG takes because BZM has played it once, but
10
the lane
seconds
matchup just
remaining.
doesn't sound. The lane matchup just doesn't sound that appealing for a
5
Night Stalker. Then
seconds
again, you don't
remaining.
die, so could work out.
I mean, if you did for some reason like run Midnight Stalker as well against the Park, it does decently, right? Like we've seen Void Spirit, Ember
Dire
Spirit picked
team
up constantly
back.
against Puck in the mid lane, and the Night Stalker not really a Spirit Brother, but a melee hero, nice base damage, decent attack animation. You never know. We'll see what OG's up to, John. It's OG after all. You can never really predict what they're up to. There's final bans to come out. Outsiders, they'll have first ban here
10
before we can
seconds
continue with the
remaining.
OG bans and the final picks. They are
5
focusing on the
seconds
position
remaining.
ones right now of OG, or rather the position one potential picks for OG, as the Monkey King was removed. 3 seconds left for this final
OG's
ban out,
turn
and they
to
are going to go
ban.
down the jug route. So just a very safe pos one to remove now. OG seems like they are still
Dire team pick.
somewhat focused on just a variety. They'll get rid of the Bat Rider, so maybe the offlane bans coming out here for Outsiders. Final pickup though, Outsiders. What do you want to finish this draft off with?
It's open enough that you could flex the Doom on core or support.
OG's
Same thing with the
turn to
NP. It will get the Phoenix, so the flex now lies in whether or not Doom's safe or off. And again, in this case, you would still want Doom offlane to lane against Chen, so it should be our Ramses NP. Outsiders are going with a pretty strong team fight combination on hand. Dream Coil plus the Kisses plus the
10
Egg
seconds remaining.
works out really well. OG doesn't have the best egg clearers here as well.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
Phoenix should be fairly well protected in getting that entire spell off, and that does provide you some sustain going through. So you have a way of keeping those big tanky heroes you have in the Doom at the very least alive for a little bit longer. And you do have really good presence
Choose
coming
your
out. OG
hero.
though, going into the Terrorblade, picking the Terrorblade into Doom is mildly risky, but that is a mitigated risk. Uragi should be comfy in that. And BZM is taking the Night Stalker mid. So we will see that in play. As you mentioned, I mean, the attack animation I wouldn't say is that amazing, but the durability of Night Stalkers there, you can just kind of hold the lane, farm up, and then hit nighttime where your harassment will be stronger onto GPK. Keen to see how much OG can get into that.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, is with the Midnight Stalker, it brings back good memories, Jonathan. Of again, back in the day, Midnight Stalker was something run very often. I think the player that always comes to mind, and I'm sure we'll all have a giggle about this, is Syndra Night Stalker. Quite often back in the day, it was always fun to watch him against Puppy, and the classic matchup. And now, OG, BZM, he'll run the Midnight Stalker. I don't think it's so bad. I think it works decently enough against the Puck. Kind of just fits the bill, and obviously, once you hit that mid to late game timing, you've got to blink up. The Puck is going to start to suffer, John. That crippling fear, never fun to go into as the Puck. No real way out of it either. Hell, even against Ramses, not going to be very fun.
Yeah, there's a lot that it does give you. Just kind of, you're going to have to ride through that laning phase, which again, shouldn't be too bad, but also not particularly amazing. Night Stalker, overall, I think I'm going to ride this one with you, Mike. OG does come out with a lot of a stronger draft. They've just got really good lanes coming out with the heroes they have on hand. It is fairly greedy going for that Shaker for Seb, but Amar is the kind of player that just dominates a lane for the most part, especially when he's given something like his Viper. So Seb should be able to just build up, get a decent blink timing, kind of match BZM, or be at least 2-3 minutes after BZM's blink, and kind of just play aggressive, and just buy all the space you need for your rug.
It's going to be one hell of a game number one here between these two. Again, so much on the line for those group stage standings for both sides. OG even still making sure just to try and secure their upper position. Outsiders middling in the pack somewhere and need as many points as possible to try and make their way up. Make sure they secure their playoff position. We are going to have a quick pause, of course, because there are some microphone issues happening right now for, I believe, Ramses. We'll sort that out rather soon. John, these voice lines that have been coming out are rather disgusting, aren't they, as well? I mean, everyone's gone the kawaii route with these, these Japanese voice actors and the cute sounds, and it just sickens me, John. It really does.
So what kind of voice lines would you like, Mike? More Neff voice lines? Is that what you're saying?
No, not Neff. Nobody wants Neff voice lines. Neff should just stay away from the microphone. Nobody wants his voice. Just, something else, John. Something else. At least it's too kawaii. Way too kawaii.
Nothing wrong with that. Let people have fun with the cute stuff if they want to. Did you get too many voice lines in the game, Mikey? Is this why you're mad about it? Huh?
I only had 2, John. Only had 2. They weren't very good ones either, sadly. Didn't get a choice in the matter. What do? Maybe next time. Cast better, I guess, is the way to put it.
Sometimes the game does treat you that way. Still, okay then. So what else would you like as a voice line? Do you want animal sounds again? Do you want the kookaburra back? Is that gonna make you feel comfy?
Those ones weren't good either. They weren't that.
So
good,
what is
were
good,
they?
Mr. Curator? Oh, this voice line isn't good. Neff's voice is bad. What's a good voice line, Mikey? I'm putting you on the spot. What do you want? What will satisfy you?
I'd like a John X5 voice line.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Straight up, no. Wouldn't
I
want
was
one.
trying to suck up to your list, John, but you didn't take it.
Come on. Yeah, come on. I know what you're doing here, Mikey. I know. No one wants to hear this voice. Even I wouldn't want to hear this voice. I'm very sorry about that, Steve. You'll have to correct it. I'm unfortunate, really.
We'll get serious, Jonathan. Game 1 is underway now. The pause is over. Good luck. Have fun coming out from both sides. Going to be a hell of a game 1, I'm sure, here between these two sides, Jonathan. You did kind of err towards the OG draft being somewhat superior going to this game 1. I'm a bit split, Jonathan. I don't know who has a superior draft, but I think it's going to be an entertaining game nonetheless, and that's all that matters, really. We just want entertainment. We don't care who the winner is.
Yeah, we just want a lot of back and forth, lots of fighting, lots of roller coaster rides on the graph. That's always the exciting stuff. And we'll see if it does come out. And PCM using, isn't that Ramses?
Yeah,
in
it
spray,
is. I believe
so.
that was GPK putting it down, wasn't it? I believe
No,
it was.
no, it's definitely BZM.
30 seconds to go.
There you go. Uragi actually already getting caught out on this Terrorblade. Go for the reflection and just make the walk out, but it is going to cop a substantial amount of damage. Just fine though. No first blood being given the way of outsiders for now. OG still huddled up at this top bounty rune spot, maybe still trying to force a fight. You do have this level 1 Viper, it still is potent. You can land a nice Fisher. Ramses even going to go onto the high ground of the triangle. Amar, right in the middle of all this, confidently making his way over, but the bounty runes are going to go the way of outsiders. In fact, they're going to get all 4 of them by the looks of it.
Oh, great start for outsiders, just having that little bit of extra gold, especially onto the mid. GPK is going to be enjoying a very fast bottle timing in comparison. That can make or break the lane. As we talked about, the Night Stalker, again, it doesn't lose that lane. It doesn't really win that lane either, so I'm keen to see how much more GPK can get out there. Still a little bit of a chase out onto Yamich as well, just for the high fives, and he will have 7 Amar taking the bot lane. They will keep the Viper down bot, switching lanes up with Yorog to play top on that Terrorblade. And this should still be a really strong lane for Amar. You don't really get scared by anything as the Viper. Ramses will switch down bot as well though. So he's gonna follow Amar and dodge a Terrorblade.
Fair enough. Ramses will show himself now. Now this bottom lane does go, who do you think has the inherent advantage here, Johnny, between the Viper and the Prophet? Who should win out this bot lane?
I'd say this is still pretty damn good for the Viper, and, it's still pretty damn good for Seb to play in as well. Doesn't quite get his level 1 yet, but he's trading nicely with Yamich. Once you just Fisher stun someone and run them down, if Amar is close enough, that basically guarantees a kill. Yamich can Icarus dive away, but you're really just going to be gunning for Ramses. So we'll see how much Ramses can get. Amar doesn't mind the NP lane. And once he gets another toxin, you can just spit at the creep wave, try to force a choice when Ramses is trying to CS with his experience and get more gold in the process.
Have a look at the other lanes while we have a chance as well. Mid lane, GPK and EZM going to be going at it here in this mid lane. The Puck versus Night Stalker matchup. We talked about this during the drafting phase. For now, a very, very even affair between the two in terms of CS. John, I know you kind of talked about it a little bit already, but do you think either one has a bit of an advantage here, or should it be a very even lane between the two?
Should be fairly even. The wave clear of the Puck is a little bit better. Again, the Night Stalker doesn't mind too much.
Very nice. denying both water
Radiant's
away
middle
from
tower
BZM
is
there.
under attack.
Go on, John.
Yeah, the puck does have that in its spades though. Like, it does have a lot more mobility. Turret control is going to be easier for GPK. At the same time, BZM shouldn't mind too much. He does have a bottle to help keep spamming out the void and missing out on the runes. That's probably the biggest thing that's going to hurt him. But again, he's doing the lane just fine, even without the wave clear. It's almost like a DK lane. Like, you can't really kill off the Night Stalker and can't really touch you. But if he does manage to get farm, it does get kind of dicey once first nighttime comes out.
GPK is really copping some harassment back, but is going to be just fine. Let's have a look at that final lane. Of course, top lane, DM and Dakota against Tiger. And of course, Yuragi. But now, going pretty decently for Yuragi, so even with the swaps out from Ramses down towards the bot side, it doesn't seem to matter. Yuragi's having a very, very good time. See, you know, DM having a decent enough time as well on the Doom, but it's a much slower process, so the off lane of OG, rather the safe lane, going very, very well here for Yuragi, and you can't complain too much about that.
Yeah, you will have a lot of magic damage out on outsiders, though, especially if you can manage to walk out with the Infernal Blade, get the cookie stun off. That is a lot that Yuragi's going to have to contend with. That can make it a little bit tougher, but that pressure's not coming out yet. It does feel like outsiders lane swap just to kind of have the Doom up against Chen, so you can just take away his creep every time. But that's not due to the fact that Pyke is just farming up the jungle with no concessions, so he's just getting up the gold, getting up the EXP, working onto a fast mech. And as long as he gets away with his greed while Yuragi farms, you really don't care. I mean, if this Terrorblade farms solo, then why not?
Absolutely. Optus Esport is Yuragi for now. Happy days for him. No first blood being drawn yet in this game 1 of this best of 2 series. Even really dropping low. Everyone just sitting very healthy and securing their own CS. No one looking to... Oh, as I say that, Ramsey's going to be a little bit careful, but he'll be okay. You are approaching nighttime rather soon here for BZM, so maybe he can make those rotations once he hits that level 6 mark, but for now it's still a bit early on. I suppose the same goes for GPK, to be fair. He's already ahead in terms of XP compared to BZM, and should have an early level 6 timing. Could open up a kill attempt onto BZM a bit later on once he does hit that level 6. And again, you don't have the most amazing supports to rotate to try and help out as the top lane now DM. Going to be chased down. Meta is from Yuragi. Nice cookie away, but the double stuns are out. DM's still in big trouble. It is going to drop. Yuragi able to secure first blood on the Terrorblade. And that's the best start you could have asked for if you're OG.
Yeah, just great set of creeps coming out for Taiga. Finds 2 stone golems, and they actually eat it. DM opts to eat the golem, so it gets 2 less respawns. Just all the chain stunts in the world, and Yuragi off on the freest lane of his life so far. DM not able to stop that. He is getting decent build-up into phase boots, wondering if he will go for the standard Midas, but if he does, it does feel like outsiders are going to be waiting for quite a fair bit for that Doom to come into play.
I love that from the Tiger Chen, right? Like you're against the Doom, so rather than getting other creeps, just get the Mud Golem and force him to split it every single time, especially during this laning stage. It's kind of clever. Now mid lane, GPK being watched. Tiger making his way over. They stun him up. The crippling fury is going to be there. BZM moving in, but GPK not going to go down quite yet. That Tiger now, the one in danger, but he's also going to be just fine to back his way out. And while that was all happening down at bot lane, Ramses is going to drop on the Nature's Prophet as Amar. Go for a bit more onto Yamich. Phoenix should not die to the poison damage. He'll be barely just fine.
But you're getting everything you want now for OG in this laning phase. They're finding the early kills. They're having that free farm for Yuragi. They're hitting nighttime, and BZM just hasn't really been stopped. He's on parity with a puck, which is not the best of news for the puck on a very even lane, because BZM is just going to be able to run around fairly soon. Does not level up the Dark Ascension, but he knows he's going to be farming for a little bit longer anyway.
Lane. Onto the butt they go. Nice vision from Seb. GPK's gonna lie fighting back onto the Night Stalker. He gets the kill. Oh boy, BZM not gonna be too happy with that. Outsiders rotating enough heroes to make that happen, and the puck, in the end of the day, John, does end up surviving throughout all this.
They have to drag in a lot of supports, but they get a fairly big kill. I think OG's still fairly happy with opening up the side lanes, because a solo Viper doesn't really get threatened, and you are just free farming on Yuragi. He's starting to play in that triangle now, so You're dropping on your Night Stalker, but the Night Stalker doesn't need too much. Just really needs that EXP lead. And as long as you're getting these heavier cores in the side lanes what they want, then you really don't mind at all. Still, Outsiders, a good first kill to find. That does help GPK get a little bit more on his spot. And is at level 7 now, though.
Yes, GPK, 300. Dark Ascension is popped, so BZM should be able to find the kill this time, and does. It sure was there as well from Seb. All that kill secure if you want, John. I'm not sure. Seb will hand the tip over at least for BZM.
Dire's structures are
We talked about this, right? Like, if you're playing the Shaker, you're going to want that blink timing. I don't think BZM minds too much about leading that goal away to Seb. They know that blink is going to be key on the Shaker to get some great team fights out, lining up with our Night Stalker blink down the line as well. And, you know, Seb is just ensuring that everyone focuses mid. Ramsey shows up now on mid, looking to shove in a bit. Again, that's just so much free space.
Nice looking dodge though. Coil, however, is going to land for Seb. He'll break the coil for now and try to go for a run, but damage. Some very nice body blocks. He's making rather difficult though, Seb. A 3-man Fisher potentially is going to drop. They have the Nature's Wrath just in case they needed it. Ramses will go ahead and claim the kill. We'll pick up there from Outsiders, giving it right back the way of OG. Mid lane, EZM, nice little juke out on the cookie. Had that landed, may have been a kill to the Outsiders once again, but not quite.
All the movement from Outsiders is getting them some important kills. They might find Taga here.
Tiger gets slowed up by the Scatter Blast, and that's going to be enough. DM able to secure the kill on the Doom as well. Even up the kill score to 3-3 now. John, my only concern for Outsiders is the fact that while all this is happening, Uragi's just free farming top lane. And as well as that, Amar's doing the exact same thing in the bottom lane. It's kind of like, yeah, you're getting a couple of kills here and there, but the net worth is just completely skyrocketing on the cause of OG.
And again, it's just that OG's been forcing all the movements down mid, allowing these two heroes to farm up really well, and they're more than willing to make that sacrifice. Like, what are you really waiting on, Night Stalker? It's just a blink, maybe the Echo Saber first. You don't need much more than that. So you're more than willing to just give him, let him soak up all the damage, let him soak up all the attention out from Outsiders, and just allow this free farm on these heroes that will take a little bit more time to escalate. Outsiders, they even show Ramses mid for a moment. Like, even the Nature's Prophet is trying to get in on that action. Smoke out from Outsiders here, though.
Now, going to find Amar. Inkwell has been committed. Amar, he will at least try to trade, but the kisses are going to be there, and GPK able to secure with the orb. Nice rotation from Outsiders to make that Viper kill happen, and it's a much more valuable pick-off than what they've been getting. Very nice rotation indeed. EZM. I'll go for the chase onto DM. Dark Ascension is up, but doesn't really want to pop it for a Doom. We'll hold out for now, and 3-4 now. Very slight net worth lead the way of OG, but a very even game to get us started here 10 minutes in, John. Be anyone's game so far.
Yeah, map state's still really even as well. Neither side are able to really get the big damage.
Ragi, a lot of damage. Tiger, he'll be there with the mech, however. You've got the mech up on this Chen, John, and he's almost level 6 as well. So you're going to have the Hand of God coming out soon. That's a very nice timing for OG. They're going to group up and try to make something happen because of it. GPK, Crippling Fear is there to silence him up and slow him down. Egg has been dropped. GPK, can he get out? Not quite. In fact, the Egg's even going to go down as well. Big pickups here for OG. They're right into that mid tier 1 tower. And Outsiders, they're not prepped to try and defend this. In fact, EZM, he's going to find Ramses in that dire triangle. No way out for Ramsey, surely. Trying to make the run. Cookie's there, but now Seb comes in. Echo committed. No hesitation. He just wants any kill he can get. They're right into the ancient stacks now.
And this just kind of goes back to how OG worked the lanes. With the Viper, you could just leave it alone. They had a really free lane for Uragi, so he was actually left alone as well up against Doom. And that just allows Taiga to farm up, hit the level spikes he wants, and just keep running.
Yeah, EPK in danger. He's caught out. He's just gone.
It's way too much for him, Tiger. Like, he hits level 6, Hand of God to save Seb. That was the Dream Coil drop once more. Walks up for the mech. This early mech is just paying dividends for OG, and it's just back to how well their lanes went. Like, how you have a solo Terrorblade lane up against Doom, and Doom can't do anything about it. He didn't have the sniper snapfire around because of all that attention towards mid, so Tyga's just free to farm up as well, build up a creep army, take objectives for the team. Outsiders with their NP aren't able to find anything. Map is shrinking down 8-4, 3k lead. So it's not the biggest in the world, but 12 minutes it is significant. You have double Midas on Outsiders' end as well, with Ramses taking one and DM taking one in the Doom. So you are trying to stall this game out, but the map is shrinking a little faster.
Go again, BZM, done, double. Nice vision step to set up onto the Snapfire. They know Ramses, tree line as well. Ramses, he's got no way out of this, surely. He'll get stunned up and taken down. This Midnight Stalker will be very strong already for OG and John. They are setting a pace that Outsiders, they just can't keep up with. Make sure you get these minuses up to try and deal with the Chen army. Keep your own net worth in check, but with those item pickups, OG, they're just going to run over them.
There's just no play from Outsiders just yet. They do have really good team fight, but they need to find a way to use that. It's mainly down on GPK along with Yamich and Hakoda. They've got to be able to get this Dream Coil egg somehow, catch a few heroes out, and just run and gun when they have that opportunity. Instead, it's OG who's grouping up. They're running around with the units, with the summons. They're hitting some really strong timings very early on. We're going to have a fast BKB for Amar now. Already has the Dragon Lance with 1 value rate band. Echo Saber for BZM flying out. So you've got everything you could possibly ask for. And for Outsiders, again, it's a Midas game for them on 2 cores. They're going to have to wait for the cores to find an item, maybe an item +1 after the Midas as well. So it's a lot more. They will try to smoke up, though. And Coil is up.
Nice, Garage.
Try.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well played. PGK finds Step on the Earthshaker, and he will get the Dream Coil to make sure that happens. In fact, it was on the 9th spot the Dream Coil was committed. BZM going to try to find the Outsiders. A very, very strong rotation with Tiger with the heals out. BZM still going to go down. OG unable to punish Outsiders for making such a deep movement. And even GPK able to get himself out of the path. A very strong kind of smoke gank happening here for the side of Outsiders, and OG being caught with their pants down up that top lane.
And that's some great targeting out from GPK. Drops a Dream Coil on the left, chasing on the right. They end up finding both kills. They start to build up. That's what we need Outsiders to do. Play with some of your big ult. Just play with that kisses, play with the Dream Coil, play with the egg, and find those kills.
He's in trouble again. GPK. There's another coil this time to lock him down, though. Gonna be able to walk away.
Ooh, look at that army and Roche.
Oh my goodness. Skelly's done. You love to see the Skellies. There you go. Pre-Roche.
Yeah, no egg, no Dream Coil, no kisses, no team fight for Outsiders to go into that pit. Nighttime comes out as well for OG, and they give the Aegis over to BZM. He is the frontliner. He's the one that's more than likely to die. Let's see if they can find something off the back of that. Should enable a tier 2 push if they take the next fight.
Go into that die triangle. GPK, he won't jaunt over to that orb. Finds the Coda. BZM can have his smoke broken, and now the Snapfire will get the information away to the team. Will at least find one, and they find the puck as well. GPK, he's going to be alright. Not the biggest kill in the world here for OG. Just the support Snapfire to be picked up. See what they can get out of this jump. So OG, they are grouped up mid lane as well. Uragi's going to be there with Tiger, and they've got the skeleton army going. Onto that tier 2 mid tower. Decent army here from the Chen, and Tiger just alone can start applying this pressure. Even with the siege creep there as well. Outsiders will have some decent D push and force OG back, however. But for now, OG not interested in diving tier 2s, obviously.
They respect that defense out from Outsiders. All the ults are back up. Dream Coil, egg, kisses. They can make a play happen here, and they are grouping up for one.
Go. BK, Coil up, BZM, speed the target. They do commit the Dream Coil into the Mortimer's kisses. BZM will still run his way out as Seb saves the day with a very nice fish shot. Everything being committed there by Outsiders, but nothing really panning out in their favor. Not a great fight. Great initiation from Seven. But with this, OG will group up again in the mid lane. Coda is going to be spotted here. BZM, he'll just walk right in. No problem. The old-fashioned way. Arc Ascension, not necessary this time.
Dire structures are fortified.
Find another support pickoff, not the
Dire's
biggest,
middle
but
tower is under
should still
attack.
open up this mid siege. Fortified down as well, so high ground actually becomes a possibility here.
Yeah, Yamich isn't safe either. Nice stun there to lock him down mid first time, and that's going to be another support to go the way of OG. Yamich just has no way out of that one. In the meantime, T2 mid tower did drop as well, and OG, they're thinking about going high ground. They have a 3k advantage, but they are very powerful at the moment.
And they don't have a fortified to save here on Outsiders. No Phoenix for 20 seconds. They need that egg in the team fight. No Dream Coil for a little bit longer.
TM is in. Seb setting up once again for TM. He finds to back his way out for now. As the mid ranks are going down, Tier 3 tower is already gone. And Outsiders, they've got to find a way to defend. We're only 18 minutes into this game, but it seems like there's nothing that can be done about this. BZM, he's got the Aegis up, so he doesn't mind dying once. Fisher again from Seb to set up. On to DM. They're trying to save the Doom, and they may just. The Aegis is down. BZM. Not Dreamful as soon as he spawns as well as the Doom. They really want this Night Stalker down, and they will find him. The problem is, John, mid-racks did actually drop. So OG still got what they came for, and they're sticking around hoping for a bit more anyway. Fisher out once again from Seb. Locking down Ramses. That'll be enough. Don't have to blink up on the shaky yet, so no great way of initiating with the Echo Slam. OG, I mean, they got the mid-racks anyway. Why fight without BZM around?
And the side of Outsiders had to use a lot of big ults to get that done. Egg down, Doom down. Once BZM respawns, OG still has an opening to be aggressive. Even without that Aegis. Without the teamfight spells on Outsiders, it's going to be tough for them to take a fight themselves. So bot tier 2 is going to be looking juicy here as well. Let's call.
Spidey senses were tingling there from Seb. Obviously, they had the vision from the Observer Ward down bot. I mean, the state of the game right now, John, Outsiders, I hold that thought, because Seb may get caught out here by GPK and DM. They will jump in. Seb, he has time to pop the ult, but won't bother. In fact, now BZM might find a very, very good trade for OG with the crippling key, locking down GPK with the cookie. By a bit of space here for the puck, he does think towards the north, trying to daunt and orb his way out. In fact, never mind. The turnaround, back onto the Terror Blade. Still fight Yuragi. Not a bad engagement here for Outsiders. Finding 2 for nothing this far. GPK, we're going to go back in as BZM getting baited forward, is going to drop. Great bait out from the puck. They'll find a third for their trouble.
They're getting in OG's heads, making them play aggressive because OG, they know they're ahead in this game. They feel like they can take these fights. Outsiders are ready for it. They again just work their mobility really well. The lack of hard lockdown from OG is starting to become a problem as long as GPK is ready. He's got that blink, which is very hard to catch, very slippery on that puck. And if they can't follow through from that initial crippling fear from BZM, and it just kind of falls apart. You also don't have the best ways of catching Hakoda at the backline outside of Fisher. And Seb's really the only way you have dealing with his kisses. That damage output is huge.
Under attack.
Nice pushback. A Hurricane on DM. That'll force the BKB out. Ring coil though. GPK. We're trying to find Tiger, but the mech, it's going to keep him rather healthy. BK unable to snipe that support. Chen is now a 4-man smoke. OG. They want to punish. They know the BKB's down. So is the Dream Coil. A great fight to try and force here as Ramsey sticking around in that triangle, not expecting the rotation. Seb, not going to be able to get the stun before the BKB comes out though. So Ramsey's also fine to get out. There aren't 2 BKBs down right now for Outsiders, so OG, they still love to force a fight, but Outsiders, they will return back to the base and they will not give the opening over.
Yeah, play it safe. They did have to pop the BKB and Ramsey, so might put him out of action until that's off cooldown, but it's not the longest cooldown right now. Just a minute left from that point. OG do take that top jungle away, starting to get some farm as Outsiders are kind of stuck close by their base. It is daytime once more though, and there's no Dark Ascension for BZM. So 3 more minutes until nighttime, minute and a half for his ult. That is quite the opening for Outsiders. And maybe on the next coil, they could look to make a play. Good forward vision from OG though. Had a nice ward right in front of that tier 3. Another nice ward in the ramp of the triangle. So they have a good idea as to where Outsiders will want to walk around and where they might launch their smokes from.
It's just still a very close matchup, at least in terms of net worth. Only 1k advantage here to OG. Again, 1 racks up though. More importantly is Outsiders. A 3-man smoke here, down towards the south. Scan is out into the mid lane, so they might have to just change trajectory. One in that mid lane. Ma and Seb were both hanging around, but Seb might be the one to break the smoke against Outsiders. In fact, they'll make the jump in. No hesitation. Right after the Earthshake, they'll take what they can get.
Is under attack.
They'll try for more now. Amar still in the mid lane. Start with the GPK. Well, the kisses are going to be there. They don't have a way of locking the Viper down. Not for now, but even the Sunray going to be thrown out to Amar. Force the BKB up and go for the fight. People just TP as DM going to jump in, big move out. And Amorphous is stone. And the hand of God. Keeping the Viper alive for now as DM. Has he gone too far? It seems like he may just have. They'll try to go for a run with this BKB. Can't out, but it's not going to make the difference. OD still punishing a Seb. Is going to die back immediately on the Earthshaker. So it's not too bad of a fight for Outsiders. They still get the dieback going on Seb. With that, I mean, OG, at least they find
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Very messy engagement from both sides.
A little bit back and forth. It is a little bit better for OG despite the dieback. Picking off the Doom, he's worth a lot of gold. Outsiders do use the space well. They start to shove in bot. Tier 2's gone. High ground can be under threat from Ramses' split push, and this is something we saw from him even before in the DPC tour. Does tend to split push very hard on his NP. He's got room to do that now. The wave clear out from OG isn't particularly amazing. Night Stalker doesn't really have wave clear. The Viper somewhat has it with Nether Toxin, but that's still not the fastest way of killing off the creep wave. So Ramses is going to be very effective at working the map while Outsiders forces to fight elsewhere. They're just kind of ready to go as long as Doom is up on DM. They can make that space happen.
Using the net worth advantage first time this game, it feels like. We're probably really still 78% the way of OG though for now, and they are going to get started on this next Roshan. Mark Ascension already there from BZM. Will make the jump in. Damage was spotted, but not within range for BZM. They're picking around, making sure he kind of blocks the way. This are going to fly through onto BZM, but nothing to lock him down. This Roshan could go the way of OG for free. Look, with the coil here onto the Night Stalker. He's still fine though. DM going to try to jump in. Maybe they do have BZM and they will. Night Stalker down for now, but Natus did go the way of Duragi. OG got what they came for. It's just a matter of whether Outsiders can punish OG. And now they get one, but that's going to be about it. OG, they should still be satisfied with that.
Yep. They cut off Outsiders from getting that angle into the Roche, sacrificing BZM in the process, but it's kind of all in now on Uragi getting big. They do manage to finish up the farm to finish the Mjolnir, and they again have that split push open for them. With the OG might be able to again check for the high ground. Maybe after a pickoff, the possibility does open up.
And after them.
That's still there for Outsiders. On Ramses, on that Nature's Prophet. He's a big boy, but really transitioned too much quite yet.
It's number 1 in net worth now, so he can really just play the split push game until maybe that Shadow Blade from Seb. It's going to be pretty hard to catch out that NP. He has not been as involved in fights as well. Again, he's just taking this role of split pushing. He sees space created by his team. Ramses goes in, farms, pushes out, and just forces his massive army, potentially threatening high ground if you're not too careful on OG's end.
The problem is now Uragi's got the full Skadi up, and that's going to make life a little bit challenging for Ramses. Uragi, again, ages up, top lane, he wants to get going. He even has the shards just sitting there in the backpack right now. Not using it, but not handing it over either. Passive position 1 here from Uragi. He will hand it over to BZM, I believe it was. Eventually. Tier 3, coming very, very fast. Uragi makes quick work of it. It's a Goda. He does find a Mar down at bot lane. It's going to be a 4v5 kind of engagement here. CM though, he won't mind. He'll make the jump in. Onto Yamich. Yamich going to be fine. The Icarus time away now. Oh, they're on the TV. Just there, however, DM make the jump in. Doom has been committed already as the Echo Slap will be committed, but the BKBs were there. It does no damage. PK's still trying to go for Uragi. Right back in. Onto the side of Outsiders. BZM. Completely around. They've got the path. Onto the T3s again. Into the racks they go. OG, how long do they want to stick around for this? They've got a minute without the puck. No buyback available. Seb will jump in for a very nice finisher. Finding Ramses on the Natus Prophet. Ramses still trying to run the BCM right in. In fact, they get the Nightstorm kill first. Eventually, Ramses will drop. Outsiders, they still manage to punish successfully. Now it's a matter of whether OG can actually stick around for these racks.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
And then Uragi's still taking point. Aegis is still up for 2 minutes, so they're probably confident here as Mar makes his way up. So Viper not in that last fight is back up from the respawn, and that should simplify the process. It's a 3-on-3, fairly even. No Doom, no Kisses, no Egg. Defensive Outsiders just kind of gets crippled without any of those spells.
Top rack is still going to go down. OG not backing off, realizing that Outsiders just can't force the fight. The 2 racks is up now are OG and Outsiders to find a way to claw themselves back through this game. It's Uragi, he still has that Aegis up for another minute and a half as well.
My thrift rewarded.
Very strong position here for OG. They still have time. They do wish to go through the bot lane and get that tier 2 tower. It seems like that may just be the game plan. What do you think Outsiders do now, John? I mean, 28 minutes in, they are 2 racks down. What do they need to get done here against OG?
They've got the double Doom on DM. Just using that in the fight in the right way might really affect the outcome of that next fight. DM, he's been very patient with his Dooms. There's no Lincolns to really stop that, so the double Doom should always be effective here.
DM, get jumped on DM. He's there with the Doom. That'll be the Nightstalker surely gone. Uragi also got Doom as well. The refresher was there. DM still going. They've got the TV locked down. Uragi drops the first light. Now the enemy dropped. They really want that secondary light on the Terrorblade. They should have it. Uragi surely no way out of this one. Outsiders pulling off a great fight here. Zamar, the BKB TP should be able to. Oh no, the leash. Oh, how could you forget the leash for this round? Goes right through. Locks him down. That's 4 down for OG. Outsiders finding a way back into this one.
They only just needed a double Doom. They catch OG off guard. They catch Uragi in the wrong spot. And we're going to take a look at that fight again, as we do have a replay at the ready. You can see it right there. Gets the 1 Doom. Uragi just walks up, doesn't expect a second, and just melts.
A lot of damage flying in. Not a very fun time at all for Uragi, that's for sure. Big plays in, out here from DM. Looking down those targets with the double Doom. Outsiders, they're not out of this game yet. They're still within it. Durax is down, but still a chance for them to win this one out. Back to 27% chance, so not too bad after all. Not too shabby at all.
And they still have really great deep push and split push coming out from Ramses. You've got great scaling down the line, especially once GPK hits something like his level 25. The game drastically changes. You have that BKB piercing Dream Coil. Still a ways off for GPK though. There's still a pretty big window for OG. They're gonna need at least 1 Lincoln. Amar is saving up for 1. I think you'd actually want BZM to have 1 as well, or maybe just build 1 on the Terrorblade Uragi just to protect. Maybe forcing the 2 Dooms to be used on 1 target, or at least saving 1 target from the Doom, as breaking all the Lincolns in the team is going to be pretty tough. We'll see if that's something OG considers. Outsiders, we've seen them in these situations before, especially in the DPC, where as long as they have Ramses on the Nature's Prophet, they can actually play these kinds of games 2 racks behind for a very long time. They just know how to work the map well, know how to avoid or take fights as needed, and just kind of stall the game out. And again, they have a 6k lead. The Midases have paid off. The double Midases are doing work. So they've managed to at least take control in terms of net worth, keeping parity with Uragi. And whenever Double Doom's off, that's when Outsiders will look to play big. Their team fight's still really good. OG, with the BKBs up from Outsiders, I mean, their entire play with mainly just Seb just comes really hard to pull off.
That it does, John. That it certainly does. There's a group up from OG. They might try to smoke up and make some form of a play. Outsiders together as well in that mid lane. OG, though, they do commit the 5-man smoke. Double Doom is available once again for DM, though, so they understand this going into this team fight. Outsiders not exactly lacking skulls either. Long wrap around here, around the dire jungle. Coda is in position to break the smoke. Back off that right moment is DM. He's a much bigger target. Can they see him? Oh, they can. No BKB up. Doom not going to be there. The Shiragi is going to get right to work. The Viper Strike is there, but now the Green Foil is going to lock them down. He will find DM. The Doom was there in time, but now the Echo Slam on the right side has found Yamage. He'll also commit buybacks though. And now Ramsey's trying to man by Urani, but they will stun-lock the TV up. He's gone. BZM still trying on the right. That makes us problem. He's going to go down. Who will BZM? EPK will look for a bit more. Seb, he's fine to get out. With the buybacks, John, you'd have to argue that's a win for Outsiders.
Yeah, a massive win for Outsiders. As they time everything well, and we should take a look at that fight because DM did something really good. He breaks the smoke, gets caught out, forces to BKB, kind of dances around, slows, starts to drop really low, but walks back in, gets the Doom, even while Lotus, he doesn't care, he knows he's gonna die, buys back and still has that second Doom. Just that thought process to understand that I don't mind dying here, we still have our outpost, we can re-engage, and having the courage to do that is just really big in turning that fight.
Absolutely. Very nice fight from Outsiders, and now they do establish an AK net worth lead. Happy days for them. OG, I mean, they're 1 racks away from claiming Megas, but bit of a rough affair trying to get a good team fight to go through that bottom lane. Now, you see that win probability, John, suddenly getting higher and higher here for Outsiders. Which rose by 10% in that last team fight, so again, Outsiders, they're on the right path here. It cost them a couple buybacks, though, and OG will know that going into that next fight, so if they are going to group up again and go for another smoke here, and it doesn't seem like they just may. Go, there's that 5-man. Knowing the buyback isn't available on DM, on the puck, or pretty much on anybody. Big team fight for OG if they can find the right initiation. Outsiders, though, holding the high ground. The Code in a perfect position to break the smokes. They'll find GPK on the puck. And seem to find the targets they really want to make the jump in. Or do they? I mean, they are wrapping around again, but it doesn't seem like they're committing all the way here.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a shame because Double Doom's still down for a little bit longer. That would have been the team fight for OG to take because the threat of DM just isn't there. Now the first Doom's coming off, cooldown, 20 seconds for the refresh. So Outsiders are in their element once more. They're ready to go. They're going to be able to force these great team fights out. They're inching slowly but surely onto GPK's level 25. So even the Dream Coil is going to be massive now in the middle of OG's not ready. And for OG's end, I mean, this blink initiation from BZM is starting to fade with the BKBs. It's just getting tougher to really follow through from that silence when everyone has spell immunity. And Seb, it takes a lot longer for him to find these Echo Slam angles as well. Outsiders have been positioning themselves quite nicely. And it's like we said, Mike, yeah, with Ramses on Nature's Prophet, he can just go around the map, keep pushing while everyone still looks to fight.
The Shadow Amulet plays here from the Yamage and Dakota. Sitting there waiting very patiently as DM cops a Fisher. EPK though happily jumps in. Green Coil will be committed. Audimus Kisses will pull off as well. Seb already dropping rather low. The hand of blood is there. That Kisses were casted on. 1-2 was committed onto the Viper. G trying to find a target. Outsiders trying to retreat for now, but they found the path. That's a big one to start. EPK is without buyback for now. They've dropped the egg. They've dropped the Doom. They've found Uragi. DM's in. That should be the TV to go down. We'll buy back no one. Seb jumps in with a big echo slam. BZM, they're trying to follow up to it. Uragi, he'll rejoin the team fight. Ramsey's gonna be left behind. Full drop on the Natus Prophet. A couple down here for Outsiders. One down for OG. They do commit the buyback with Uragi, but this should open up the high ground once again as BZM is there with a crippling fear. It's not going to be quite enough to lock down Yamage. OG, again high ground for now. They'll rush back towards the Roshan pit.
Yeah, it has that refresh on hand. Could be very big for several these fights. And that's actually a really ballsy buyback from Uragi. Goes back into the fight, does not have Metamorphosis, understands that with the build-up from OG, they could still go in and get what they want. And now, Outsiders, in that last fight, they used the refresh. No double doom, no play. OG should find themselves that objective once more, and that should really enable them to go high ground if they get the circumstances right. They still have to be very cautious about DM. They need to find a way of just forcing that first Doom onto Amar and just kind of avoiding the second Doom on Uragi, because it did take a while for that secondary Doom to come out. And Amar as a Doom target's actually fairly durable. He doesn't care about that all too much. So, bit back and forth. But OG, again, kind of just showing us that the network doesn't really matter. 8k lead at max, now it's down to 5k. You are still split pushing here as Ramses, but the progress on the tier 3 down bot hasn't been particularly amazing, despite him spending a lot of time there. So they're really not gaining that much on the map on Outsiders' end with a split push. And OG still has the superior map control. 2 outer towers still. You know, they've taken the racks. They just have this tier 2 down bot that they haven't been able to get up close to from the split push, but they should be able to find that if they set their sights on it.
OG pushing up towards the bottom lane now. Outsiders. For the next team fight. You will have double Doom up in 30 seconds, so not all is lost here for them. You see up on Ramses as well. Makes his team just a little bit tankier with that bonus armor. G and GPK in the tree line to the right. Vision down on that high ground though from OG. Only Outsiders. Everyone from Outsiders in that right side tree line. Nice Dark Ascension pop though, might find enough, but all these Shadow Amulet spams coming out, making it kind of hard. Just Sakoda using his Shadow Amulet on absolutely everyone and making sure they remain invisible for now. And it seems like OG, they are going to back their way out.
They don't get too much progress on that tier 2. Seb also TP'd away, clear out bot. Nice juicy creep wave him to stop from Ramses to keep that shoved in. But this is pretty damn good stall from Outsiders, just taking away at the Aegis timer. They've got double Doom back up with a refresh, so they can choose to play, and they're just hugging that tier 2. They know OG is going to be aiming for mega creeps now, and they still have really good angles to play with here.
Ragi, he'll get started. Bottom T2 tower. Is there. Now I'm going to find the Phoenix straight off the back. PCF, he'll make the jump with a very nice position to follow up there from Steph. Egg has been dropped, however. Steph is in danger. They've moved him up. They've also got Uragi. Uragi will keep going to the fight. He does have that secondary life. This is Ramsey's going to go for the man fight on the Prophet. It's a lot of damage in Uragi, and he's gone. OG, they have gone too far. Outsiders finding an opening. Refreshes there for Uragi. He'll sunder up. He's already half HP though. This is not the situation he wants to be in. He'll go for the fight, but he's going to get taken out. EPK on a triple. Go for a bit more. Barely misses out on Amar. Get down towards the south and find Tiger. Ramsey's moving there to back him up. Chen will be the fourth to drop here for OG. An ultra kill for GPK. Becoming very, very challenging for OG to find these successful team fights now. Still one lane of Barracks standing for Outsiders. And it feels that way for the last 20 minutes, John. But OG, they can't get the fight they need.
Oh, they just can't take that tier 2, and Outsiders do a fantastic job of the defense. It looked like BCM's jump in was big, but Seb couldn't actually go in for the slam. That Doom targeting from DM was again, very valuable. DM's just been putting in all the work for Outsiders to stay in these team fights. And just taking out the Shaker with his slam, taking away that chain control, leaves no control for OG after the fact. Like, there is nothing to hold them down, there's nothing to interrupt them. They choose to take these fights, and look at this, straight for the tier 4s.
Straight for the tier 4 towers, Outsiders taking the jump in again. They're on Kuroma. They want that mine from the UK. Be careful.
Radiant's middle
Just want to drop like this. Make his way back as DM. Caught up by the Sunray of Gavage. Even the kiss is being thrown out as GPK. Right back in. Amar still dropping low, but will survive within the bounce as GPK. Really messing around with OD now. Does not give a crap. The Ancient is completely exposed here from Outsiders. What a comeback coming up this dire side. They completely ignore OD, go right for the jugular, and they'll find the first game victory. Can you believe that, Jonathan?
Yeah, I believe it. We've seen Outsiders do that before. Again, whenever they have this Ramses Nature's Prophet, they just managed to stall the game out. It looked fairly greedy. Right? Outsiders went off to a slower start. They went for double Midas. They weren't finding there's early engagements. They weren't able to really use that Dream Coil Egg combo. But suddenly DM finds that refresh. And that refresh was what really secured a comeback. Just the double Doom. The fact that OG did not itemize against that. We tend to see a lot of Lincolns to counteract that. In the end, they only had, I think, the Lincolns on Amar to really stop it. And you have to remember, with OG's draft, with that Night Stalker mid, your scaling was pretty limited. All your stuns were simply on Seb. There's no stuns coming in from Taiga outside of Creep Army. And that just put so much pressure on Seb to follow through from BZM. And that was just really difficult once those BKBs were up.
Well, fantastic game 1 to get us started here, John. Of course, we're going to be back very, very soon for game 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you all again very soon after a short break.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play, with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to head into game number 2 very, very soon between OG and, of course, Outsiders. But before that, Jonathan, game 1, I mean, OG 2 racks is up, still end up losing to Outsiders in the end of the day as they rush the bot lane and go straight for the tier 4 towers. John, can you just quickly give us a brief overview? Where did it all go wrong for OG, and what would you like to see changed up for game 2's draft?
I think the draft was relatively fine. They just kind of lacked team fight. You can see the odds are still in OG's favor, but Outsiders play a phenomenal game, right? Like they hit this double doom timing, they run in, they have really good team fight spells, and OG kind of lacked that. They had AoE silence, they had a Earthshaker, that was it. So maybe something more active for Amar or something more team fight oriented for Amar might fix those issues, considering how Outsiders play. We'll see how they adjust as the draft is already on hand, so we can take a sneak peek already.
5 seconds
Might
remaining.
unfold here. OG starting off with a tiny. So that
Radiant
can
team
still be
OG's
our mid
turn
for
to
BZM. It could be our sub hero on support. And
Templar
options fairly
Assassin.
open. Outsiders, though, change things up massively. They take the Marcy, they take the TA very early on. And that does feel like a fairly safe TA game. OG banned out the Razor. Outsiders banned out the Viper. So those common TA counters are sort of gone. Could be a very strong game. Just think of the physical output of TA with sidekick. That's a lot of pain to fly out there.
That's a lot of damage, Jonathan, is I think the way to put it. And yeah, certainly so. The Marcy TA combination, certainly something to behold. OG, not going to be new to this, though. I'm sure they'll know how to draft around it. As well, second pick for them, they'll have a bit of a think about this one. Was going straight into the Tiny, which has been super popular in this current major. What do they want to follow up with here? I do wonder. I mean, seeing the TA, do you want to just go early on core picks here? Anything in particular you think might do well against the TA here, John?
Nothing really stands out. I'd say a Winter Wyvern support could be really good. Arctic Burn, steady sort of way to clear out Refraction. Winter's Curse with a TA around, just going to melt another hero. Really good in team fight. So wouldn't mind the Wyvern for OG if they wanted to go that route. Is fairly open. Has been pretty damn popular as well.
OG's turn to ban.
Kind of the only real one standout. They go with the IO instead. So we'll see what combines with that here for OG. They've run CK offlane a couple of times.
Radiant
that could be one way.
ban.
Have a Seb IO with Amar CK if it's not banned out. And OG ban out the Winter Wyvern themselves. So a big physical core is still lined up with that IO here.
That certainly is. And of course, last game around, the IO was banned out. So OG didn't really have the opportunity to go back for that. But this time around, they won't mess around
10 seconds
going for the IO pick in the first 2 picks. So fair enough. Really just wanting to prioritize that going into game number 2. We kind of mentioned this as well before this, before the first game even started, John. But both teams are still fighting for their positions for the playoffs. And OG, while they are currently tied in 3rd place, definitely need some more points up there to really guarantee their position in the
OG's
upper
turn
bracket.
to ban.
Same for outsiders. I mean, they're not even safe from being kicked out from the major so far. So obviously off to a pretty good start here. 1-0 towards OG, towards the side of OG, but outsiders, we'll see if they can make it a 2-0 here and really just improve their standings throughout these group stages and
10 seconds
see if they can make it work. In game one, again, nice comeback.
5
See, they
seconds
do have what
remaining.
it takes to take down OG. Let's see how OG tries to rectify these issues, though, going into this draft. Because we are going to have to wait a bit longer for these bans to come out. See, the Wyvern ban was there
Radiant
by
team
OG.
ban.
They'll get rid of the Necrophos as well.
Necro ban usually signifies that you want a big, beefy sort of core in your hand for OG that doesn't enjoy that percent-based damage that just bursts you down. So Bristleback might be
10
something
seconds
OG
remaining.
considers for their side. Bristleback IO can be good and shift that onto Taiga.
5
OG's
seconds
been
remaining.
very good with flexing that IO on Seb and Taiga, so it's fairly open as to what laning partner it wants. Could end up being like a Bristleback. Bristleback versus TA is fairly alright. You just kind of burn through Refraction naturally, and you're going to have a lot of damage to lay onto the TA once it is gone. So that might be one way for OG to get things going. Terribly, it's kind of an option as well. Playing phase-wise, it's maybe real dependent. Uragi did have a very good game coming out, just that he didn't have the follow through. And Outsider sees, the Bristleback IO. They ban it out. I'd want to deal with the Necrophos ban. OG do ban out the Enigma as well. With an IO and Tiny, you don't really have the best ways to cancel a black hole. Just keeping themselves safe. They obviously know the power of that Enigma, so they wouldn't want to play against that.
Oh, naturally not. They will go ahead and ban it out. One more for
10
outsiders
seconds
before we can
remaining.
continue with these drafts. The other IO combinations they want to
5
get rid of
seconds
here before
remaining.
OG do go ahead and pick one up.
OG's
Well, for now, they'll get
turn
rid of the
to
BZM
pick.
Storm.
Disruptor.
Fair enough. Right into the Disruptor here for outsiders. It's always a very nice pick when you are against an IO because they relocate, you glimpse the core back every single time. It's very, very frustrating up until you have those BKBs up on said cores that are being relocated in.
10 seconds
So the initial
remaining.
fights, the initial relocates, as long as the Disruptor's there with the glimpse,
5
should make it
seconds
very, very
remaining.
easy for outsiders to try and turn.
Yeah, I think the one thing with Disruptor though is
OG's
we've seen
turn
this a
to
couple
pick.
of times now. If you're behind, the Disruptor can feel pretty atrocious as a support that doesn't really help you much. So the key thing now for outsiders is how well Hakoda positions himself, how well he manages to use his spells, and if they can play around his timing into that static storm. OG just into the
10
Chaos Knight.
seconds remaining.
And Amar's played it a couple of times in the offlane, so this could still be the Seb IO with the Amar
5
CK
seconds remaining.
on off, and I don't believe Uragi's actually played that CK safe in this tournament. So likely already seeing our offlane duo out from OG, and we'll see how else they build up. Of course, the CK does have a lot of play. In comparison to the Viper, which was very focused in, didn't have its own control in the last game, Amar should be able to output a lot more on this CK, considering how Outsiders plays, and should have
Radiant
fairly
team
decent
pick.
laning presence as well. So they go with a Shaman next, so looking like perhaps a tiny core coming out here as well. And having the Shaman support is good. Pretty good hold, great push coming out, great single target control, especially for the TA, so you're going to prevent her from just blinking
10
around.
seconds remaining.
And that's going to be important as you really don't want to have to deal with the
5
TA
seconds
fully farmed
remaining.
up. Pre-BKB, very easy gank target for OG.
Certainly so. I like the fact that you've got this IO CK and IO Tiny. Like it's, more value out of the relocate and the heroes you can relocate with. Mid Tiny obviously being very popular as well as of late. Nothing wrong with going ahead for that. Outsiders. 2 more cores to come, I believe. 1 minute reserve time here for outsiders to make this decision. You do still have the option of going back for things like the Nature's Prophet if you really wanted to, but it probably wouldn't fit a TA draft. But you never know. Ramses does enjoy that Prophet quite a bit. We all know that.
Yeah. I think he enjoys the TA as well, so it's pretty safe to just have Ramses take that early TA. I'm keen to see maybe something with more play on mid, actually, here for GPK. Just have something more active, something that gives you great team fight or just mobility. You do have decent
OG's
hold from
turn
AG to
to
stop
bat.
that. They will go with the DP, so likely our DM hero offlane just gonna hold out on what OG might want to do about their mid. Maybe just suss out whether or not the tiny mid is going to come out, or if they are going to run like IO tiny safe lane, Chaos Knight off lane with something more playmaky for BZM on mid. Outsiders do have last pick overall, so they can't afford to just wait and see how OG adapts here.
And see indeed. Final banouts to come. OG. 35 seconds reserve time left for these final bans. I feel like a mid laner is lacking, perhaps even a safe laner. More than likely mid, though. Still a very flexible draft from outsiders, though, so it can be kind of hard to make these decisions on these bans for OG. We'll dive real deep into that reserve time now. Only 15 seconds left.
Radiant
Still thinking about
ban.
it. They'll go for the jug ban out, so they seem to believe maybe another position 1 to come. That would imply the TA mid to come and maybe the offlane Death Prophet. Do you think it's a Ramses hero we're missing, John?
It's hard to say because I think Outsiders does lean a little bit more on the Ramses
remaining.
TA more than anything else in comparison to GPK's TA.
5
So
seconds remaining.
fairly open enough for them to adapt. I mean, GPK's played it,
OG's
so
turn
yeah,
to ban.
Ramses safe lane. The issue I have with like TA mid and another safe lane coming out is can get really greedy really fast. Like TA is not just going to be online ready to go that quickly, and for the most part, Ramses also likes to take his time farming up, so that's a lot of time where
10
OG can
seconds
just
remaining.
fight like 3 heroes running around trying to make plays on the map while 2 heroes are farming
5
up. It's
seconds
just a lot of
remaining.
downtime. And OG has a run and gun draft. Like IOCK or IO Tiny,
Radiant
both heroes
team
just
ban.
enjoy having that buff. They don't need too much farm after, say, Echo Saber for CK. You are kind of set to go. Tiny as well, with multiple buildups for that attack speed. So I know they can be flexible on outsiders, but I worry that again,
10
it is
seconds remaining.
slower. And we saw how fast OG were playing that early game. It's not like
5
outsiders has
seconds
something like
remaining.
Double Doom to play with this time around. They've got, say, Static Storm Ags upgrade, and that's your Pons 5 Disruptor that holds most of that power. It's not an off-lane Doom. So the farming pace onto that big turnaround for in terms of control and kind of achieving what they had in game 1, it's probably not going to happen at all in this game, considering what we tend to see from Disruptors.
Oh, fair enough. 5 seconds left in the reserve time for outsiders. Now going all the way for this final ban out.
OG's turn to pick.
They'll get rid of the Invoker here. Assuming BZM still needs his own hero. OG, final pickup. See how they want to finish this draft off. Is it going to be the mid tiny? Is it going to be the safe lane CK?
10 seconds
Very,
remaining.
very soon.
5 seconds remaining.
You'd like maybe a little bit. No, you don't really lack too much team fight here for OG. Seems like they're just fine with what they've got. They're going to go down the Slaughter route. Why the hell not? That minus armor probably going to play dividends here against outsiders. What are you thinking, John? We don't get to see the Slaughter very often, you and I.
Yeah, I like it. Namar's played it a lot in this tournament. Combines really nicely with the IO, so we're getting back that ridiculous move speed with a tether up. Just gonna run around, chase all the heroes down. TA level 1 to even level 4 is not gonna feel that good up against a Slardar, especially if it's just gonna be in your face with a sustain from the IO. Outsiders will go with a Lycan, so it is a TA safe more than likely here. With a mid Death Prophet this time coming around. Yeah, DM takes a Lycan. I'd say overall in draft, I mean, the Lycan is pretty damn good in the fact that OG's hold is going to be split, right? Your hold from the Shadow Shaman will have to make that choice. Do you want to stop the Lycan from running around? Do you want to focus in on that TA? That might give outsiders a little bit more play. But I like the pacing from OG's draft. I think this is a draft that comes online very fast. It's got really good presence globally with the IO, decent enough sustain, and they're really tanky in the CK. Even the Tiny once he gets to grow up, and of course the Slardar. So I think outsiders might struggle in finding that damage early on. Once Ramses has his Desert, it feels better. It's still a lot to ask for to kind of melt through these heroes once their durability goes up. And this time around for OG, as I said, Mike, if you don't have something like a double Doom timing to turn around with, right? Like your Disruptor can get Ags, but You're not likely to see that 4.2k gold item on Hakoda anytime soon. So OG can play that same pace from game 1, and the likelihood of being punished is a lot less in comparison to that game.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we'll get into game number 2 very soon, John. Because I've got to give props to Knoxville here. He has just released a stat on Twitter. Apparently, over 1,337 pro games of Tiny IO combo in the history of Dota. So there you go. The most loved combo, the most played combo in pro Dota, the IO Tiny once again. And John, 1337, that's elite. Back in my day again. I'm an old man, Jonathan. These are all very cool things to me.
It's very elite, Mikey. I know you were the kind of fella as well to have the small X, big X underscores in the name. I think you love to point out the gun in the name as well.
Of course.
That's something I never saw, but you know, our admin Ben Q, that's something he does as well. Till now. Mind you, he's the actual cool fella, Mike. You don't have a gun in your name. Ben Q does. He's a cool fella.
If you're like a CSGO player, you'd have the gun. If you play, you know, cringe games like Maple Story like I did when I was young, John, you get the XX going. Oh, the good old days. The good old days.
I don't understand. Like, you see Maple Story's art style, you see what kind of game it is. It's kind of cutesy, and you still have people with the XX there. It always made me giggle when I'd see that.
Look, at least I played it in the heyday, John, back in beta. I mean, Anna, who won 2 TIs, played it after winning 2 TIs, which I don't know why he did that. You're just sinking money into that game. I would not recommend it.
Yeah, sometimes you have the urge, Mike, the urge to just farm forever. You know, Alan is a carry player. That's all he wants to do.
I assure you that's all you do in that game. Literally just farm forever. Literally, John. There's nothing else to do in that game. Nothing. Just play Dota. Don't waste your time.
At least it's relaxing, Mikey. Dota, relaxing to some people. I'd say if you find this game relaxing, consult your doctor. That doesn't sound right.
30 seconds to battle.
The ground onto that Radiant Triangle, already trying to set up for a first blood attempt, and they've got a very strong level 1 timing. So many disables, so much high base damage here with Yuragi and Amar. And Tiger there. Oh, and Hakoda. Right into them. OG very patient. They don't see them yet. Outsiders within the fog have not revealed themselves. Oh, nice cheeky wolf to check the high ground, and they see them. Here we go, begins. OG. Are they going to find an opponent? No, not quite. Very nice wolf there from DM. Just check the high ground, and outsiders, they will avoid paying a high price for those bounties.
Yeah, they get back, they get even starts, 2-2 bounty starts, so should be able to get themselves a fairly great even start, as I've been saying. Should work out just fine, no losses there. Gonna take a look at that top lane. DM on that Lycan hang along with Hakoda. And that Disruptor up against Yuragi on that CK, along with Taiga on the Shaman. This can get really aggressive really fast for OG. Chain stuns with the CK feels great. Level 3 timing for CKs, probably what you're gunning for, along with level 2 of Taiga. And Taiga is holding on to what he wants to skill up, holding on to those shackles just now. Hakoda is looking to go for the creep pull. They know this is going to be slower here for outsiders. Just get some EXP going and just kind of play it a little bit greedier in comparison.
Nice glimpse away, Tiger. He had the shackles, but Hakoda, he barely got the glimpse off in time. It was a guaranteed first blood to occur there for OG. Had that shackle been locked in, and well, but not very often, John, you see level 1 glimpse up on a disruptor, but there you go. Level 1 disruption. Rather level 1 glimpses. Hakoda back onto Tiger, but he's going to be just fine. Let's have a look at the other lanes as well while we have a chance. How about the bot lane? Be there on that board. There was an initiation, but never mind. Amar gonna be there against Ramsey 666. Was he gonna? Never mind. We do have an initiation. Hakoda, he's gonna drop.
Has been killed.
That's my fault. No, don't blame the observer. That was my fault. I dragged him to that bot lane.
It looked like he managed to slip away, but managed to get that kill. As mentioned, this lane from OG is very aggressive. CK, high damage output. Even the Shaman, high damage output in terms of right click. So if you catch someone off guard, very easy to melt. And Hakoda is a very soft target. So level 1 glimpse not going to save you too much. And look at OG. They know they're ahead now. They know the disruptor's not going to do much. They can just be aggressive.
Damage. Made the rebound in onto Amar. Exposes there onto Seb. Be okay to walk away. damage being dealt there to Yamich. You've always got to be a bit cautious moving into Amar on that Slardar, and in fact, Yamich again going to be targeted here by that Slardar. A very powerful lane, the IO Slardar, and off lane, where all the action's happening apparently is Hakoda will drop once again. This time around, Tiger to pick up the kill.
And again, for OG, there's just no resting here. As long as they've got the mana, they've got the stun. Disruptor with just glimpse really doesn't do much. You really need a Thunder Strike to harass back. And look, you just step behind a tier 1. DM is protected by at least having a tower around, but it's not enough for the creep wave of tank. Crew does melt down and OG's forced back. But already a strong start for OG. Even the mid lane have probably their only struggle here for the BZM. Just a little bit slower for him up against GPK. Is caught in a lot of harassment, and GPK is building the foundations here for Outsiders. So if he does manage to secure, say, next water runes into the power runes, get his level 6 right, that could be where Outsiders start to look to get their own aggression going.
Gift from the tempest of battle.
How's the mid lane going? GPK and BZM going at it. Seems like GPK's having a better time right now than BZM. He's 11 CS on the Tiny, so a bit of a struggle here for the Tiny. He's just too busy placing stickers of Ramses down in that mid lane. GPK having a great time. You're on the Death Prophet and actually hold that Thought Junker's bot lane. Damage was dropping rather low, but is going to be able to survive. You just never know with this IO Slardar, John. Just so much damage being pumped out. Damage is going to be fine, however. Now mid lane, Tiger looking for a shackle opportunity. Won't throw it out yet. Tiger going very far forward. Coda does have the glimpse back and will commit it. Tiger, what's the idea here, sir? He will go for the shackles out, waiting for his teammate to make his way over. BZM will be there. Tiger somehow still alive. Meanwhile, Ramsey's gonna drop down a bot lane. GPK, he'll drop low. Tiger still gonna go down surely as he does have the Fairy Fire. He'll be okay. Really playing on the edge. And while all that was happening, they did find a massive pickup onto Ramses. In fact, Tiger, he's still gonna drop. Almost going down to the Avalanche, but not quite.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth in that mid. Still OG's finding everything they want. They're kind of repeating what they did in game 1, forcing all the attention towards mid, down the line, freeing up their side lanes. Finding that kill on Ramses is going to set him back quite a fair bit. This TA is going to need a lot of space to farm. And mind you, so will the Lycan. I think that's a big issue for Outsiders. Their play is all stuck on really GBK, but the play of a Death Prophet isn't really control based.
Tether away, Amar wants to punish Yamich. We'll go after Seb on that Aya. Guns are there, Amar just attacking way too fast. Look at that. It's just so ridiculous how fast you can get the damage out. My goodness.
Yeah, it's the Io Slardar. That attack speed buff just helps him chase down, but the tether is just super speedy and you can't really stop it.
What does that mean?
I have no clue.
There's been a bit of all chat throughout this series. Seb and I believe it was a GPK going back and forth earlier on in game number 1, and now no idea what that means from BZM, but there you go. Even more all chat coming.
Yep. Just, you know, both teams kind of like throwing at each other quite a fair bit. Down mid though.
Let's cross on. Yamich still going to make the jump in, but Tiger is going to be there to help out. They did pop the exorcism, in fact, a nice glimpse back on Seb. Going to make sure the Io is not around the Tiger. It's going to drop and get started with Yuragi. Going to try and punish onto the Marcy. Damage, alive but not quite. Back Yuragi. It's a big price to pay for a Marcy pickoff. This BZM still trying for the fight with the exorcism. It's still going. BZM, BPK, drop and finally goes down. Oda, not out of danger yet either, but eventually will be okay. Who does that actually favor, John? A 2-for-2 trade. He did lose that pulse on CK in the process.
Is under attack.
I'd say you're pretty happy on OG's end. Sure, it's a pretty big sacrifice when you kill off the DP popping Exo. So that means Outsiders can't make that move onto mid with the Exorcism still running to get a push. And it is a pretty, you know, it looks like a pretty bad play from Yuragi, but it does pay off. Your mid-tier 1 will stand for longer. You do manage to get that kill on that Prophet. You're giving some much-needed gold out onto BZM. So the trade-off is fairly worthwhile. This is relieving pressure for Outsiders. Again, Ramses now is managing to play in that jungle. Does have a nice possessed mask flying out here as well, and is inching closer towards the Dragonland. So TA farming rate is picking up. And OG aren't really stopping it beyond that one laning kill. So as long as Ramses hit his Dragonlance Desolator timing along with the BKB, you should still feel fairly good on Outsiders. And DM is also getting space to finish up that Humpty Dominator. It's still not the fastest timing, but once that's up, you don't quite have the best ways of bursting through the creeps here from OG.
Running damage there. Forced to rebound out. Unable to try and defend that bottom tier 1 tower. Oh, mid lane Tiger. He's got a bit of a shackle going on GPK. Trying to protect this illusion rune for his mid, but he's eventually going to be forced to pick it up. PK not able to take it for himself. Did try to deny, but couldn't quite.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Top lane, Hakoda. Find Yuragi, but back his way out immediately. Just a quick kinetic field and just get the hell out of there. Lane, Amar and Seb just so confident on this Slaughter IO. Like they're just not afraid of anything. Yeah, you're just farming so deep in that bot lane. Amar knows anyone that shows up, chances are they're probably just going to end up dying.
Yeah, already has that Mask of Madness up. Lots of attack speed even without the IO. Circling around top here. Load up.
Get caught. He'll try for the TP play, but it's not going to work out. They'll lock him down and take him out. On the brighter side, though, he does at least break the smoke, so DM's not going to get caught in the like, and it's probably the best case scenario here for Outsiders, only losing the Disruptor. However, Radiant jungle, Amar won't bother even trying for GPK. Amar is alone, to be fair, so risk his own life for this. It'll work out in his favor, I'm sure.
Just going to keep farming up. OG starting to pick up the pace in the game. 3-7, 2K lead their way. And Outsiders, again, the key issue with this draft is your playmaking is down to a Death Prophet along with, what, a Disruptor. Hakoda is still at level 4. You don't have the threat of Static Storm. They will go for a smoke out. Let's see if GPK will find something to do here.
Towards the top lane, I mean, at the very least, even if you don't find a hero pick-off, you can pop the ulti and try to secure that top tier 1 tower, but they do want some form of a fight. Yuragi will be spotted here by Hakoda and GPK.
Dire are scanning.
OG are around the corner, though. You've got BZM and Tiger pretty close by, so not the safest jump in to try and make, so Outsiders, they'll back off. Allow DM to secure that top tier 1 tower, and that'll be enough. 3-7, still the favor of OG. 1k net worth lead, but a very close matchup nonetheless.
So it's really even, and OG does still feel like they've got control of the game, but you can't count Outsiders out. They're somehow making it work. They've got the Dominator, Overlord, probably soon to follow here for DM, and once that's up, and you don't have anything that really handles these massive creep armies coming out. Your control is somewhat there.
Damage. He's alright. He banned out of there. This farming game really faded, because like last game where we saw the same kind of thing and Outsiders managed to kind of scrape by in that game number 1. Do you think the farming game favors the side of Outsiders more or the side of OG more?
I'd say OG just by a tad. Like this TA is going to need a lot to really be online, and again, your AoE control, your late game team fight scaling is dependent on the Disruptor Axe, which just doesn't come out, even if you try to rush it here on Hakoda. And he is rushing it, mind you. Just won't come out soon enough.
Ragi is back, they've got themselves a big target. CK has been caught out and nobody from OG around to help. I'm just going to have to watch Ragi die. Hakoda immediately out with the tips. Now OG, they can still try to force the fight, and they will on the TM, but he'll just run. No problem as Yamish right into the middle. Up and Tiger will get the Shadow Shaman. Another one here for Outsiders. Another glimpse back here, finding BZM in the kinetic field. This is a much bigger target here for Outsiders, but Amar, he won't allow it. He relocated out as well by Seb just to make sure BZM is going to be able to survive a bit longer. Somehow Yamich continues to just rebound his way out of these team fights.
OG just not quite grouping up for that really well. The forward vision from Outsiders gets some really good punish from below.
Lift is there. Stun is out from Yuragi. And these have the refraction up. Yuragi will just keep the chase going because BZM is on his way. He's maybe forced to try and fight, but a nice hurricane away from DM with the dominated creepers now. Maybe they can try to turn this. They don't have too many spells up at the moment, but OG, they are overstaying their welcome, it seems. GPK will make the jump in. Grimsback is out. Yuragi is going to go down. 4 tips out from outsiders. OG, a little bit greedy there for the Wolves, and the dominated creep do end up paying heavily for it.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising how they're moving. They're trying to get aggressive with the CK early. The armlet's not even up. It does feel like at this point you're probably going to have to gun for the armlet BKB on Yuragi before you get really effective. Outsiders are just playing really well once more. They're dancing in and out. They're punishing OG for just not sticking as a unit. I think OG, they were trying to gank as 4-man, 5-man earlier, and it didn't line up, so they're just kind of trying to split the map a lot more, but it's Outsiders who's grouping up and working it, although they are smoked up here.
Radiant are scanning.
DM from the Avalanche. Tiger immediately gives it away. Won't be able to hold the shackles of DM. He does get the roof form off. Amar keeps trying to chase further, trying to get the Stam walk down. DM though will try to run, but eventually, surely they've got the damage. They will. OG barely able to find DM. Still a massive pickup here for OG, and they'll be satisfied with that.
Yeah, they managed to force out another use of the Static Storm this time. Not doing as much coming out from Dakota. And they play around with Amar. That last chase, Amar wasn't quite there. Now, with a Slaughter, they have a lot more output. They have a lot more control. They basically just need to hook up with Amar. He just, as long as he's got Relocate in the eye around, they should be able to find those targets and start to punish Outsiders here. Still Outsiders, and that build-up is still ramping up. Ramsey still waiting on whether or not he wants to fully commit for that Deso or the BKB. Looks like Desolator is probably going to be played. The Dominator, Overlord for DM. Only about, well, a little bit more gold off, but not too far away on that recipe, just about 1,000 away. So Ancient Creep going to be in play. The issue for Outsiders, and this one hurts Outsiders more, is that the mid-tier one still stands for OG. Like their own mid-tier one stands, but OG still having access to their forward jungle is a cause of concern, as they've been able to farm around that really well, and you have been able to give Yuragi space on the bot. So the build-up is starting to get in there as well for OG. Once the BKBs are up, that great teamfight potential from Hakoda just kind of disappears when the Static Storm doesn't come into play.
APK to release in the meantime. John gonna pop the Exorcism. We'll find the mid-tier 1 tower. G are around if they want to try and make a jump in, but with the Exorcism going, it's probably not the greatest idea. He will try to wait this one out. Only a quarter of its duration left anyway, so Amar makes the jump in for Yamage. He's there immediately. Static Storm is out as well. EPK does go down. It's not a bad start at all, but Yuragi, he got glimpsed away here on that CK. With the relocate incoming. Not connect the way they wanted, but Amar, he'll rush forward anyway. He'll be able to pick off DM or at least catch him. Another disposal Yamage. Gonna find Amar. That'll be ACF down. Onto Seb. Have they gone too far? It does seem that way as Tiger. Also gonna beat his own line for we're here. They find GPK, but in the end, they give 2 more kills back the way of Outsiders. Then onto the Roshan for this Radiant team. BZM. He's gonna try, but Yamage is there with Dispose once again onto the Tiny. BZM was sticking around, trying to delay the Roshan. Ramses, he'll get right to work as now Yuragi gonna show up. Does find Hakoda. BZM though is gonna drop him that plenty of Sep. He won't make it out either. It's Yuragi versus the world. Do it. He's gonna try and man up through this. Amar is there to help out as well as Slaughter. He's just gonna run. Yuragi.
Radiant's bottom tower
he will go
is
down.
under attack.
3 down for OG and Roshan. It's still gonna go the way of Outsiders.
They're just dancing around OG. They're managing to force OG to almost trickle in what feels like 1 by 1. And they just have the punishment. Like the output of Ramses, when he saw Amar come in, that Desolator just bursted him down, and OG has to respect that. They've managed to give Ramses so much space to get that build up. OG, I mean, they've been playing a farming game too, but every single time they start to clump up for fights, it's just too staggered. They need to be able to play around. They need to initiate first with Amar, have the follow through with BZM and Yuragi, and just clean up from there.
We go again. He's currently being watched here by outsiders. Natus Vincere might just back off, but they've got the DP ulti back up in one.
Are scanning.
UG, see the Death Prophet. PK not making it easy. Very nice scan out as well from outsiders. Let's reveal the position of OG. Do back off the right moment here. So a 4K advantage being held by outsiders, and with the Aegis up on the TA, they won't be too afraid to force another fight very soon, I'm sure. You don't really have anything like a BKB on Ramses yet, but he made this feel like he doesn't need one.
Just boils down to OG's control. Like, they haven't been able to jump Ramses first in the middle of these fights. When Ramses does engage, he's very far back. You can't blink on top of him. For the most part, at that point, Taiga tends to be dead to your single target hold is gone. So Ramdas might be able to slip away without the BKB in a few of these fights. And OG, they need their own BKBs. Yuragi needs some protection here. So will Amar. And that buildup is slowly but surely coming up there, but not quite. BZM doesn't even have the blink up, opting for that Echo Saber first. So all their initiation plays really just on Amar, and it feels like you need to follow through. They haven't been able to play around to relocate as much. And outsiders, with the output they have, with having that full Helm the Overlord up, they can just go for the push play here.
Massive timing now. AP ulti, Aegis up, Helm the Overlord up. Everything they could ask for the side of outsiders is now available. Try and make this high ground play happen. No one get started. Messing around, OG gonna find a way to try and force his defense.
Middle tower is under attack.
Ragi, the front line, gonna take care of that dominating creep. Damage is there. Above was caught for a moment. He is gonna be saved. Handing the tip over to Hakoda, who actually clips them back of all things.
Radiant's middle tower has
an error there by outsiders. Going on to that top ranks though, they will be able to secure no problem. The NOG, unable to make the jump in, will not be able to punish outsiders for this. Because at least OG don't lose ATF.
Yeah, that is a save coming out from Hakoda, and OG might have the opportunity to get back in there if they want to. Still, they've got the blink up on BZM, so it's an additional form of going in. You're not kind of stranded if Amar just goes up. And they are starting to play with 7 Yuragi together now. So the IOCK is working as a unit. BKB for Yuragi is coming through. The 6K lead for outsiders is still substantial. And, you know, Hakoda is actually allowed to still keep that Ag Smash fight. Yeah, I mean, he's still 2 parts away, but it is eventually going to come out. Some of those BKBs might not feel the most impactful here from OG if they're not careful.
Go again, outsiders. 3-man smoke up towards the bottom side of the map. Hakoda, he gets spotted there by ATF, but OG do not feel safe at this side of the map at all. They will try to run and leave. Fighters on the chase. G should have enough time to TP, but ATF does not have a TP. He's kind of stuck there for now. Tiger will stick around, and ATF's just going to blink towards the north and be just fine. Tiger still trying to avoid Yamich here, but he get caught out. Damage. Oh, he's not going to check in time.
Radiant's top tower
Unfortunate.
is under attack.
Nice attempt, though.
Yeah, buys quite a fair bit of time for OG, dragging all of the outsiders here is down bot. They're getting a little bit of a shove up top here. Might siege creep up. Tier 1 tower is still to be taken. That should give them a small objective goal, maybe a little bit more control on that opposing triangle here from outsiders. And outsiders do the same, trading for the bot, and they just melt through it with the damage output they have. Tier 2 under threat now, and outsiders look to want to commit. Exorcism up in a second, so after clearing this out, they've still got time for high ground.
Why the hell not? They're the ones to be forced to come back and defend. Trying to force that top lane into the DPK, he'll pop the ulti, and here come the TPs from OG. Already dropped preemptively. Oh, Yuragi, he gets swims back once again. He is not within this team fight. On for Tiny they go. That'll be BZM gone. Then he can relocate Uragi in 10 seconds. He's gonna wake that tempo.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Too late. Tiger to jump in. Exposes there. Tiger gets the lead, but for now it's fine. And they go, trying to take down that death drop, but they might have to damage. But look how tanky GPK is. Full tank for everybody. Nobody taking him down as Ramses. Right in onto BZM.
Dire's bottom tower.
We're trying to kill. It's back, however. And Roxev on the IO. Is that going to do his damage? Right in again. With the dispose. Uragi trying to find a GPK. Can he tank through a second time? This man just can't die. Oh, they can't kill him. GPK, what a giga chat.
Dire's bottom tower.
He just stands his ground, Jonathan. Under a bar. That'll be another. Another disposed Yamin. Too quick for Uragi. Right out of this game number 2. Ramsey, they call it PG. OG has seen enough in Outsiders. I don't know what they put in their coffee today, John, but they woke up.
They definitely did. They get the XDs out as well at the end there. And Outsiders, they play a phenomenal game. Look, game 1, OG look a lot. Right, they had control of that early game. They managed to run around and force these fights. Game 2 looked pretty much all in on Outsiders. And we talked about how this draft had shortcomings, how the disruptor from behind wouldn't do well. They were never really behind. OG didn't manage to take the lead in the way they wanted. They did have pretty strong lanes coming out. You know, Amar and the Slaughter was having a pretty good time. But when it came down to the smoke ganks, they didn't find anything. They smoke ganked like 2-3 times and only found at the best the supports. And after that, they went back farming. That was so much space for Ramses to build up. They didn't find that TA early enough. And by the time Ramses showed up with the Desolator, we saw how fast Amar melted. That was him with the IO. So that was just way too much space given out. And Outsiders, props to them. They did their homework. They execute on their playstyle well, and they adapted to what OG's game plan was very well in these 2 games.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, I do love me an XD, Jonathan. You know me. I drop XDs at every end of a sentence, and I always love to see the XDs drop right after a game. Still a fantastic series overall. With that, yeah, it's been a fantastic series overall. OG up against Outsiders. Outsiders now with that 2-0 victory. I wonder where they do stand within the groups. Obviously, the games for today aren't over, though. I believe there are other games going on throughout the other streams at the moment as we speak. So it'll be interesting to see where they are. In fact, never mind, they are over. We do have standings, I believe. Do we have them right now?
I believe that does drag Outsiders just a little bit above. You know, we were talking about the danger zone there with 2 wins under the belt, 2-1 series. That drags them out of the breaking zone a little bit more. I think that puts Liquid on the fire line, if I recall right. So we'll have to see if that will kind of affect things a little bit more. But it's still pretty open, and it's kind of surprising how open it is, Mike, since this is the second to the last day. Tomorrow we only have 4 series left to watch. And it's still kind of, who knows where this major goes.
All right, well, with that, Jonathan, that's going to be it today for this stream. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's MLP Dirt on John X Fire. We'll catch you all next time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower